Hey, Shalom David here. Welcome to Week in Review. Hope everyone had a good week. God bless everybody. Pray for peace, good things. Got a jam-packed show, exciting show this week. A lot of different material. Not really sure which direction I'm going to be taking my research in, but in the meantime, since I'm wrapping up soon my philosophy of science program, I thought I'd do a deeper dive into the Vienna Circle. I've been mentioning them a lot, and you're like, what is the history? What is the philosophy of science? What does it entail? What's the origin of it? What's the history of it? Why is it so poorly understood? The relationship to metaphysics. Is the philosophy of science a form of metaphysics? Is it different than metaphysics? Is it really just an explanatory part of mathematics and logical language and various factors? And then just the hard history of which really comes from a discipline, people from literally Vienna, the Ernst Mach chair of the philosophy of Wissenschaft in Vienna, that was taken over by Mort Schlick and then brought over to America. That creates the basis of the philosophy of science, where almost all the philosophy of science can be directly sourced to this Vienna Circle. So we'll look a little bit at that today. Got some information on the war, and we'll talk about rorty and truth a little bit. Pragmatism, call like the American philosophy is pragmatism, William James, and we'll look at some of the criticism of Rorty, who is also somewhat an offshoot of the American second generation disciples from the Vienna Circle, and his critique of pragmatism, like a pragmatic value of truth, and say, well, pragmatism isn't a theory of truth. Pragmatism is a rejection of truth. Because if you're taking the pragmatic view towards truth, you're basically saying truth doesn't exist. And so we'll look at some of that in Rorty. I have an article on Oswald Spengler and the Vienna Circle. I'm not sure if I'm going to be able to get to all of it. If not, hopefully next week. But some interesting things on metaphysics. So Oswald Spengler was a metaphysician, and the Vienna Circle was largely anti-metaphysics. So you'll hopefully have time to look at that. So much energy. I'm already a little tired, but hopefully get some energy. Okay, God bless. Thanks for tuning in. And the thing on Ramsey, like the Ramsey sentences, and Carnap, and some of the logic related to the Vienna Circle. So a lot of important stuff to cover today. But yeah, I have a lot of links, a lot of other things to add. So let's jump right in. So the World Economic Forum was this week, and I'm not sure if it was that insightful. So we are live on Twitter. So yeah, I'm not sure how insightful. I hardly watched any of this. Mr. Boston, I'm not sure if I'm familiar with Martinism. It's not ringing a bell. I watched a handful of these, like stuff related to Israel, but it wasn't that interesting. Possibly the decline, markets in general, the World Economic Forum with like the decline of NATO, and the World Economic Forum basically going all in on anti-Russia and supporting Ukraine. And so like Zelensky came, but it's possible the World Economic Forum is having decline, considering they went all in on against Russia. Now Russia's boycotting and having their own alternative, and China and various Martinus. It's not sounding familiar either, but if it's something major, maybe it rings a bell, but it's not ringing a bell. To give me a little more info. So Jennifer had a stream this week, Introduction to Non-Dualist Philosophy. I guess one of her friends or whatever asked her a few questions, and so she decided to do a stream to try to answer those. So put the link in the chat if anyone shows up, if people check that out. I thought this was a little bit randomly interesting. This is like a body language. Here you see Trump and Vivek Ramaswamy when he endorses him, and like the body language. So you're looking for like the pivoting, jockeying for power, and like who demonstrates the more power in the body language, and even the love. Like Vivek, as opposed to a lot of people who like Trump, like Ramaswamy probably honestly likes Trump, and respects him and considers himself a protege. So just a little interesting body language thing going on there. You can see both using their power level and love factor there, and then also like the Hinduism, Hindus for Trump, God forbid. So, Reiner, yeah, God bless. Thanks for tuning in. Mr. Boston's been telling me about Rastafarianism. I know a tiny bit about Rastafarianism, but not much. Never looked that much into it. Time is limited. Reiner saying Martinism is a form of Christian mysticism that focuses on the fall of the first man, his materialistic state of being deprived of his own divine source, and the process of his eventual return. So I'm not sure reintegration. So I'm not sure if I have any direct thoughts on that, or not particularly related. I mean, a lot of like the Kabbalah stuff is put in terminology of the fall of man and the Garden of Eden. So, I mean, it sounds pretty similar to many of the common ideas related to the Garden of Eden, and some of the conception between differences between Judaism and Christianity is seen through the different interpretations of the Garden of Eden. But I have to look more into that. You could post something about that in my Discord, and hopefully I have time to look at it. Yeah, I mean, Vivek is a businessman. I'm sure he's part of all sorts, and generally, although India was not that prominent at the World Economic Forum, but I doubt that Vivek is necessarily too tied to the World Economic Forum. He would probably be willing to dump that in just a member of all organizations that benefit him. So I streamed my philosophy of science 9 out of 10 deep dive into quantum mechanics this week, and hopefully it was a good program. Covered computer simulations and science. Just interesting, important role of computer simulations and science experiments in physics, operationalism. Percy Bridgman. We'll talk a little bit more about Bridgman and pragmatism, the Copenhagen interpretation of quantum mechanics, and quantum theory and mathematical rigor. So I will hopefully, someone reached out to interview me. I think it was from Albert Bashai Space or Adam Green or something. But on Wednesday, I'm going to do a podcast. So I probably will push off the completion of the philosophy of science series till next week, and we'll look at some adjunct topics. But people check that out. And part of what enticed me to do a deeper dive into the Vienna Circle was that stream this week. Random, yeah, I've been watching a lot of this guy, Cash Jordan. He has like a daily show, Mr. Boston, they found from Adam Green. So, this guy, Iggy Normus, whoever this guy, Iggy Normus, he's got a podcast, and I think he said Wednesday at 1:00. So I think we were in a space together with Albert Bashai and Adam Green. So, that's you can check that out. I'll share the link. I'm not sure if it's going to be live or I'll post it later. Yeah, I think I have a pretty wide audience from a whole bunch of places, but probably the biggest source of my followers, although it's probably not more than like 15%, but maybe like 10-15% of my followers come from Adam Green. And there might tend to be some of the more engaged followers because he took some of those debates and conversations seriously. So the people who take that seriously, that read, think about these things, might be the type people that tend to be more engaged in my chat. But Luke Ford, different people. So I don't think any one source provides more than 10-15% of my audience. So yeah, Cash Jordan talking about real estate in New York City, talking about the migrants moving into New York's schools, and I've been following Cash Jordan pretty regularly, just about various things, trends in New York City, but especially the migrant crisis. Um, Related to the World Economic Forum is Patrick Boyle. He's a popular YouTuber. I've watched some of his stuff, but he said, big startups are shutting down. So, God forbid, it's not been a good year for startups, and the war in Israel, maybe COVID-19, but largely, the stock market also hit new highs this week. So, certain element of monopolization, corporations, um, corporations are doing well. They're being more and more narrow, and um, control more and more aspects. And I've said this for a few years now, that America already fell, and the corporations are just keeping the United States on life support. Like the U.S. military keeping the the Houthis, the war, uh, supporting the war in Israel, various things. But the corporations are the main factor that have a stake in keeping America strong, and a lot is that the military might and the manufacturer base and different elements that it pays for corporations basically to keep the U.S. federal government on life support. But what's the role that startups? Why are startups doing so poorly? Why did so many startups fail this year? Seed capital investment funding, probably because the nature of technology and global business is that it's moving towards there just being one company in each field and less competition. But various factors. So this one was a little bit interesting. Um, Here from the Tesla space, this was big news the last few weeks. The new Tesla robot. So um, a lot of you had like the Tesla robot possibly folding clothes and designed to act like a human, that have soft sensory touch, to look like a human, to be able to walk like a human. Well, these only weigh 50 kilograms. They weigh less than a typical human, but that could possibly be for sale for tens of thousands of dollars for household help, business help. And they're still a ways away. They've been improving quite a bit till they actually would make the market. And I think Elon Musk actually said that he thought that these robots could overtake the Tesla automobile. That like eventually there might be more of these. Oh, hey, Jenny, God bless. Good to see you. Been a while. Um, but that Elon Musk has, yeah, I mean, Jenny, you're putting it more into a pejorative, like a dystopian, which, God forbid, like, yeah, I would be prepared for a dystopian future for the United States, balkanization. But yeah, I mean, I think the federal government's on its last legs, and the only reason it hasn't fallen completely is because corporations have a stake in keeping the government together and are keeping it on life support, and they're preparing for the pivot or the possibility, and it could be bad. You're saying once the corporations let the federal government fall, it's probably not going to turn out good. I mean, I've had these arguments where say, okay, you could just maybe you'll have your UBI and be able to get your supplement packages from Amazon. It doesn't necessarily have to be dystopian. Um, and like, yeah, I've done the robotic shows the last few years, and I've went to the robotic shows. I've streamed from them. I forget the name of the trainable robot that you could buy for like $20,000, $10,000, like that has just the upper body to to look like a face and two arms, but it's just the upper body, and that you could do trainable motion. But they're more for automation in manufacture, where they would be designed to do repetitive manufacturing tasks that you could train uh, without coding. You could just train by moving the arm, doing what you want. So this one would be more interactive, and it's a few years away. So the Tesla bot is still a few years away, but they're showing it off a little bit, showing some of the capabilities, and you could see how you could have a robot that could do household chores, business chores, um, regular activities, and it's not that far off, although it's still probably a few years off, and the price point may not be that high. You're saying you may be able to buy your own personal household robot like this for $25,000 or something like that, and maybe it would be able to clean, cook, um, basic household chores. Although they weren't these, this model was not particularly, like I said, it's only 50 kilograms, so it would not necessarily be designed for strenuous loads. But if this one's successful, there will probably be multiple models. So if anyone follows my rambles of engineering rambles at the manufacturing shows, most robotic arms have different gradations of degrees of freedom and strength and how much they could hold, from huge amounts to. So if they could successfully make a mass produced lightweight robot, presumably they would be able to have a whole set of robots that would, because now robots are almost exclusively for manufacture. And so, all the robots are almost exclusively designed for manufacture. So this would be more, designed to be your first industrial mass-produced household robot. And Musk's prediction may be right, so to say that this, um, if they can get a model like this working, it will probably outsell the car. In that, like everybody, just like everybody has a car, a lot of households have multiple cars. Every household that could afford one will have a robot, and a lot of households will have multiple robots. So, keep tuned for that. Um, Bill Ackman, God forbid, causing a lot of long form interview on CNBC with Andrew Ross Sorkin, talking about his fight against anti-Semitism and some investment. But you're basically saying, I guess he took over his father's company, and his father gave him 3 directives. But one of his father's main directive was, you must fight against anti-Semitism. And that's led him to his activism, in Harvard and various things. And one of his main focus of philanthropy is the fight against anti-Semitism. And Sorkin gives a reasonable interview and even accuses him of losing it. So even at some point, Sorkin says, like, people are saying you're losing it, and questioning whether you made it worse or better. So you see Bill Ackman and a lot of people, um, the name slipping me, the he was caught up with Trump, the NFL owner, real estate guy, who also gave like tens of millions of dollars to fighting anti-Semitism, and a lot of like these very wealthy Jewish people, like their main form of philanthropy is giving money to fight anti-Semitism, and God forbid, it basically always fails. Like almost all of these people, relatively lead to corruption. The money that they give to fight anti-Semitism goes to corrupt institutions, and most of them just, Robert Kraft, RG, yes, like Robert Kraft. And like I was saying, like the AJC now is funded by Robert Kraft. Like Robert Kraft is like a disgraced person. Like he was a Trump supporter. Then he had that whole thing, God forbid, with like the sauna, the spas, the prostitutes. But now all of a sudden, like Robert Kraft is like funding the AJC and has like tens of millions of dollars to fight anti-Semitism. And it's basically a form of um, the word, the theological, like not dispensation, but where you buy like a remittance in like the Catholic Church, where you pay the church in order to be forgiven for your sins. So like a lot of these guys like Ackman, Kraft, they're wow, the words just slipping in my mind. I'm a little tired, but indulgences. That like the money to fight anti-Semitism is basically just an indulgence. So like Robert Kraft, all of a sudden, like the AJC is supposed to be liberal and like democratic politics, but all of a sudden, and I think, is Robert Kraft in Boston, the area? I think Robert Kraft is in Boston, but I'm not sure. Um, but now like he's funding all these organizations. There's these signs all over the place. The commercial, even Elon Musk he'd retweeted one of these things with Elon Musk was when he retweeted like, how come all the bad guys in the fighting anti-Semitism thing from Robert Kraft are always white? But these things. So generally, I'm skeptical. I'd say like most of these big money donations to fight anti-Semitism probably just increase anti-Semitism, and most of the money just ends up in the hands of corrupt Jewish leaders. So like if you're lean anti-Zionist, like basically you just have like people being paid to do smear campaigns against you. So it's like, okay, like the AJC or something like that, they have people on the payroll, so like full-time paid Jews that basically sit around denouncing anti-Semitism. So they're just like they're paying somebody to like look at videos or like review things, call people, try to ruin people's lives. Um, Even the education, how do you educate people about anti-Semitism? And it's almost always corrupt. So like if you're getting money from like Ackman or Robert Kraft, or I mean, it's not even like Soros. Like Soros is probably more targeted and good with his money. But like I would guess like almost everybody that gets money from Robert Kraft is probably largely corrupted. And it's like Wexner and Epstein. So I mean maybe Kraft is not as bad as Epstein, but like he's probably not much better than Wexner. And almost everybody on the Wexner payroll is largely corrupted. And it's almost like, well, how do you get money from Robert Kraft? And it's saying like you got to be corrupt. Like the only people who get money from like Kraft and Wexner are corrupt, and that's how you get the money. And so that's my skepticism. Like Duvid and like the God forbid leaning in that way, Lamby, God bless. But you can check out the long form of the interview there. This one was actually pretty good. The Kirk Doolittle disciple. What if all this? And actually, when I was on last week, the Richard Spencer space on Twitter, and he was mentioning John Marks and like the alt right. He was comparing Frame Games to John Marks, and like I don't think there's a comparison. Like Frame Games is legitimately a Washington insider. I don't know much about John Marks. He made good videos, but he couldn't remember the name. So I was like, oh, John Marks, Kirk Doolittle disciple. So it's interesting also that this what if all this guy is also a Kirk Doolittle disciple, and his videos are pretty good. Like John Marks' videos are pretty good. What if all this, like he's better than John Marks? Like John Marks had a few, like his basic only topic was like Civil War, Great Replacement, demographic change. Like what if all this, all sorts of interesting information, and whatever reason Kirk Doolittle had like the personality defects to never really make it big. And Kirk Doolittle came on the Brundlecast. He was an interesting character, but the what if all this. I like his videos. I like his work. But yeah, here he's examining what would happen between a U.S. and Iran war, and like God forbid, he gives a bunch of reasons why Iran might win, and he's a dissident to the United States who supports the U.S. But you're saying everything happening in the U.S. and all the corruption and the decline of empire and various your social demographic things, that even the great power of the U.S., if it really went against Iran, that Iran might win. And so it's an interesting analysis, so we would check that out. Okay, so these things were going around Twitter this week. Everybody was posting these things on Twitter, and people's analytics are way down. Especially on the alt right, but it seemed like across the board. And I'm not sure people are using Twitter, but like I noticed, like my Twitter was loaded with kind of the things I like, and I don't follow anybody, but the things that I like. And so my Twitter was full of like stuff about Israel, Palestine, a lot of protest. Like I like a lot of these like small time videographers who go around filming protests, mostly like pro-Palestinian protests. So because I like those videos, my feed was like mostly full of that, and a few other things that I followed. And then like this week, the last few weeks, like I keep on getting these like historic videos and like animal videos, dog videos, pet videos, fight videos. Like the algorithm definitely changed this week. So I know, God forbid, Elon Musk is going to like to Auschwitz this week, and he's going to like do a stream with Ben Shapiro. But also the algorithm definitely changed. Some people got deplatformed, and it looks like the algorithm is trying to avoid the Israel-Palestine war. So even like my Twitter was completely set up, like everything, like the majority of what I was seeing is because I wanted, that was most of what I wanted to see on Twitter was like updates about what was happening in Israel, and especially from sources. Like I don't need the Hasbara mainstream media source. I wanted more the Palestinian side, because I read mainstream Jewish American periodicals, so I don't need that from Twitter. But like now I'm not getting any of that, and so they tweaked the algorithm, and all these accounts are down. I also thought it could be like copying the business model of um, TikTok. I've never used TikTok, but for I understand, the TikTok model basically they boost you up in the beginning, like the cult. They love bomb you. So right when you join TikTok, they boost your videos. They help you get a bunch of followers, and then once they get you hooked, they push you down. So it could be that that's what Twitter's doing now, some sort of love bomb TikTok model where they boost you, try to get you hooked, and then once they have you hooked, they get rid of the boost, and in probably in order to try to milk money out of you or other things. So I'm not sure if anyone's noticed the change in the algorithm or declining numbers on Twitter. I canceled my blue check mark uh, this month, so I've lost my blue check mark a few weeks ago related to the BZ Benjamin Zev on the Mario. And I was like, I'm not sure I really trust Elon Musk. Like credit card, give him my credit card number information, and like his whole model and the check mark, and like most of the interaction on Twitter is pretty toxic. And it's saying like BZ, like basically like you're like everyone on Twitter is like, you lie, you aren't who you say you are, and then you have to like, you will, yes I am, I'm not lying, and the only way to prove you're not lying is to dox personal information about yourself. And then when you dox personal information about yourself, it's a really hostile, um, borderline criminal platform where you can't trust the people on the platform. So what are you going to do? You're going to try to prove you are who you are by doxing information, and then all that information will be used against you. So I'm still on Twitter. I canceled my blue check mark, and we'll see what happens. I think they're trying to add like payment processors. I'm like, what do I need payment? Okay, like I have PayPal. I mean, there's all sorts of payment processors, but I mean, it's like Facebook. I never gave my credit card information to Facebook. It's like I don't want to start buying stuff for Facebook because they're just going to try to convince me to buy a bunch of stuff that I don't need. So like same thing with Twitter. Like, who do I need to send money to? Like I'm in great desperate need to like send money. So it's really like it's the TikTok, the bad behavior become an e-celeb. So it's like, oh, you'll pay for Twitter so I could become an influencer. People will be influenced and like me so much that they'll send me money. And so it's probably like like a Twitter bait and switch, where it's going to make it look like, okay, just sign up for Twitter, everyone's going to send you money. They all want you're so popular and famous, and it's really toxic, where very few good interactions. But we'll see what happens. But I think Twitter is creating a toxic environment. Like Facebook is pretty bad. Google, like, okay, like it's all monetization, like the Sheryl Sandberg model of Google and Facebook. where it's just like advertise, get you to spend money on a bunch of things that you don't need, and even like the targeted ads. Instead, like I've never once bought something off of YouTube or Facebook. I didn't even give my credit card to Facebook, and I can't really think like if there's anything on Facebook I saw, I was like, oh man, I really want that. I would probably go to like Amazon to buy it. And like, okay, I'm an Amazon Prime member, or if I bought it directly from the site and I clicked on it from Facebook, maybe that's happened. I don't even think so. And so to Twitter to turn to that model, it doesn't interest me. You know, okay, Elon Musk has to make his money, whatever. But yeah, I think there's shady stuff going on, and they're not going to tell you whatever's going on Twitter, whatever like the algorithm tweak, even with his first thing with the the Jewish elder panel, and Elon Musk said like he was going to tweak the algorithm, that he believed in free speech, but he also thought it was okay to tweak the algorithm. So you're starting to see a little bit of that, and people are noticing. Kane B, deflationary theories of truth. So we'll talk about Rorty today, and he's not really considered a deflationist, but your Rorty could be like a precursor to deflationary. These days, like after the correspondence theory of truth, pragmatism, deflationary is one of the top three. It is like deflationary is kind of also getting at a form of relativism. What's really the truth? What's the value of saying something is true? So it's like if you say something is true, what value added did it have? Does that mean the other statements that I say that I don't say is true are not true? And if it's true, does saying it's true actually add a value? So I talked about this a little in the last summer when I was you're doing almost 2 months of truth theory. So Kane B, I reached out to try to get an interview with Kane B. I tweeted him, but he didn't reply. I think he did an interview with Arvil. He did an interview with Arjun on Theology Unleashed, but I tweeted him, and either he didn't notice or didn't reply. But not too many people making videos on the topic, so people could check that out. Okay, so Rabbi David Feldman of Notori Karta was on Michael Peled this day talking about anti-Zionism this week. So always important stuff to Notori Karta understand the anti-Zionist position. So check that. I'm going to get to this in a second. Just open this up. I'll watch this later. But yeah, we're going to talk about the alpha geometry. Okay, so Art Green, people who like Kabbalah and Judaism, Art Green's a very popular author, and he's kind of like the fathers of what's called neo-Hasidism. So like a form of like non-sectarian Hasidism for America, liberal Hasidism, and Duvid might fall into the category of neo-Hasidism, but like I think it's a failing effort, and the idea is to kind of universalize Hasidism. Hasidism was created just for Jews. Now Hasidism is really kind of just for ultra-Orthodox Jews, and to kind of like create like a liberal, non-Orthodox forms of Hasidism in America. There's also like a Shalami Schechter, and I'm not sure that's going to work, but it's an interesting idea. Art Green's an interesting author. I've read some of his works on Hasidism, so he makes some interesting points. So, since anyone interested in neo-Hasidism could check that out. Okay, God forbid. They had the first preliminary hearing this week for Samantha Woll, and God forbid, Michael Jackson Bolanos. So everyone, God forbid, it's not funny, but the randomly that Sam Woll was killed by Michael Jackson. at least supposedly, and question what kind of evidence do they have, and it's almost completely circumstantial, like all the evidence, and it looks like they have him in the area. So they did like half of their witnesses, and this is like the grand indictment for the hearing, and um, so they talked about what actually they found, her body, the surveillance, the security, the nature of the killing, and so far the only evidence they have Bolanos was the phone evidence from his phone that he was in the vicinity of her neighborhood at possibly the time where she was killed that might correspond to her alarm. And now they're claiming that she must have just left her door open, like by accident she left her door open, and Bolanos just happened to be in the neighborhood, happened to notice. So I'm not sure the evidence seemed. I mean, they have blood on his jacket, so if they picked him up because he was in the area, but you didn't have any connection to why he would have killed her, any logic to it, but then they got a search warrant, and it seems like the only reasonable piece of evidence that's not completely circumstantial is possibly blood on his jacket, God forbid. And so they did half of the trial this week, and Tuesday will be the second half of the trial, and we'll see if the grand jury indicts him, and if they indict him, go to trial. And I'm not sure if it'll be a televised trial. So far, the the indictment was televised, so I watched through like all 4 hours of it. God forbid, God bless you, Sam. Sorry that happened. I don't know if Bolanos is like, you're just looking at it. It's tough to tell. Yeah, Mark, thanks. God bless. But it's tough to tell if Bolanos is just, do they just want to catch a guy, and so they're charging Bolanos with the crime, even though there's at best extremely circumstantial evidence, or he's got blood on his jacket. Like, so if they got a search warrant and they searched his girlfriend's house, and they ran tests on his jacket had been washed, but there was tiny remnants of her blood on it. That's evidence. Like blood on his jacket is evidence, but like besides that, it looks like that's the only evidence they have. And then it's like, well, God forbid, do they want to catch the guy so badly that they planted the blood on him? Is it possible like he was in the neighborhood and he saw her body and somehow got the blood on him, but like he wasn't in her apartment? I don't know, but it didn't look like a strong case besides for the blood. And but it's tough to know. So keep on following that, and God forbid. And so there were so many witnesses for the hearing that it was divided up into 2 weeks. So we'll see if they have anything more next week. Okay, so big news this week in the alpha geometry. So like Duvid has been covering alpha zero for a few years. Even when I streamed on my multiple truth hypothesis, I'd mentioned like the alpha beta pruning and the Monte Carlo search. People saw the philosophy of science stream on computer simulations. We talked about the Monte Carlo mechanism in the alpha zero algorithm and DeepMind. So I've been covering this since it came out. Church of Entropy. We covered AlphaFold when it came out, and so now the new thing is alpha geometry and a new benchmark accomplishment of gold medal performance on Olympiad geometry problems. So here's a few things I share kind of regularly. So Yannick Kilcher on his podcast talking about alpha geometry. That one I didn't watch yet, just came up in my feed. And then AI Explained talking about the alpha geometry. So here's the full article in Nature. And like I'm organized in my dad's library. My dad has like 100 Years of Nature and Scientific America. My dad's a collector, and he has like the full collection of Nature, National Geographic, and Scientific America, like boxes, like rooms full of boxes of collections, and more than that. But like, yeah, Nature, Scientific America, National Geographic. So this was the main article in Nature this week. Although I will read through DeepMind, and DeepMind is the owner of um, AlphaZero. So here for Alpha Geometry. Alpha Geometry, an Olympiad level AI system for geometry. Our AI system surpasses the state-of-the-art approach for geometry problems, advancing AI reasoning in mathematics. Reflecting the Olympic spirit of ancient Greece, the International Mathematics Olympiad is a modern-day arena for the world's brightest high school mathematicians. The competition not only showcases young talent, but has emerged as a testing ground for advanced AI systems in math and reasoning. In a paper published today in Nature, we introduced Alpha Geometry, an AI system that solves complex geometry problems at a level approaching a human Olympiad gold medalist, a breakthrough in AI performance. In a benchmarking test of 30 Olympiad geometry problems, Alpha Geometry solved 25 within the standard Olympiad time limit. For comparison, the previous state-of-the-art system solved 10 of the geometry problems, and the average human gold medalist solves 25.9 problems. So the silver medalist is down to 23, bronze medalist 19. I don't know. I've never looked at it. I don't know how many I would solve. AI systems often struggle with complex problems in geometry and mathematics due to lack of reason skills and training data. Alpha Geometry system combines the predictive power of a neural language model with a rule-bound deduction engine, which work in tandem to find solutions. And by developing a method to generate a vast pool of synthetic training data, 100 million unique examples, we can train Alpha Geometry without any human demonstrations, sidestepping the data bottleneck. With Alpha Geometry, we demonstrate AI's growing ability to reason logically and to discover and verify new knowledge. Solving Olympiad-level geometry problems is an important milestone in developing deep mathematical reasoning on the path towards more advanced and general AI systems. We are open sourcing the Alpha Geometry code and model, and hope that together with other tools and approaches in synthetic data generation and training, it helps open up new possibilities across mathematics, science, and AI. It makes perfect sense to me now that researchers in AI are trying to their hands at the geometry problems first, because finding solutions for them works a little bit like chess in the sense that we have a rather small number of sensible moves at every step. But I still find it stunning that they could make it work. It is an impressive achievement. That's from a Fields medalist, Chow. Alpha Geometry adopts a neural symbolic approach. Alpha Geometry is a neural symbolic system made up of neural language model and a symbolic deduction engine, which work together to find proofs for complex geometry theorems, akin to the idea of thinking fast and slow. One system provides fast, intuitive ideas, and the other more deliberate, rational decision-making. Because language models excel at identifying general patterns and relationships in data, they can quickly predict potentially useful constructs, but often lack the ability to reason rigorously or explain their deductions. Symbolic deduction engines, on the other hand, are based on formal logic and use clear rules to arrive at conclusions. They're rational and explainable, but they can be slow and inflexible, especially when dealing with large, complex problems on their own. Alpha Geometry's language model guides its symbolic deduction engine towards likely solutions to geometry problems. Olympiad geometry problems are based on diagrams that need new geometric constructs to be added before they can be solved, such as points, lines, or circles. Alpha Geometry's language model predicts which new constructs would be the most useful to add from an infinite number of possibilities. These clues help fill in the gaps and allow the symbolic engine to make further deductions about the diagram and close in on the solution. Alpha Geometry solving a simple problem, giving the problem diagram and its theorem premises. Alpha Geometry first uses the symbolic engine to deduce new statements about the diagram until the solution is found or new statements are exhausted. If no solution is found, Alpha Geometry's language model adds one potentially useful construct. opening new paths of deduction for the symbolic engine. The loop continues until a solution is found. In this example, just one construct is required. Alpha geometry solving an Olympiad problem, problem 3 of the 2015 International Mathematics Olympiad, and condensed version, the alpha geometry solution. The blue elements are added construct. Alpha geometry solution has 109 logical steps. Generating 100 million synthetic data examples. Geometry relies on understanding of space, distance, shape, and relative positions, and is fundamental to art, architecture, engineering, and many other fields. Human can learn geometry using a pen and paper, examining diagrams, and using existing knowledge to uncover new, more sophisticated geometric properties and relationships. Our synthetic data generation approach emulates this knowledge building process at scale, allowing us to train alpha geometry from scratch without any human demonstrations. Using highly parallelized computing, the system started by generating 1 billion random diagrams of geometric objects and exhaustively derived all the relationships between the points and lines in each diagram. Alpha geometry found all the proofs contained in each diagram, then worked backwards to find out what additional constructs, if any, were needed to arrive at these proofs. We call this process symbolic deduction and traceback. This huge data pool was filtered to exclude similar examples, resulting in a final training data set of 100 million unique examples of varying difficulty, of which 9 million features added constructs. With so many examples of how these constructs led to proofs, alpha geometry's language model is able to make good suggestions for new constructs when presented with Olympiad geometry problems. Pioneering mathematical reasoning with AI. The solution to every Olympiad problem provided by alpha geometry was checked and verified by computer. We also compared its results with previous AI methods and with human performance at the Olympiad. In addition, Evan Chen, a math coach and former Olympiad gold medalist, evaluated a selection of alpha geometry solution for us. Chen said alpha geometry's output is impressive because it's both verifiable and clean. Past AI solutions to proof-based competition problems have sometimes been hit or miss. Outputs are only correct sometimes and need human checks. Alpha geometry does not have this weakness. Its solutions have machine verifiable structure, yet despite this, its output is still human readable. One can have imagined a computer program that solved geometry problems by brute force, coordinate systems, think pages of tedious algebra calculations. Alpha geometry is not that. It uses classical geometry rules with angles and similar triangles, just as students do. Alpha geometry's output is very impressive because it's both verifiable and clean. It uses classical geometry rules with angles and similar triangles, just as students do. As each Olympiad features 6 problems, only 2 of which are typically focused on geometry. Alpha geometry can only be applied to 1/3 of the problem of the given Olympiad. Nevertheless, its geometry capability alone makes it the first AI model in the world capable of passing the bronze medal threshold of the test in 2000 and 2015. In geometry, our system approach to the standard of the gold medalist, but we have our eye on even bigger prize, advancing reasoning for next generation AI systems. Given the wider potential of training AI systems from scratch with a large-scale synthetic data, this approach could shape how the AI systems of the future discover new knowledge in math and beyond. Alpha geometry builds on Google DeepMind and Google Research work to pioneer mathematical reasoning with AI, from exploring the beauty of pure mathematics to solving mathematical and scientific problems with language models. And most recently, we introduced FunSearch, which made the first discoveries in open problems in mathematical science using large language models. Our long-term goal remains to build AI systems that can generalize across mathematical fields, developing the sophisticated problem solving and reasoning that general AI systems will depend on, all the while extending the frontiers of human knowledge. Okay, so I'm just curious if the Lions, okay, God forbid the Lions lost. So Duvid here in Detroit, not a big sports fan, but just curious the Lions lost, God forbid. Okay, so The Guardian had a full exposition on the tunnels, the Chabad tunnels, and ironically, they interviewed a friend of mine on Facebook, the guy who used to read the Torah at the downtown synagogue in Detroit. And so I thought I'd look through this article in The Guardian on the tunnels, and then we'll talk about the war, and then we'll move on to the Vienna Circle. So I'm probably not going to ramble too much. I'm just going to read through a few things related to the war, but let's look, update on the tunnels. And this was co-written with the Shtetl. The 3 decades saga that led to the Crown Heights tunnels. How a group of anti-establishment yeshiva students from the Israel city of Tzfat took control of Chabad Lubavitch Synagogue in Brooklyn and started digging. Last week, after underground tunnels were discovered near the Chabad Lubavitch Synagogue in Brooklyn's Crown Heights neighborhood, and attempts by synagogue officials to perform repairs were prevented by a group of yeshiva students, a mini riot broke out after police showed up to restore order. A group of rowdy yeshiva students were seen smashing down a wall at the most cherished site of the Chabad movement. The incident in New York made headlines in primetime TV from Reykjavik to Mumbai and Bayan. Anti-Semitic conspiracy theories on the internet went into overdrive, alleging the tunnels were used for everything from child sexual abuse to secret animal sacrifices. Even well-meaning observers wondered what in God's name was going on there. The real story emerged in bits and pieces. The incident involved unauthorized and haphazard attempt by a group of students to expand the Chabad synagogue, commonly referred to as 770 for its address at 770 Eastern Parkway. The tunnels were access points to an area the students had been excavating. In subsequent statements, synagogue officials referred to students as young agitators and extremists. Several well-placed sources within the Crown Heights Chabad community, however, have identified the tunnel diggers as having more distinct identity, the Tzfatim. The Tzfatim have a long reputation for creating disturbances, are, in the parlance of Chabad factionalism, extreme Mishachists. Mishachists, or Messianists, are Chabad Hasidim who believe that their late leader, Rabbi Menachem Mendel Schneerson, is the Messiah, and despite his death in 1994, is still meant to reappear. Tzfatim, literally those from Tzfat, the city of Tzfat in Israel, where many of the students had attended yeshiva previously and then came to spend a period of study in Crown Heights, are perceived to be, even by Mishaki standards, unusually fervent in their belief and have been involved in numerous incidents of violence and mayhem for nearly 3 decades. The underground evacuations, it now appears, are the latest in a long string of incidents of anarchy and lawlessness by the group. You just mentioned Tzfat, where the Arizal was, and the Arizal is one of the originators of the concept of the soul of Messiah and the 36 Lamed Vav Tzaddikim being reincarnated each generation. The 90s Messiah. The seeds of Chabad Messianism were planted decades before the Tzfatim showed up on the scene. When Rabbi Menachem Mendel Schneerson assumed the leadership of Chabad Lubavitch community in 1951, he delivered a seminal public address which set the movement's guidance principle for the next 7 decades. We are the last generation. It is our job to bring Mashiach, the Hebrew term for the Messiah. In the years that followed, Chabad Hasidim were animated by various initiatives that were tasked by Schneerson, but none of those more so than the notion that the Messiah was everything. It was time. We must bring him. He must come. He will come, and it will be in our lifetime. His followers heard something else too. Their leader, in their view, was declaring himself the Messiah. What exactly he said and what he meant and how he meant it would be hotly debated over the years, but in a broad sense, Chabad Messianism became established Chabad doctrine. In 1991, Schneerson delivered an address to his followers that triggered a maelstrom within Chabad. I've done everything I can to bring Mashiach, but we are still in exile, he said. Now I hand it over to you. You must do everything you can. His words sent shockwaves through the Chabad world. Committees began to form. The Rebbe had tasked them with the ultimate monumental task, except they knew who Messiah was. It was Schneerson himself. What many Chabad Hasidim heard, therefore, was a command to prepare the world for the Rebbe to reveal himself. During the 10 months that followed, the Chabad community went into a frenzy. The feeling was that Messiah's arrival was now imminent. This was not a drill. There were various initiatives to collect signatures declaring Schneerson the Messiah. When told about the signatures, he thanked those involved for their effort. Did he approve? Many Chabad followers thought it obvious that he did. Then in March of 1992, Schneerson had a stroke and lost the ability to speak, his illness deteriorating steadily. The mood of Chabad became desperate. The Rebbe couldn't die. He was Mashiach. A refrain known as the Yehi, chanted and sung each time Schneerson appeared in public, came to symbolize the messianic fervor and the belief that the Rebbe could not die. Long live our master, our teacher, our rabbi, the King Messiah, forever and ever. Schneerson could no longer speak, but he would nod and encourage the singing. In June of 1994, Schneerson died. A split in Chabad, the Meshachist and the anti-Meshachist. As news of the Rebbe's death spread, erratic scenes began to play out in various Chabad communities across the world. While some people wept, others sang and dancing. Schneerson's death is the final climactic twist before he reappeared as the Messiah. The movement as a whole, however, entered a period of crisis. A number of top Chabad rabbis met to decide whether chanting Yehi was still appropriate. Unable to reach consensus, it was left to individuals and communities to decide for themselves. David Lerner, a friend of David here in Oak Park, Michigan, even know multiple people in his family, and who used to read the Torah for the downtown synagogue. And as mentioned, Chabad in Detroit was established, the community, by the Friedecker Rebbe in the 1920s. David Lerner, who grew up in Detroit, Chabad, was a child when Schneerson died, but he remembers a sense of disorientation within the community. I remember going to shul and we were like, what should we do now? Because nobody in Lubavitch really prepared for it, it seemed. Debates broke out in various Chabad communities how to relate to Schneerson's death. Two prominent Chabad yeshivas, those in Chabad, Israel, and Detroit, Michigan, came to symbolize two opposing viewpoints, the Mishachist and the anti-Mishachist. The Mishachist continued to chant Yehi and referred to Schneerson publicly as the King Messiah. The anti-Mishachites accepted that Schneerson was now deceased, even if some vague, unarticulated sense they still believed he was the Messiah. Sam, a former Chabad chassid who studied in the Chabad yeshiva during the period, but asked to be identified only by his first name, recalled how some of the Chabad students, seeking to maintain their fervent messianic beliefs, decided that they would now visit Schneerson's gravesite. The man they proclaimed to be King Messiah forever and ever couldn't be dead and buried. At the Chabad yeshiva in Detroit, however, different consensus was reached. Detroit got a reputation for being very anti, and they got it very early, Lerner said, recalling that his father instructed him immediately after Schneerson's death to stop referring to him as the King Messiah. During the mid to late 90s, when the high holidays brought together Mishachist and anti-Mishachist at 770, the divide was not yet so clearly defined. According to Lerner, the antis also believed the Rebbe was Mashiach, but it just wasn't discussed much. He said, you were expected to know without being told. They may have owned the building, but they couldn't come in. Among the Mishachites, the student from the Chabad yeshiva, the Spatim, stood out as the most radical believers and for attempts to intimidate and harass the opponents. During prayers and gatherings, they began to place Schneerson's empty chair in the sanctuary to symbolize his continued presence. They also began to place his lectern in its old place during gatherings, as if setting up for an address Schneerson was to give. At that time, these sex acts were particularly controversial. It wasn't a belief that he was physically sitting in the chair, Sam recalled. It was a symbolic thing, but the trouble was brewing. Within a few years, the Mishachist, led by the Spatim, began to chant and sing Yehi at gatherings. The anti-Mishachist, led by the Detroitniks, would try to silence them. Soon fistfights began to break out. There were always clashes, Lerner said. There was screaming and shouting, sometimes physical altercations. I remember somebody's beard getting yanked, glasses being broken. Sam remembers similar incitements of rising tension as both groups tried to assert their dominance over the space. There was physical abuse, straight-up fistfights. The cops came down a few times, but it wasn't just us. The antis had the Detroitniks. Conflict erupted over the other issues. Two umbrella organizations, Merkos Lianyoni Chinuch, which oversees all educational outreach activities, and Agudas Chasidei Chabad, the organization for the worldwide Chabad Lubavitch movement, were led by the anti-Mishachites Yehuda Krinsky and Abraham Shem Tov, commonly referred to as Merkos and Aguk, the organizations jointly representing the movement's establishment, or what some referred to jokingly as Chabad Incorporated. They were also the legal owners of the 770 complex, which included the synagogue, the yeshiva, the communal library, Schneerson's formal study, and various communal offices and other spaces. When Aguk decided to publish some of Schneerson's private notes, the Spatim vehemently opposed it. Sam said, we, the Spatim, would find the publications and dispose of them in Shemosh, the disposal method for sacred writing, because we argued no one was allowed to read the Rebbe's private writings. When prayer groups were started by Aguk, in which had been Schneerson's private rooms, the Spatim once again were outraged, which led to further harassment and violence. So when Aguk and Merkos owned the complex, we were the guys sitting in 770 controlling it, Sam said. As the Spatim grew bolder, Krimsky and Shem Tov, having legal ownership over 7070, grew alarmed and tried to tamp down the Spatim's growing dominance. But the Spatim were not without their own allies. The day-to-day caretakers at 770 were the Gaboyim, or wardens, who leaned towards the Mishachites. Krimsky and Shem Tov became the Spatim's primary antagonist. When Krimsky and Shem Tov would enter 770, we would attack them verbally and physically, Sam recalled. We didn't want them in 770, and then the Detroitniks would retaliate. Either way, It was the students who ran 770, not Krinsky, not Shemtov, not one. They may have owned the building, but they couldn't step into the main shul if the students didn't want them there. A significant flashpoint centered around control of literature publication. For decades, Kahos, the movement's main publishing arm, issued most of the Chabad literature, including writings by previous leaders, as well as prayer books and other religious works. But Kahos, too, was affiliated with the anti-Mishakis. According to Lerner, the Mishakis needed the Kahos literature, but any mention of the Rebbe had that long pusillanimous epithet, made the memory of the righteous be holy and blessed. So the Sfatim would either tear the page out or put a sticker over it. They had to use the literature published by the other side, but they'd edit it, deface it to fit their own reality. One notable incident in 1999 involved the defacing of the plaque that marked the cornerstone of the shul at 770. The plaque contained the epithet, "May his holy memory be blessed," typically reserved for the deceased. In the middle of the night, two Tzfati students defaced the plaque by scratching out the offending phrase. After administrators tried to restore it, it was defaced again. By the late 1990s, the Tzfatim had achieved substantial control over 770, and the Detroitniks had, for all intents and purposes, conceded their territory. By the early 2000s, the Tzfatim grew more and more radical in their denial of the Rebbe's deaths, grew increasingly literal, and they developed elaborate sets of rituals around the invisible Rebbe. One of the most emblematic Tzfati rituals was the creation of the Shvil, which involved parting a crowd as if to make way for the Rebbe to pass through. To the Tzfatim, the Rebbe's presence was so profound that it could almost be felt even if unseen. Other practices include setting up a lectern and a microphone as if Schneerson was about to deliver a live talk. A recording of one of the Schneerson's past addresses would then be played, creating the illusion of a live speech. During some gatherings, the Tzfatim began to file past the Rebbe's chair as if to receive wine from his goblet. Another practice was the imitation of Schneerson handing out dollars for recipients to give charity, which he had done regularly during his lifetime, though even many Tzfatim thought this was going too far. These actions created a bewildering atmosphere for those who did not share the Tzfatim's further for the Mishakism. It also created a sense of chaos for Crown Heights residents, even for those who were themselves Mishakis but more moderate in their views. As Lerner put it, Crown Heights Incorporated had leadership and hierarchy. Of course, there were conflicts, but they usually settled within the framework. With the Tzfatim, it was just so anarchic. But in 2004, unable to control the Tzfatim's radical takeover of 770, Krinsky and Shemtov decided to take legal action, regain control of the premises, filing suit against the wardens of the synagogue, the Gaboim, who they saw as giving the Tzfatim broad latitude to do as they pleased. Subsequently, the litigation dragged on with multiple appeals, and as of this writing, a final ruling is still pending. Hey, Jim, Dead Shoal, God bless, thanks for tuning in. There's a bunch of gematrias on 770. I forget them offhand. The tunnels are actually a no-brainer. Despite the tension and occasional flare-ups of violence, 770 remained a cherished site and a focal point of the global Chabad community. It's still well attended, especially during holidays and other important occasions. It's often immensely overcrowded. In Rosh Hashanah, the sanctuary is so full that the brief walk to the doorway for the bathroom break is a 20-minute adventure that requires climbing over tables and benches, squeezing through tightly packed throngs, and praying that your jacket buttons don't come off in the process. The need to expand the synagogue has been widely recognized. What's more, expansion plans had already been drawn up under Schneerson's direction during the 1980s. According to Yossi Neufeld, a writer and journalist who has frequently written about Chabad's Messianic doctrines, Schneerson saw expanding the shul to be of Messianic import. This is the shul of Mashiach, Schneerson had said. But the vision was never completed during Schneerson's lifetime, and following his death, expansion plans have stalled for nearly 3 decades, due in least part to the ongoing litigation. According to Neufeld, the anti-Mishakis too want to expand, but from their point of view, he says 770 has been hijacked. There's no purpose in expanding it in its current state, and it's not in the interest of the Chabad movement. That's why litigation is so important. They need to evict the Messianic faction. So far, however, the eviction effort has gone nowhere. They went to court 20 years ago, and they're still in court 20 years later, Neufeld said. While many in Chabad see expanding the synagogue as a practical necessity, the Tzfatim began to see it as a grandeur mission, the fulfillment of the Rebbe's desire to broaden and enhance the shul of Mashiach. Frustrated by the lack of progress, the delay in realizing Schneerson's vision created a sense of urgency among the Tzfati students who decided the only way to proceed was to take matters in their own hands, and almost succeeded in some ways it already has. Precisely when the excavation began is somewhat unclear, but it may have started as early as 2018, and at least by some reports was well underway during the COVID-19 pandemic in 2020. Over these past few years, the students managed to excavate a wide area adjacent to the synagogue, including an access tunnel. If not for Gaboim discovering the excavation several weeks ago, the work would have continued. As of now, the excavation work has been halted, and according to some reports, the damage to the synagogue interior has been partly repaired. But Sam, the former Tzfati, believes the project will ultimately succeed. What they're doing is actually a no-brainer. Sam says they need to expand. They have real problems. And he says, I'd be surprised if by next year the whole excavation isn't made official. I think the shul will just be de facto expanded. His reasoning, Sam says, is simple. Ultimately, there is no way with any authority to keep the Sfatim from doing as they please. Yes, the community was horrified, he says, but the Gaboim are powerless. No one is in charge, Sam explains. Krinsky, whose organization owns the premises, can't walk into the synagogue. There's a sense in Crown Heights that the inmates are running the asylum, and there's nothing anyone could do about it. But that's nothing new either. The one person who was likely the least surprised is Krimsky, says Sam. He's probably saying, good morning. This has been going on for 25 years. As for the diggers, Neufeld says, and they're thinking they have to complete the mission, even if it means fighting the cops and fighting the communal authorities. The King Messiah told them to do this, and he's the higher authority. To them, he says, the Rebbe's alive. He's not buried in Queens. He is the King Messiah. They don't accept the authority of the rabbis or the community council or of the Merkos. The whole hierarchy is obliterated. The King Messiah is above all that. In a way, this thinking is consistent with the message Schneerson bequeathed to his followers. The Messiah will come when you have the audacity to do what it really takes to bring them. To them, it's plain, Neufeld says, of the diggers, by smashing down these walls, will force the end of the exile, will force the Rebbe's return. So this is by Hanania Groner, says from Chabad, Australia. I'm not sure if Groner is related to the Rebbe's secretary, Rabbi Groner. Duvid Verbrang with him a few times. He was a friend with Rabbi Delphin, who I mentioned last week. Nam, God bless. You could just search 770 Gematria online, so I don't remember offhand, but you could probably just do an internet search, 770 Gematria Chabad. And I rambled at length last week on Chabad and the messianism and keeping the hope, the soul of Messiah, keeping the hope of Messiah, who will be the soul of Messiah for next generation. Duvid does not believe. Duvid, is a low-level Mishachist in lines with Reb Moshe Wolfson, who just thinks that the Rebbe had the soul of Messiah of the generation, but the generation didn't merit for Messiah to come in our lifetime. And when the Rebbe died, the soul was transmigrated to somebody else. So it's not going to be the Rebbe. The Rebbe was the potential Messiah of the generation, but Messiah is not a one-man effort. It takes the merit of the whole generation, and last generation didn't merit it. So we discussed that last week. And also the competition, now Chabad's like a settled, authoritative, almost one of the most authoritative mainstream Jewish organizations. And you have a lot of people in power like, I'm Chabad, I'm in charge. And you have the Mishachis like, no, the dream is alive. You're not in charge. The Rebbe's still in charge. Anybody could still follow the Rebbe's mission. I do not need some fake gabbai, some fake leader of Chabad telling me that I need their authority to be part of the Rebbe's mission. So anybody could take part in the Rebbe's mission. The Rebbe, the Haredi Chabad American dream, jokingly that, like God forbid, any Jew could go to 770 and then go out into the world and get their 2,800 Goyish slaves. God forbid, joking aside, but saying the dream lives on, and you do not need the permission of any of these proclaimed leaders of the movement. And to that extent, the Mishachists have the upper hand, because you say, okay, well, you're a servant of Chabad in the mission. You have no power besides for being a servant of the mission. And if you went out and you did shlichus and you created an organization and moistos and gained the respect, great. But you can't come back and then say, like, I have authority in Chabad. Chabad was a one-man organization, the Rebbe, and it will always be that way until the leader of next generation, because the Rebbe wasn't just the leader of Chabad, and then the Rebbe passes away and the organization could retake the power. The Rebbe was the leader of all of Israel, and the leaders of Chabad today can't assume that authority. And so it exists as an empty structure, and say, okay, the inmates are running the asylum, the crazies that think that the Rebbe's still alive, because they have the true message of Chabad and the teachings and the message of Hasidus, especially through Chabad, is in fact open to everybody, and you can't have some hard-handed authority structure trying to clean up the mess and saying, I'm in charge here. So but a lot to cover. So God forbid, war update. So I got a lot of stuff I want to get to this week. So I'm not going to ramble too much. I'm just going to cover some important updates and news, and actually quite a bit, God forbid. So Kings and Generals did a video on an actual kind of like war update, what's going on, where things moving, where's Israel advancing, your destruction of tanks and armored combat, how like numbers and various factors. So this is a pretty good overview. One interesting note is most military experts think that Hamas has regained control of large parts of northern Gaza. So you look at the map, like Israel had made incursions on quite a bit, like from Gaza, and the blue part is where Israel made incursions. These parts is where Israel set up bases. God forbid you saw like the bulldozing cemeteries, or whatever places where Israel decided to make an incursion, set up a camp. But the majority of central Gaza City remains in Hamas's control. And when Israel was more active there, it was bombing. It's still bombing. God forbid we saw that Israel dropped like countless of these 2,000-pound bombs. They're probably still doing that. They were sending in some missions, but relatively, Israel never did the ground invasion. They're mostly sending in tanks against protocol with no troops. So like Ukraine, almost all protocol is that tanks are meant to be manned with men marching along the outside of the tank. And obviously that's extremely dangerous. Like the likelihood of death marching along the outside of a tank is extremely high. So in Russia and Ukraine, that's why you have hundreds of thousands of dead, because half of those guys probably died. So Israel is not willing to do that level of casualties. So they just send in the tanks, and Israel's kind of like their method is basically everything but troops. And like when they actually get to troops is like, first they bomb it, then they bring in the tanks and the artillery, then they bring in the bulldozers, and then they might send in a few troops. But like Israel just doesn't have the stomach to take the losses and do a ground invasion. So most people think that Hamas has taken back most of northern Gaza. And, so we'll look into a little more analysis, but Kings and Generals has, did something, and they will see what's going on in southern Gaza. The question of Khan Yunis, how much progress is Israel even making in southern Gaza? Do we have so at some point, Israel had accomplished much more. But since they pulled out, Hamas has basically retaken all of that territory. Okay, so here's the New York Times this week on the rapid expansion of tent cities. God forbid this humanitarian catastrophe. So, Judas, God bless, Shavua Tov. So as Dude mentioned, like what Israel could have done, I don't think Israel has made any progress in the war at all. Like they shouldn't have dropped a single bomb. They could have retaken Israel, driven Hamas back into Gaza, resealed the wall, and then went into negotiations. 100+ days of the war, Israel has accomplished nothing. Likely the prisoner exchanges that they did for the hostages that they got out, they could have done that without any of the bombings. So God forbid Israel's killed over 25,000 people for nothing. Israel's created over 2 million refugees in horrible humanitarian condition for nothing. Israel's destroyed all of the buildings for nothing. And most likely because Israel was hoping to ethnically cleanse, to drive the Palestinians out of Israel into the Sinai Peninsula and into other countries. But like relatively, Israel has only hurt themselves. I mean, God forbid they've hurt Gaza. They've killed 25,000 people, the majority innocent non-combatants, women and children. So we'll look at that more. So see the rapid expansion of the tent camps in southern Gaza. Recent satellite imagery shows an influx of displaced Palestinians into Rafah, the Gaza Strip's southernmost region, where about 1.25 million people are now living in squalid, cramped conditions. This increase is visible in commercially available satellite imagery from Planet Labs that was taken over the past 2 months. It reveals the scale of the dire humanitarian crisis in Rafah that has worsened as the Israeli government offensive against Hamas has intensified in central and southern Gaza. Early in the war, official shelters like this UN logistics base became overcrowded and tents were set up in the immediate area. By early December, large numbers of tents began popping up around the shelters. The number of tents and makeshift structures sharply increased across the area of Rafah after Israel's repeated orders to evacuate larger portions of central and southern Gaza in December. As of Sunday, even more tents have appeared, filling up even more available space. They're saying there's over 1 million people here now. God forbid, horrible humanitarian conditions. The part of the northwest Rafah in the image has become the primary area of the new impromptu encampments to house displaced Gazans, yet tents are also visible in areas across Rafah's approximate 25 square miles. With little space available to shelter indoors, Rafah has become a city covered with plastic sheeting, said Tuma, the director of the communications for the United Nations Relief and Works Agency. The arrival of displaced people in Rafah in recent weeks has led to the spread of tent camps further away from the established shelters. These areas come with challenges like lack of electricity, clean water, bathrooms, and other basics, as well as less access to the limited aid trickling into Rafah. Because these are informal camps without official leadership or representation, agencies have no one to coordinate distribution with, forcing those seeking assistance to go to established sites to receive aid. While aid groups like the Norwegian Refugee Council have provided some displaced people with tents, many people have been forced to build their own. Thousands more have struggled without any kind of shelter. Streets and open spaces are now filled with homemade structures and tents. Makeshift shelters constructed from salvage materials are unable to withstand seemingly increasingly cold, wet, and windy winter weather. Satellite imagery from Planet Labs taken on Sunday shows the rapid expansion of one of the tent camps in an open area along the border between Gaza and Egypt that was empty in early December. Those staying in official shelters are considered somewhat safer from Israeli airstrikes than people living in makeshift tent camps. Shelters for displaced people are protected under humanitarian law, according to UN officials. That said, at least 330 displaced people staying in UN shelters across the Gaza Strip have been killed since the war began on October 7th, according to the UN Relief and Works Agency. Since December 1st, the Israeli ministry has ordered civilians to evacuate from large swaths of the central and southern regions of Deir and Al-Bala and Khan Yunis, areas that were sheltering more than 550,000 internally displaced people and were home to over 1 million people before the war. Many of these displaced people have fled to Rafah. By mid-December, Rafah was already estimated as sheltering over 1 million people and had become Gaza's most densely populated area, with roughly fourfold increase in population compared from before the war. With at least 100,000 additional people having poured in, the region is struggling to meet the massive humanitarian need. Rafah is one of the poorest parts of Gaza. The infrastructure is not at all suitable to absorb this huge influx. The number of people registered at shelters in Rafah was 978,000 as of January 14th, up from 705,000 on December 25th and 463,000 on December 1st. According to UN data, hundreds of thousands of additional people are also estimated to be staying in the region unregistered with the shelter system. You see Deir al-Bala, which had been a shelter and then Israel ordered to evacuate. Many within Gaza have been displaced multiple times since the onset of bombing campaign and ground invasion in response to Hamas' attack in Israel in October. Relief officials say that the repeated displacements make it difficult to accurately track the movement of people over time, with a vast majority of Gaza's population displaced. Aid groups and the UN have been struggling to keep up with the staggering demand for help in Rafah and across the Gaza Strip. Even when aid is available, relief officials say that its delivery has been impeded by exhaustive inspections by Israel authorities and the aid trucks sometimes come under fire from Israeli forces. Okay, let's also look at David Horowitz's article in the Times of Israel. Irresponsibility compounds catastrophe, why the IDF's war against Hamas has lost momentum. Dismantling Hamas in southern Gaza is always going to be tougher than in the north, but the challenge is being exacerbated by insistent ambivalence from the political leadership. More than 100 days after the October 7th Israel vital military effort to destroy Hamas to prevent it carrying out more massacres, to deter our other enemies, and to enable Israelis to safely return to border areas and sleep soundly in our beds everywhere, has lost momentum. It has not stalled, but it certainly has slowed. In part, this is because one of the particular nature of and demands of the campaign in southern Gaza. In large part, too, however, it is because in absence of clear political direction, with the catastrophe engineered by Hamas now at risk of being compounded by domestic political irresponsibility in overseeing the fight back. The military challenge in the south of the Strip is far more complex than it was in the north, but willful ambivalence and foot-dragging by the political leadership means IDF chiefs do not yet know precisely what medium or long-term goal they are supposed to be seeking, especially regarding the Gaza-Egypt border. Residents of western Negev communities 4 to 7 kilometers from Gaza were being encouraged in recent days by the defense ministry to go back home. Hamas' ongoing capacity to fire rockets at them means that most of them do not want to do so, local council heads told Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu on Tuesday, and he reportedly assented to their demand to rethink the timetable and to provide state funding for them to stay in temporary accommodation elsewhere throughout the summer. Fighting with determination, resilience, and what has become termed high intensity, with the Air Force targeting Hamas infrastructure ahead of the ground forces, the IDF has attained widespread, though not absolute, control in northern Gaza and moved on to tackle Hamas battalions in the center of the Strip. The tactics caused devastation in northern Gaza, where Hamas had booby-trapped every other house, in the words of the IDF officials. Despite the IDF's efforts and its repeated pleas to non-combatants to leave, the bombardment led to high numbers of civilian casualties, from within whose ranks Hamas gunmen fight in civilian clothes, less reliance on the Israeli Air Force would have meant far more dead IDF soldiers. As the army has turned its attention southward, however, to Khan Yunis, where it believes much of Hamas leadership may be hiding, presumably with hostages as shields, a switch away from high-intensity warfare to more surgical operations has become a necessity. Areas of southern Gaza that are ordinarily densely populated are even more so, with almost the entire displaced population of northern Gaza now there too. Hamas will not be quickly defanged in Khan Yunis, and Hamas key leaders, none of whom have yet been eliminated, believe that they will be able to wait this out. They see much of the international community not only blithely ignoring the October 7th massacre in southern Israel that necessitated Israel's campaign, but demonstrating with increased further and mustering lawfare initiatives, such as the genocide allegations at The Hague, to try to force an immediate ceasefire that would leave Hamas capable of rising to slaughter Israelis again. Deep in the underworld it built at the expense of Hamas's civilians, a network far more extensive and sophisticated than IDF knew going on, Hamas's avowed genocidal leaders must delight in the libel that has placed Israel in the dock. Beyond the operational complexities posed by Khan Yunis, moreover, Israel's political leadership steadfastly refused to provide its military commanders with the strategic vision to enable it to tackle the challenge at the foot of the Gaza Strip, in Rafah, and along the 14-kilometer Gaza-Egypt border, the Philadelphia corridor. Decision making now. As the weeks and months have passed, the clamor has grown from within the IDF and the Benny Gantz-led National Unity component of the Emergency War Coalition for cabinet debate and decision on what Israel seeks for Gaza's post-war governance. That clamor has now reached a fever pitch, with IDF Chief Herzi Halevi reportedly warning that the gains made in more than 3 months of fighting risk erosion because no strategies have been put together for the day after, and Gantz penning a letter to Netanyahu demanding decision-making now. The need to move beyond Netanyahu's repeated brushstroke talk about fighting until victory and ensuring that Gaza can never again constitute a threat to Israel, and instead to formulate a specific frameworks for security around Gaza and governance within it, is urgent, and Rafah is one of the prime reasons why this is so, as has been the case since it withdrew unilaterally from Gaza in 2005. Israel has no control over the Gaza-Egypt border, and since Hamas ousted the Palestinian Authority 2 years later, the Philadelphia corridor is essentially Egypt's sole responsibility. Some very senior IDF officials say Egypt has largely failed to prevent Hamas bringing whatever it has wanted from its war machines across that border. Others tell a different story of Egyptian efforts to prevent such imports. But the fact is that Israel, as far as is known, has not been engaged in substantive contacts with the Egyptians about how to seal the border. Netanyahu said 2 weeks ago that the Philadelphia corridor has to be in our hands. On Saturday night, he amended the definitive stance, terming the idea of Israeli control one possibility for what I call the southern barrier, as the IDF tries to formulate how to tackle Hamas in Rafah, where the population density is even higher. The town's 400,000 strong populace, now widely reported to have swollen to some 1.2 million. It is the height of irresponsibility for its political masters not to have told the military whether it is being asked to retake the border area, be it temporary or permanently. Netanyahu's insistent refusal to hold substantive decisions on the day after for Gaza makes perfect political sense for him personally. The far-right allies of which his premiership depends seek permanent Israeli rule over Gaza and the revival of Jewish settlements there. Netanyahu may not want Israel to retake full responsibility for the governance of 2.3 million Hamas indoctrinated Gazans, but as has been the case since his hardline coalition took power a little over a year ago, he dares not risk falling from power by defying Bezalel Smotrich or Itamar Ben-Gvir. Thus, the vital day after debate and decision-making process has not been seriously addressed in the Security Cabinet. One effort dissolved into a political ambush of the IDF Chief of Staff, and the IDF is fighting a highly complex campaign in southern Gaza without actually knowing what it is expected to attain and to protect. In that context, it is entirely unsurprising that the families of many of the hostages still held in Gaza are urging a deal with Hamas, even at the price of a protracted ceasefire. Gantz and his main National Unity Party colleague, Gadi Eisenkot, are widely reported to support him. Changing goals. The Biden administration, without whose military supplies Israel quite simply could not continue to the fight, and whose representatives regularly participate in Israeli war discussions, is watching all this play out with mounting dismay. With U.S. President Joe Biden under growing pressure in election year over his support for Israel in opposition to a permanent ceasefire, the unloved Netanyahu concerns about his domestic political difficulties do not resonate particularly deeply with the administration. On his most recent visit, U.S. Secretary of State Antony Blinken, openly worried about potentially escalating on other fronts, eschewed talk of destroying or dismantling Hamas and instead repeatedly backed what he apparently unilaterally decided is now the Israeli goal of ensuring that October 7th can never happen again. If that is the formation now guiding Washington, rather than the legitimate objective to eliminate Hamas that the president hitherto championed, then the U.S. watching Israel's government failing to responsibly direct in an immensely difficult military campaign seems certain to keep increasing the pressure for the fighting to wind down. The IDF is still talking of war continuing through 2024, and it's doubtless working on tactics to somehow maintain crushing pressure on Hamas, even without high intensity fighting, and with a much reduced troop deployment. What it needs is a clear-cut political direction. Otherwise, Israel faces the dangers of Hamas's leadership and fighting force surviving partially intact, and of our other enemies delighted, and of Israelis in the south and the north and everywhere in between remaining bereft of security, and that is both unconscionable and untenable. Okay, the two articles in the Wall Street Journal this week. I'll look at Wall Street Journal as a paywall, so I'm using the archive site. U.S. pushes its hostage release plan aimed at ending the Gaza war. The talks are at an early stage, and large gaps remain between Israel and Hamas on the details. Dubai. The U.S., Egypt, and Qatar are pushing Egypt and Hamas to join a phased diplomatic process that would start with the release of hostages and eventually lead to withdrawal of Israeli forces and an end to the war in Gaza. Diplomats involved in mediating the talks said. Neither side in the conflict has agreed to the terms of the new proposal, which includes steps at odds with the stated position of Israel and Hamas. Tahar al-Namo, a media advisor to Hamas, said that there were no real progress, and Israeli officials didn't respond to a request for comment. But people briefed on the talk said that Israel and Hamas were again willing to engage in discussions after weeks of stalled talks following the end of the last ceasefire on November 30th. The negotiations were set to continue in Cairo in coming days, the people said. The two parties' willingness to discuss the framework was a positive step. Mediators are now working to bridge the gap. One of the people briefed on the talk said the new proposal, backed by Washington, Cairo, and Doha, represented a new approach to diffusing the conflict, aiming to make the release of the Israeli hostages kidnapped by Hamas part of the comprehensive deal that could lead to an end to hostilities. In November, a pause in fighting lasted a week and was accompanied by an exchange of 100 Israeli hostages in Gaza for more than 300 Palestinian prisoners held by Israel, and Israeli negotiators have continued to push for a 2-week halt to fighting to allow for hostage prisoner exchanges and have been reluctant to discuss plans that envision a permanent ceasefire, Egyptian officials said. Hamas, on the other hand, is seeking to gain maximum advantage from the captives it holds and only wants to trade them for thousands of Palestinian prisoners and a permanent ceasefire. Gaza leader Yahya Sinwar believes that Israelis will prioritize hostages over the battlefield and that Hamas needs to hold out as long as possible to exhaust Israel and keep international pressure on it, the official said. Sinwar is willing to release the hostages but wants a longer ceasefire and better terms than last time, the official said. Hamas took more than 200 hostages in the surprise attack on October 7th that Israel said also left about 1,200 people dead. Some of those killed were tortured and raped. Israel officials said that the attack profoundly changed Israel's society and have vowed to destroy Hamas and kill its leaders. The U.S., Egypt, and Qatar see another hostage deal as the key to bringing a prolonged halt to the fighting. Egyptian officials say that while Israel leaders publicly take an uncompromising stance, there are divisions within the Israeli cabinet, with some calling for a prioritization of hostages. In a rare interview with Israeli television, Gadi Eisenkot, a former general who is now a non-voting member of the Israelis' war cabinet, said, "We should say bravely that it's impossible to return the hostages alive in the near future without an agreement." Other senior Israeli leaders disagree, saying that only continued military pressure on Hamas will compel the group to return captives. On Tuesday in Cairo, Israeli negotiators offered another counter-proposal on hostages that did not include a path to ending the war, Egyptian officials said. They said Egypt's top negotiator, its intelligence chief Abbas Kamel, accused Israel's team of not being serious about the talks. Meanwhile, Hamas told Egyptian and Qatari officials that the previous short-term hostage deal was unsatisfactory, with less aid than promised reaching Gaza, and many of its freed prisoners getting arrested again later. A Qatari official said the Gulf state continues to communicate with all parties with the objective of mediating an immediate end to the bloodshed, protecting the lives of innocent civilians, securing the release of the hostages, and facilitating the unimpeded delivery of humanitarian aid to Egypt. The mediators have proposed a 98 plan that would first pause fighting for an unspecified number of days for Hamas to release all Israeli civilian hostages, while Israel would release hundreds of Palestinian prisoners, withdraw forces from Gaza towns and cities, allowing freedom of movement in the Strip, end drone surveillance, and double the amount of aid going into the enclave. According to the plan, the second phase, Hamas would free female Israeli soldiers and turn over bodies, while Israel would release more Palestinian prisoners. A third phase would involve the release of Israeli soldiers and fighting-age men Hamas considers soldiers, according to the Egyptian officials, while Israel would redeploy some of its forces outside the current borders of the Gaza Strip. Israel said it has destroyed more than half of Hamas's fighting battalions and largely cleared the Strip's largest city, Gaza City, and its surrounding of militants, but its forces are now fighting in Khan Yunis, a densely packed city in the enclave south, and looking ahead to clashes in the border town of Rafah, with more than 1.3 billion civilians have sought to refuge. Also on the table, the formation of the International Fund for the Reconstruction of Gaza and safety guarantees for Hamas political leaders, Egyptian officials said. The plan then envisions talks of a permanent ceasefire, normalization of relations between Israel and Arab countries like Saudi Arabia, and the relaunching of a process to create a Palestinian state, Egyptian officials said. Gulf countries have ruled out funding of reconstruction in Gaza, as the Israelis have called for, without a clear and irreversible path to a Palestinian state. A particular hindrance in the talks, said Egyptian officials, has been Hamas's internal rifts. On the one side is Sinwar, architect of the October 7th attack, who is believed to be hiding deep in Gaza's underground tunnel network with at least some of the hostages. Sinwar has told mediators that Hamas has essentially won the war. The official said despite heavy military losses, at least 25,000 Palestinians have been killed in Israel's offensive, mostly women and children. A Palestinian health minister figure that doesn't distinguish between civilians and militants. The death and destruction has sparked criticism of Israel's conduct of the war from Arab and other governments and protesters in the West. South Africa's government filed a claim of genocide against Israel in the International Court of Justice. Israel's vehemently denied the allegations. On the other side is Hamas political leadership outside of Gaza, based in Doha. Those officials have led the talks with Qatar and Egypt, are vying to keep Hamas relevant after the war ends, and have indicated a willingness to demilitarize in Gaza, something Sinwar vehemently opposes, the Egyptian official said. Israel opposes a role for Hamas in any future Gaza government and has also expressed opposition to suggestions that the secular Palestinian Authority, which rules the West Bank, should run the Strip, as the U.S. envisions. Sinwar and Hamas's political leaders in Doha, Ismail Hanania, haven't communicated directly in almost a month, the official said. That has made progress on a deal difficult, they said. Okay, in the last article from the Wall Street Journal, Hamas toll thus far falls short of Israel's war aims, U.S. says. And God forbid, what's the source of the U.S. intelligence? It's probably Hamas people that have defected and have gained U.S. citizenship. You like Hamas or Gazans who have given information to the Israelis in turn for U.S. citizenship, although that was not clarified in the story. Israel forces have killed 20 to 30% of Hamas fighters. U.S. intelligence agencies estimate a toll that falls short so far of Israel's goal of destroying the group and shows its resilience after months of war that have laid swaths of the Gaza Strip to ruin. The U.S. estimates the group's casualties also found that Hamas still has enough munitions to continue striking Israel and Israeli forces in Gaza for months, and that the group is attempting to reconstitute its police force in parts of Gaza City, according to U.S. officials who confirmed a classified report. Israel officials have conceded that, despite an aggressive air and ground campaign inside Gaza that has killed thousands of civilians, they haven't achieved their goal of destroying Hamas, which has run Gaza since ousting the Palestinian Authority in 2007. The group's fighters have adjusted their tactics, operating in smaller groups and hiding between ambushes on Israeli troops, while individual fighters are likely taking on more tasks to pick up the slack from their dead comrades, military analysts said. Israel has withdrawn thousands of troops from Gaza following pressure from the U.S. to transition to a more surgical phase of its war against Hamas, but military officials say the war could continue for many more months. Hamas survival has raised questions within Israel, the Palestinian territories, and abroad about whether Israel can achieve its war aims. Meanwhile, the Biden administration officials have begun to scale down their expectations for the war to Hamas's degradation as a security threat from its utter destruction, and the U.S. has urged Israel to shift the war towards more targeted operations aimed at Hamas's leadership. Though Hamas has suffered thousands of casualties, according to the U.S. and Israel's assessment, its aim simply to survive this conflict, current and former Israeli military officials said. You don't have to win, you just have to not lose, a senior Israeli military official said of Hamas's goal. 2 of 3 jobs for surviving fighters. Hamas' October 7th attack on Israel killed more than 1,200 people, mainly civilians, and took more than 200 other hostages. It prompted Israel to attempt for the first time to uproot the group entirely and eliminate it as a threat. Before that, most Israeli and American officials and analysis regarded the group as posing a manageable threat to Israel. The war had killed more than 24,000 Palestinians, of whom about one-third are men. According to the Palestinian health officials, some 1.9 million Gazans, About 85% of the population of Gaza have fled their home, according to the United Nations Humanitarian Affairs Online. The Palestinian Health Ministry's figures don't distinguish between combatants and civilians. Hamas has denied that its forces have suffered heavy losses without giving specific numbers of how many of its fighters have been killed. The U.S. estimated that the group, an American designated terrorist organization, had between 25,000 and 30,000 fighters before the war, in addition to thousands of police and other forces. Israel also estimated the group had 30,000 or more militants. The U.S. estimate, included in the classified report earlier this month, was drawn from intercepted communications, analysis of the ruins of Gaza, drone surveillance of the territory, and intelligence provided by the Israeli. The Israeli military has a slightly higher estimate. It is estimated that it has killed about 9,000 Hamas fighters in Gaza since the war began, along with more than 1,000 during the October 7th attack, amounting to about 30% of the group's total fighting force. And Israel's assessment of the number of wounded Hamas fighters taken permanently out of the fight is much higher than the U.S. Israeli estimate. Officials estimate that as many as 16,000 Hamas fighters have been wounded, and about half of those wouldn't return to the battlefield, according to a senior Israeli military official. The U.S. estimates between 10,500, 11,000, 7,000 militants have been wounded, says a U.S. official familiar with the assessment, and that many of those could eventually return to the battlefield. About 170 Israeli soldiers have died in Gaza since the start of Israel's ground campaign, with about 1,200 wounded, according to the Israeli Defense Forces. In the U.S. military doctrine, a conventional force that loses 25 to 30% of its fighters would be considered combat ineffective, but Hamas is an irregular force fighting a defensive war in a dense urban environment and has access to hundreds of miles of tunnels under Gaza. It has shown that it can still fight, but the losses continue to put more pressure on Hamas' network, said retired Army General Joseph Shtetl, who commanded U.S. military operations in the Middle East. One person might now have to do 2 or 3 jobs. A spokesman for the U.S. Office of the Director of National Intelligence declined to comment. The Israeli military restated its own estimated death toll for Hamas and declined to elaborate. Hamas didn't respond to a request for comment. Another sign of the group's resilience, in the north, where much of Gaza City and other areas have been destroyed by Israeli airstrikes and fighting, Hamas is attempting to reassert its authority by putting small groups of police and emergency services to patrol the streets, according to Israeli officials and Palestinian residents. Residents of Gaza City said the police presence was minimal and that the city is still largely devoid of civil order. Earlier this week, Hamas fired a barrage of rockets into Israel from an area of central Gaza, where Israeli forces had been operating a day earlier, highlighting concerns by some in Israel that Hamas will simply reassert itself in any areas not controlled by Israeli forces. Hamas authorities tied to the Gaza's Interior Ministry have returned to Gaza City, said an Israeli military official, including to areas previously held by the Israeli military, which completed a significant force drawdown earlier this month. It's only a matter of time if Israel will not be boots on the ground in these places, and that they will also bring back the military wing, said Michael Milstein, a former head of Palestinian affairs with Israeli military intelligence. Okay, and also this week, God forbid, Hamas released its 17-page booklet on their Al-Aqsa flood operation, which was translated by Mario Nuffel's team. So let's look at this, God forbid. Official release, Hamas, our narrative intro. Hamas has released a 7-page book about the Al-Aqsa flood operation divided into 5 parts. In light of the ongoing Israeli aggression on the Gaza Strip and the West Bank, and as our people continue their battle for independence, dignity, and breaking free from the longest ever occupation, during which they have drawn the finest displays of bravery and heroism in confronting the Israeli murder machine and aggression, we would like to clarify to our people and the free peoples of the world the reality of what happened on October 7th, the motives behind its general context related to the Palestinian cause, as well as a refutation to the Israeli allegations, and to put the facts into perspective. Why Operation Al-Aqsa Flood? The battle for the Palestinian people against occupation and Colonialism did not start on October 7th, but started 105 years ago, including 30 years of British colonialism and 75 years of Zionism occupation. In 1918, the Palestinian people owned 98.5% of the Palestinian land and represented 92% of the population of the land of Palestine, while the Jews who were brought to Palestine in mass immigration campaigns and coordination between the British colonial authorities and the Zionist movement managed to seize control of not more than 6% of the lands in Palestine and to be at 31% of the population prior to 1948, when the Zionist entity was announced of the historic land of Palestine. At the time, the Palestinian people were denied from the right to self-determination, and the Zionist gangs engaged in ethnic cleansing campaigns against the Palestinian people aimed at expelling them from their lands and areas. As a result, the Zionist gangs seized control by force of 70% of the land of Palestine, where they expelled 57% of the people of Palestine, destroyed over 500 Palestinian villages and towns, and committed dozens of massacres against the Palestinians, which all culminated in the establishment of the Zionist entity in 1948. Moreover, in continuation of the aggression, the Israeli forces in 1967 occupied the rest of Palestine, including the West Bank, the Gaza Strip, and Jerusalem, in addition to Arab territories around Palestine. Over these long decades, the Palestinian people suffered all forms of oppression, injustice, expropriation of their fundamental rights, and their apartheid policies. The Gaza Strip, for example, suffered as the 2007 from a suffocating blockade over 17 years, which turned it into the largest open-air prison in the world. The Palestinian people of Gaza also suffered from 5 destructive wars of aggression, all of which Israel was the offending party. The people of Gaza in 2018 also initiated the Great March of Return demonstrations to peacefully protest the Israeli blockade, their misery, humanitarian conditions, and to demand their right of return. However, the Israeli occupation forces responded to these protests with brutal force, by which 360 Palestinians were killed and 19,000 others were injured, including over 5,000 children, in a matter of a few months. According to Israeli figures, in the period between January 2000 and September 2023, the Israeli occupation killed 11,299 Palestinians and injured 156,768 others. The great majority of them were civilians. Unfortunately, the U.S. administration and its allies did not pay attention to the suffering of the Palestinian people over the past years, but provided cover to the Israeli aggression. They only lamented the Israeli soldiers who were killed on October 7th, even without seeking the truth of what happened, and wrongfully walked behind the Israeli narrative in condemning an alleged targeting of Israeli civilians. The U.S. administration provided the financial and military support to the Israeli occupation massacres against the Palestinian civilians and the brutal aggression on the Gaza Strip, and still the U.S. officials continue to ignore what the Israeli occupation forces commit in Gaza of mass killing. The Israeli violations and brutality were documented by many UN organizations and international human rights groups, including Amnesty International and Human Rights Watch, and even documented by Israeli human rights groups. However, these reports and testimonies were ignored, and the Israeli occupation is yet to be held accountable. For example, on October 29, 2021, Israeli ambassador to the UN, Gilad Erdan, insulted the UN system by tearing up a report from the UN Human Rights Council during an address to the General Assembly and threw it in the dustbin before leaving the podium. Yet he was appointed in the following year, 2022, to the post of Vice President of the UN General Assembly. The UN administration and its Western allies have always been treating Israel as a state above the law. They provided it with the needed cover to maintain prolonging the occupation and cracking down on the Palestinian people, and also allowing Israel to exploit such situation to expropriate further Palestinian lands and to Judaize their sanctities and holy sites. Despite the fact that the UN had issued more than 900 resolutions over the past 75 years in favor of the Palestinian people, Israel rejected to abide by any of these resolutions, and the U.S. veto was always present in the UN Security Council to prevent any condemnation to Israel's policies and violations. That is why we see the U.S. and other Western countries complicit and partners to the Israeli occupation in its crimes and in the continued suffering of the Palestinian people. As per the peaceful settlement process, despite the fact that the Oslo Accord signed in 1993 with the Palestinian Liberation Organization stipulated the establishment of the Palestinian independent state in the West Bank and the Gaza Strip, Israel systematically destroyed every possibility to establish the Palestinian state through a wide campaign of settlement, construction, and Judaization of the Palestinian lands in the occupied West Bank and Jerusalem. The backers of the peace process, after 30 years, realized they have reached an impasse and that such a process has catastrophic results on the Palestinian people. The Israeli officials confirmed at several occasions their absolute rejection to the establishment of a Palestinian state. Just 1 month before Operation Al-Aqsa Flood, Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu presented a map of the so-called New Middle East, depicting Israel stretching from the Jordan River to the Mediterranean Sea, including the West Bank and Gaza. The entire world at that UN General Assembly's podium were silent towards a speech full of arrogance and ignorance towards the rights of the Palestinian people. After 75 years of relentless occupation and suffering, and after failing all initiatives for liberation and return to our people, and also after the disastrous results of the so-called peace process, what did the world expect from the Palestinian people to do in response to the following? The Israeli Judaization plans to the blessed Al-Aqsa Mosque, its temporal and spatial division attempts, as well as the intensification of the Israeli settlers' incursion into the Holy Mosque, the practices of the extremist and right-wing Israeli government, which is practically taking steps towards annexing the entire West Bank and Jerusalem into the so-called Israeli sovereignty amid plans on the Israeli official table to expel Palestinians from their homes and areas, the thousands of Palestinian detainees in Israeli jails who are experiencing deprivation of their basic rights, as well as assaults and humiliation under the direct supervision of the Israeli fascist minister Itamar Ben-Gvir, the unjust air, sea, and land blockade imposed on the Gaza Strip over 17 years, the expansion of the Israeli settlements across the West Bank in an unprecedented level, as well as the daily violence perpetrated by settlers against Palestinians and their properties, the 7 million Palestinians living in extreme conditions in refugee camps and other areas who wish to return to their lands and who were expelled 75 years ago, the failure of the international community, and the complicit of superpowers to prevent the establishment of a Palestinian state. What was expected from the Palestinian people after all of that? To keep waiting and to keep counting on the helpless UN, or to take the initiative in defending the Palestinian people, lands, rights, and sanctities, knowing that the Defense Act is a right enshrined in international laws, norms, and conventions. Proceeding from the above, Operation Al-Aqsa Flood on October 7th was a necessary step in a normal response to confront all Israeli conspiracies against the Palestinian people and their cause. It was a defensive act in the frame of getting rid of the Israeli occupation, reclaiming the Palestinian rights, and on the way for liberation and independence, like all peoples around the world did. The events of the Operation Al-Aqsa Flood and responses to the Israeli allegations. In light of the Israeli fabricated accusations and make sure. In light of the Israeli fabricated accusations and allegations over Operation Al-Aqsa Flood on October 7th and its repercussions, we in the Islamic Resistance Movement, Hamas, clarify the following. Operation Al-Aqsa Flood on October 7th targeted the Israeli military sites and sought to arrest the enemy soldiers to pressure on the Israeli authorities to release the thousands of Palestinians held in Israeli jails through a prisoner exchange deal. Therefore, the operation focused on destroying the Israeli Army Gaza Division, the Israeli military sites stationed near the Israeli settlement around Gaza. Avoiding harm to civilians, especially children, women, and the elderly people, is a religious and moral commitment by all the Al-Qassam Brigade fighters. We reiterate that the Palestinian resistance was fully disciplined and committed to the Islamic values during the operation, and that the Palestinian fighters only targeted the occupation soldiers and those who carried weapons against our people. In the meantime, the Palestinian fighters were keen to avoid harming civilians, despite the fact that the resistance does not possess precise weapons. In addition, if there was any case of targeting civilians, it happened accidentally and in the course of the confrontation with occupational forces. Since the establishment in 1987, the Hamas movement committed itself to avoiding harm to civilians. After Zionist criminal Baruch Goldstein in 1994 committed a massacre against Palestinian worshippers in the Al-Ibrahimi Mosque in occupied Rome City, the Hamas movement announced an initiative to avoid civilians the brunt of the fighting by all parties, but the Israeli occupation rejected it and even did not give any comment on it. The Hamas movement also repeated such calls several times, but received a deaf ear from the Israeli occupation, which continued its deliberate targeting and killing of Palestinian civilians. Maybe some faults happened during Operational Aqsa floods implementation due to the rapid collapse of the Israeli security and military system, and the chaos caused along the border areas of Gaza, as attested by many. The Hamas movement dealt in a positive and kind manner with all civilians who had been held in Gaza and sought from the earliest days of the aggression to release them. And that's what happened during the week-long humanitarian truce, where those civilians were released in exchange of released Palestinian women and children from Israeli jails. What the Israeli occupation promoted of the allegations that the Al-Aqsa Brigad's Al-Qassam brigades on October 7th were targeting Israeli civilians are nothing but complete lies and fabrication. The source of these allegations is the Israeli official narrative, and no independent source proved any of them. It is a well-known fact that the Israeli official narrative has always sought to demonize the Palestinian resistance while also legalizing its brutal aggression on Gaza. Here are some details that go against the Israeli allegations. Video clips taken on the day October 7th, along with the testimonies by Israelis themselves that were released later, show that Al-Qassam Brigade fighters did not target civilians, and many Israelis were killed by the Israeli army and police due to their confusion. It has also been firmly refuted the lie of the 40-headed babies by the Palestinian fighters, and even Israeli sources denied this lie. Many of the Western media agencies unfortunately adopted this allegation and promoted it. The suggestion that the Palestinian fighters committed a rape against Israeli women was fully denied, including by the Hamas movement. A report of the Mondoweiss news site on December 1st, 2023, among others, said that there is a lack of evidence of mass rape allegedly perpetrated by Hamas members on October 7th, and that Israel used such allegations to fuel the genocide in Gaza. According to two reports by the Israeli Yedioth Ahronoth newspaper on October 10th and the Haaretz newspaper on November 18th, many Israeli civilians were killed by an Israeli military helicopter, especially those who were in the Nova music festival near Gaza, when 364 Israeli civilians were killed. The two reports said that Hamas fighters reached the area of the festival without any prior knowledge of the festival, where the Israeli helicopter opened fire on both the Hamas fighters and the participants in the festival. The Yedioth Ahronoth also said the Israeli army, to prevent further infiltrations from Gaza and to prevent any Israelis being arrested by the Palestinian fighters, struck over 300 targets in areas surrounding the Gaza Strip. Other Israeli testimonies confirmed that the Israeli army raids and soldiers' operations killed many Israeli captives and their captors. The Israeli occupation army bombed the houses in the Israeli settlements where Palestinian fighters and Israelis were inside, in a clear application of the Israeli army notorious Hannibal directive, which clearly says that better a dead civilian hostage or soldier than taken alive to avoid engaging in a prisoner swap with the Palestinian resistance. Furthermore, the occupation authorities revised the number of their killed soldiers and civilians from 1,400 to 1,200 after finding that 200 burnt corpses had belonged to the Palestinian fighters who were killed and mixed with Israeli corpses. This means that the ones who killed the fighters is the one that killed the Israelis, knowing that only the Israeli army possesses military planes that killed, burned, and destroyed Israeli areas on October 7th. The Israeli heavy aerial raids across Gaza that have led to the death of nearly 60 Israeli captives also proves that the Israeli operation does not care about the life of their captives in Gaza. It is also a matter of fact that the number of Israeli settlements around Gaza were armed and clashed with Palestinian fighters on October 7th. Those settlers were registered as civilians, while the fact is that they were armed men fighting alongside the Israeli army. When speaking about Israeli civilians, it must be known that conscription applies to all Israelis above the age of 18, males who serve 32 months of military service and females who serve 24 months, where all can carry and use arms. This is based on the Israeli security theory of armed people, which turned the Israeli entity into an army with a country attached. The brutal killing of civilians is a systematic approach of the Israeli entity and one of the means to humiliate the Palestinian people. The mass killing of Palestinians in Gaza is clear evidence of such approach. The Al Jazeera news channel said in a documentary that in 1 month, the Israeli aggression in Gaza, the daily average killing of Palestinian children in Gaza was 136, Well, the average of children killing in Ukraine in the course of the Russian-Ukraine war was one child every day. Those who defend the Israeli aggression do not look at the events in an objective manner, but rather they go to justify the Israeli mass killing of Palestinians by saying there would be casualties among the civilians when attacking the Hamas fighters. However, they would not use such an assumption when it came to the Al-Aqsa flood on October 7th. We are confident that any fair and independent inquiries will prove the truth of our narrative and will prove the scale of lies and misleading information on the Israeli side. This also includes the Israeli allegations regarding the hospital in Gaza, that the Palestinian resistance used them as command centers, as an allegation that was not proven and was refuted by reports of many Western press agencies. Toward a transparent international investigation. Palestine is a member state of the International Criminal Court, and it acceded to the Rome Statute in 2015 when Palestine asked for investigation into Israeli war crimes committed on its territories. It was faced by Israeli intransigence and rejection, and threats to punish the Palestinians for its request to the International Criminal Court. It is also unfortunate to mention that there were great powers which claimed to be holding value of justice, completely sided with the occupation narrative and stood against the Palestinian moves in the international justice system. These powers want to keep Israel as a state above the law and to ensure it escapes liability and accountability. We urge these countries, especially the U.S. administration, Germany, Canada, and the UK, if they are meant for justice to prevail as they claim, they ought to announce their support to the course of the investigation in all crimes committed in occupied Palestine and to give full support to the international court to effectively do their job. Despite having doubts from these countries to stand by justice, we still urge the ICC prosecutor and his team to immediately and urgently come to the occupied Palestine to look into the crimes and violations committed there, rather than merely observing the situation remotely or being subject to the Israeli restrictions. In December 2022, when the UN Secretary General Assembly passed a resolution seeking opinion of the International Court of Justice on the legal consequences of Israel's illegal occupation on Palestinian territories, those few countries who back Israel announced their rejection to the move that was approved by nearly 100 countries. And when our people and their legal and rights groups sought to pursue prosecution against the Israeli war criminals in front of the European countries' courts through the system of universal jurisdiction, the European regimes obstructed the move in favor of the Israeli war criminals to remain running free. The event of October 7th must be put into broader context, and that all cases of struggle against colonialism and occupation in our contemporary time be evoked. These experiences of struggle show that in the same level of oppression committed by the occupier, there would be an equivalent response by the people under occupation. The Palestinian people and peoples across the world realize the scale of lies and deception of these governments that back the Israeli narrative practiced in their attempts to justify their blind bias and to cover the Israeli crimes. These countries know that the root cause of the conflict, which are the occupation and the denial of the right of Palestinian people to live in dignity on their land, these countries show no interest towards the continuation of the unjust blockade on millions of Palestinians in Gaza, and also show no interest towards the thousands of Palestinian detainees in Israeli jails held under conditions where their basic rights are mostly denied. We hail the free people of the world from all religions, ethnicities, and backgrounds who rally in all capitals and cities worldwide to voice their rejection of Israeli crimes and massacres and to show their support for the rights of the Palestinian people and their just cause. A reminder to the world, who is Hamas? The Islamic resistance movement Hamas is a Palestinian Islamic national liberation and resistance movement. Its goal is to liberate Palestine and confront the Zionist project. Its frame of reference is Islam, which determines its principles, objective, and means. Hamas rejects the persecution of any human being or the undermining of his or her rights on nationalism, religious, or sectarian grounds. Hamas affirms that its conflict is with the Zionist project, not with the Jews because of their religion. Hamas does not wage a struggle against the Jews because they're Jewish, but wages a struggle against the Zionists who occupy Palestine. Yet it is the Zionists who constantly identify Judaism with the Jews, with their own colonial project and illegal entity. The Palestinian people have always stood against oppression injustice in the committing of massacres against civilians, regardless of who commits them. And based on our religious and moral values, we clearly stated our rejection to what the Jews were exposed to by the Nazi Germany. Here we remind that the Jewish problem, in essence, was a European problem, while the Arab and Islamic environment was, across history, a safe haven to the Jewish people and other peoples of beliefs or other beliefs and ethnicities. The Arab and Islamic environment was an example to coexistence, cultural interaction, and religious freedom. The current conflict is caused by the Zionist aggressive behavior and its alliance with the Western colonial powers. Therefore, we reject the exploitation of the Jewish suffering in Europe to justify the oppression of our people in Palestine. The Hamas movement, according to international laws and norms, is a national liberation movement that has clear goals and missions. It gets its legitimacy to resist the occupation from the Palestinian right to self-defense, liberation, and self-determination. Hamas has also always been keen to restrict its fight in resistance with the Israeli occupation on the occupied Palestinian territory, yet the Israeli occupation did not abide by that and committed massacres and killings against the Palestinians outside Palestine. We stress that resisting the occupation with all means, including the armed resistance, is a legitimized right by all norms, divine religions, the international laws, including the Geneva Convention and its first additional protocol, and the related UN resolutions, like the UN General Assembly Resolution 3236, adopted by the 29th session of the General Assembly on November 22, 1974, which affirmed the inalienable rights of the Palestinian people in Palestine, including the right to self-determination and the right to return to their homes and property from which they were expelled, displaced, and uprooted. Our steadfast Palestinian people and their resistance are waging a heroic battle to defend their land and national rights against the longest and brutalist colonial occupation. The Palestinian people are confronting an unprecedented Israeli aggression that committed heinous massacres against Palestinian civilians. Most of them were children and women. In the course of the aggression on Gaza, the Israeli occupation deprived our people in Gaza of food, water, medicines, and fuel, and simply deprived them from all means of life. In the meantime, the Israeli warplanes savagely struck all Gaza infrastructures and public buildings, including schools, universities, mosques, churches, and hospitals, in a clear sign of ethnic cleansing aimed at expelling the Palestinian people from Gaza. Yet the backers of the Israeli occupation did nothing but kept the genocide ongoing against our people. The Israeli occupation's use of self-defense, a pretext to justify its suppression against the Palestinian people, is a process of lie, deception, and turning the facts. The Israeli entity has no right to defend its crimes and occupation, but the Palestinian people, who have such right to oblige the occupier to end the occupation. In 2004, the International Court of Justice gave an advisory opinion in the case concerning the legal consequences and the construction of the wall in the occupied Palestinian territory, which stated that Israel, the brutal occupying force, cannot rely on the right of self-defense to build such a wall on the Palestinian territory. Furthermore, Gaza, under the international law, is still an occupied land. Thus, the justifications for waging the aggression on Gaza is baseless and lacks its legal capacity, as well as lacks the essence of the self-defense ideal. And finally, what is needed? Occupation is occupation, no matter how it describes or names itself, and remains a tool to break the will of the people and to keep oppressing them. On the other side, the experiences of the people, nation across history on how to break away from occupation and colonialism confirm that the resistance is the strategic approach and the only way to liberation and ending the occupation. Have any nation been liberated from occupation without struggle, resistance, or sacrifice? The humanitarian, ethical, and legal imperatives necessitate all countries around the world to back the resistance of the Palestinian people, not to collude against it. They are supposed to confront the occupational crimes and aggression, as well as to support the struggle of Palestinian people to liberate their lands and to practice their right to self-determination like all people across the globe. Based on that, we call for the following: the immediate halt to the Israeli aggression in Gaza, the crimes and ethnic cleansing committed against the entire Gaza population, to open the crossings and allow the entry of the humanitarian aid into Gaza, including the reconstruction tools, to hold the Israeli occupation legally accountable for what it caused of human suffering towards the Palestinian people, and to charge it for the crimes against civilians, infrastructure, hospitals, educational facilities, mosques, and churches. The support of the Palestinian resistance in the face of the Israeli occupation with all possible means as a legitimized right under the international law and norms. We call upon the free peoples across the world, especially those nations who are colonized and realize the suffering of the Palestinian people to take serious and effective positions against the double standard policies adopted by countries that back the Israeli occupation. We call on these nations to initiate a global solidarity movement with the Palestinian people and to emphasize the values of justice, inequality, and the right of the peoples to live in freedom and dignity. The superpowers, especially the US, the UK, France, among others, must stop providing the Zionist entity with cover from accountability and to stop dealing with it as a country above the law. Such unjust behavior by these countries allowed the Israeli occupation over 75 years to commit the worst crimes ever against the Palestinian people, land, and sanctities. We urge the countries across the globe today and more than before to uphold their responsibilities towards the international law and the relevant UN resolutions that call for ending the occupation. We categorically reject any international or Israeli projects aimed at deciding the future of Gaza that only serve to prolong the occupation. We stress that the Palestinian people have the capacity to decide their own future and to arrange their internal affairs, and thus no party in the world has the right to impose any form of guardianship on the Palestinian people or decide on their behalf. We urge for standing against the Israeli attempts to cause another wave of expulsions or new Nakba to the Palestinians, especially in the lands occupied in 1948 and the West Bank. We stress that there will be no expulsion to Sinai, Jordan, or any other place, and if there's any relocation to the Palestinians, it will be towards their homes and areas that were expelled from in 1948, as affirmed by many UN resolutions. We call for keeping the popular pressure around the world until ending the occupation. We call for standing against the normalization attempts with the Israeli entity and for a comprehensive boycott to the Israeli occupation and its backers. Okay, God forbid. So I read through that whole thing. It's pretty long, pretty intense, pretty serious. And God forbid this war is going to go on. And it doesn't look good. Israel might double down. Who knows what it's going to do? Who knows what the West is planning? And the U.S., the elections, Trump and Biden, international court. 10 past 11. God forbid. It was really the only word to say. And Duvid has been increasing the number of God forbids. That God forbid, God forbid. It's just a disaster. It's like Notori Karta, it's hijacking, ruining the name of Judaism. And ethnic cleansing, genocide, whatever it is, it's a disaster. It has to stop. Like I said, Israel didn't have to bomb October 8th. There was no advantage to any of the bombing. Israel did not gain any advantage to herself from 100 days of war. God forbid. Israel, the week after October 7th, they could have minimally, just gotten its territory back, sealed the wall, and began negotiation. Any of its incursion into Gaza, especially the bombing, did not accomplish anything besides for killing people. And at this point, there's so much blood flowing that violence begets violence. And God forbid, this may have triggered too much death and destruction to be stopped. So I'm going to continue with the Vienna Circle. I'm not going to ramble too long today because I want to get back to my research. God forbid, there's really not much I could do about what's going on. I gave you my 2 cents. I'm trying to bring just some facts on the ground information, use some analysis, but it's just a disaster. And man of God, I could pray to God, I could stand by my principles, I could say a few times how I think, but in essence, I pray to God, do my duty, but there's not, I'm in Detroit, I'm on the other side of the world, there's really nothing I can do about it. And it's unfortunate. She's gonna eat a few raspberries. If anyone in this chat wants to take the link and chat for a minute, I have a lot of interesting research on the Vienna Circle and philosophy of science. So I don't want to spend too much time repeating myself or making predictions. And I'm a man of peace. Like, I want conflict to de-escalate. I believe in the capacity of humans to get along. I, in essence, believe in a one-state solution where, Dr. Martin Luther King Day was this week, where, all people were Palestinians and Israelis can live together in harmony. But I'm only in charge of myself. Like America supporting the war, giving the weapons. And I believe in rational actor theory. So, okay, I don't think that the Israelis or the Americans or Hamas or anybody's irrational. Everybody's like when Liam came on last week, accusing me of being, anti-blue-eyed people because I support immigration and multiculturalism. It's like, well, I'm not anti-blue-eyed people. There's just group conflict of interest, and it's possible in general in certain areas that immigration has a collection of good and positive things to all people, but it could be overall like to blue-eyed people. There's more disadvantages than advantages. Like to say the Jewish people collectively, there's more advantages than disadvantages to immigration into Western countries as opposed to blue-eyed people. There's collectively more disadvantages than advantages to more immigration. But that, just like in Israel, it'd be the opposite, for Zionists. But, it doesn't mean that the reason why Jews support immigration is because they want to harm blue-eyed people. It's just a conflict of self-interest where what's in one group's self-interest is not in another group's self-interest. So that's why you need open discussion, dialogue, talking things out, compromise, because you can't always get your way. And you have to recognize that what's in your self-interest is not always another person's self-interest, and talk it out and legitimate, well, is what is in my interest harming you, is what in your interest harming me. Let the ahimsa principle be your guiding light. I'm sorry for the downtime, just pounding away at my pint of raspberries. Yeah, all descriptors, like when we get into the Vienna circle and like logic and reduction, linguistic turn, all descriptors are inaccurate. So like white people, Europeans, blue-eyed people, there's no correct definitive group boundaries. So whatever reason, I've taken to the term blue-eyed people, but obviously it's not an accurate descriptor. 25% of historic Europeans don't even have blue eyes. But there's no correct single descriptor. So, just whatever reason I use the descriptor, blue-eyed people. But, when we look at the Vienna Circle and logical realism, Wittgenstein, Carnap, Ramsey, you will see more detail. Like all statements are intrinsically flawed and have problems, because there's always exceptions. There's always problems, but you got to use some term So, could use the word Europeans or whites. So I use the word the blue-eyed man. And, there's precedents. I'm not the only person who uses the term. And I'm a universal humanist. I'm not, saying that I look at all people equally. So like, if someone has black skin or someone has blue eyes, I notice. And it's like, okay, you're an individual. Like Martin Luther King judged people on the content of the character, not the circumstances of their birth. Like Duvid with the higher or lower birth, you judge people by the content of the character, not the color of their skin. I would phrase that the circumstances of their birth. So if like Reiner, the circumstances of your birth gave you blue eyes, I'm not judging you on the circumstance of your birth that you have blue eyes, but like I notice it, and we're individuals, but we're also members of groups. And when it comes down to group conflict of interest, like you might have certain dispositions, strengths, and weaknesses as an individual and as a group member, certain strengths and weaknesses that not just you as an individual, but you as a blue-eyed man, and also group interests. So as a group, there's certain things that are in your interest as a member of a group, and you might be a member of multiple groups, but from the circumstance of your birth, if you're a member of the blue-eyed people, the Jews, the blacks, or any Chinese, any group. So the circumstances of your birth, if you were born a blue-eyed man, you have the group interest of the group of the blue-eyed people, and those interests might be opposed in some cases to the interest of other groups, such as immigration and multiculturalism, or certain specific things related to the geography of historically where certain different type peoples emerged from. Environmental factors, so on and so on. And also, obviously, the blue-eyed man notes that large amounts of Jews have blue eyes. Among Ashkenazic Jews, like 25%, maybe more of Ashkenazic Jews have blue eyes. So, blue-eyed is a larger group. There's blue-eyed people, not just in Europe, there's blue-eyed people around the world. There's a certain element of blue-eyed people amongst all people. Some blacks and Chinese even have blue eyes. So it's not you're really like a correct descriptor, but as a general trend, you say European, what's the word European mean? So it's a European from the land that's today referred to as Europe, or the people. So the definitive mark in general, that the most notable trait of the European is the blue eyes. So that's why I myself use the term blue-eyed man, and then also many people, the Japanese, the Chinese, the American Indians, the Iranians, Indians, all sorts of people throughout history have used the expression the blue-eyed man. So I did not make this up. And, till today, it's a pretty common expression. Many people refer to Europeans, Westerners as the blue-eyed man, especially Native Americans. The Japanese may be the first, they're probably older, but I mean, the Japanese that was, you referred to the Westerners when they came as the blue-eyed man. And then the Native Americans also often referred to the Europeans as the blue-eyed man. Okay, so let's get to work. A lot of interesting stuff about the Frankfurt Circle. The Vienna Circle. There's some overlap between the Frankfurt Circle and, which is mostly sociology, communism, some psychology, politics. But I mean, the Vienna Circle is mostly math, science, logic, philosophy. So we'll look at some slides on the history of logic. Then we'll look a little bit at a little timeline of the philosophy of science in America. Then we'll look at Ramsey, Pragmatism, Frank Ramsey of like the Ramsey sentences, people who followed the philosophy of science series. You died young, part of the Vienna Circle, important person in the history of logic and mathematics. Then we'll look at little Rudolf Carnap and a history of philosophy and logic. I have an article on Richard Rorty, Pragmatism and Analytical Philosophy related to the the Vienna Circle. I'll put these links in the chat now if anyone wants to look ahead. So we got some on Philip Frank's Austro-American Logical Empiricism, a little history of overview of the thought of the Vienna Circle and coming to America, interaction with pragmatism. And then this article is pretty interesting. It's a recent article, The Vienna Circle and its Critical Reception of Oswald Spengler. So one of the key features of the Vienna Circle is the creation. The Vienna Circle is called the Vienna Circle because it's based around the chair of the University of Vienna philosophy of science. So Ernst Mach, the creation of the first chair of the philosophy of Wissenschaften of what's contemporary called today the philosophy of science. Like WiR in the early 1800s coins the term science. The first chair department of the philosophy of science is created in Vienna in the late 19th century, of which eventually Mort Schlick becomes the chair and starts like a circle discussion group, study group, and make extremely important advancements, mostly in logic and philosophy, in largely decoupling science from metaphysics. The Neo-Kantians had started the process, but the decoupling of science from metaphysics largely happens under the Vienna Circle, and a lot of it has to do with advances in logic, a lot of, from Frege and Wittgenstein and Russell, but Wittgenstein is one of the important members of the Vienna Circle in his Tractatus and really critique on philosophy in general, but especially metaphysics. And then after Mort Schlick is assassinated, I think in 1936, the rise of the Nazis, and many of the important members of the Vienna Circle come to America. Karl Popper ends up in London, but most of the members of the Vienna Circle end up in America and start founding various philosophy of science departments. And America is largely based on pragmatism. Pragmatism is just what works. America, like in terms of manufacture, industrial, technology, business. If you compare, like the comparison between Greece and Rome could be the comparison between Germany, England, and the US. So Greece was like philosophy. They had some technology, but like the main thing in Greece was like thought and understanding. And Rome didn't care that much about the philosophy. They just wanted to get things done. And Rome had much more advancements in engineering than Greece did. And they used a lot of the Greek philosophy, but they weren't as concerned. And Rome did not make that many future advances in philosophy, and they even let it wane. But they were able to apply a lot of the Greek philosophy even to better terms, especially in terms of technology for military building, governance purposes. So the Greek philosophy was better materialized in Rome than in Greece itself. So similar to Germany, England, if you want to combine, but more Germany and the United States. So Germany had some manufacture and science, but they specialized more in the thought. And America was the pragmatist. They just wanted to do what worked. And so when the Vienna Circle comes to America, they align with American pragmatists. And last on the philosophy of science stream, I talked about Percy Bridgman, who was at Harvard and helped bring over some of the people to the Vienna Circle. And like Carnap ends up at University of Chicago and New York University and like Minnesota, eventually UCLA, in various departments. But America, with the Rockefeller Foundation, the National Foundation of Science, was more concerned with technological application than the actual philosophy. So you see the change in the Vienna Circle from a more pure philosophy of science and logic to getting rid of metaphysics to the pure application to engineering, business, manufacture in America through the School of Pragmatism. Although also related pragmatism in terms of things like psychology. So there are a lot of important aspects to the Vienna Circle, and so that's why I'm going to cover it in depth. Hopefully, I'll do at least 3-4 hours on the Vienna Circle. So let's first start with some history of logic. And I just took these slides random. I was just looking for stuff randomly that I found. So this talks mostly about Hilbert. Or Kurt Gödel. So Hilbert is also affiliated. Hilbert is, I don't think he's in Vienna. He's in, I forget the town, another town in Germany, but he's affiliated with the Vienna Circle. I've talked many times about Hilbert's foundation trying to unify science, math, logic, his questions, and Kurt Gödel, being a disciple of Hilbert. I think Hilbert was at Göttingen. Göttingen, which I covered in a week in review. So Kurt Gödel, the lives of great thinkers are sometimes overshadowed by their achievements, and there's perhaps no better illustration of this phenomenon than the life and work of Gödel. Influence of wars and other mathematicians on him. One way of saying is that Gödel transcended his times. It took 20 years for the field to catch up with him, though the war also contributed to the delay. Gödel was influenced by the ideas of others. He had many unpublished works. If he had published this material without reservations, others would have studied it, and that in turn would have induced him to do more great work. So Gödel's 1924 studies in the University of Vienna. 1925, Gödel claimed in his later years that he had been a mathematical Platonist or conceptual realist since 1925, and the general philosophy, contrary to positivism, was the rationalist, idealistic, and optimistic. 1926, he switched his major to mathematics and joined the Vienna Circle. The Vienna Circle is an academic group that originated in Vienna in the 1920s. The members paid attention to the development of natural sciences at the time and tried to explore philosophy and scientific methodology on this basis. The Tractus Logico-Philosophicus by Wittgenstein. First, they rejected metaphysics and considered experience as the only reliable source of knowledge. Second, only by using the methodological analysis can finally solve the problem of traditional philosophy. Until Hans' death in 1934 and Schlick's assassination in 1936, the Vienna Circle was finally dissolved. The university period, Gödel had always disagreed with their basic views of denying objective reality and holding that metaphysical propositions are meaningless propositions. He wrote to his mother in 1946, "I'm not in fact an active member of the Schlick group. In many ways, I directly disagree with its main ideas." Rudolf Carnap. Carnap was born in Germany, 1891. College, Carnap studied mathematics, physics, and philosophy. He was a student of Frege, the mathematician and philosopher who was the founder of analytical philosophy, which was later inherited and developed by Russell and Wittgenstein. Gödel did not like Wittgenstein's work and never went into it, merely skimmed through it. Moreover, he argues that Wittgenstein's views on mathematical philosophy had no influence on his work, and the Vienna Circle's interest in mathematical philosophy did not come from Wittgenstein. Wittgenstein's 1967, A Commentary on the Foundation of Mathematics. Carnap wrote in 1961, Forward to the second edition of The Logical Framework of the World. Since Frege, I studying Gina was under his guidance, but it was not until after the death of his has been recognized as an outstanding logician. And through the study of Russell's work, the influence of I realized mathematics for fundamental importance to the construction of the knowledge system, but also recognized the mathematics of pure logic, the nature of the form, and it's this property that makes the mathematics independent of the contingency of the real world. These insights became the basis of my book. Edmund Husserl. Husserl was a famous Austrian writer and philosopher of the 20th century. Husserl's phenomenology had become prominent at the time, and he was being discussed in academic circles. Some scholars call Husserl the unknown master of young Carnap through analysis and research. Husserl's phenomenological realism may provide a theoretical framework for the systematic interpretation of his understanding of the essence of mathematics. Husserl's theory of essential intuitionism that clearly grasps conceptual meaning may provide a theoretical basis for the rationality of his conceptual realism. At the same time, philosophy is a strict science advocated by Husserl is also the important goal of the rationalist philosophy pursued by Godel. Carnap. Godel was not regarded as opposition hidden in positivism or as the only possible mathematical Platonism or mathematical realist in the Vienna Circle. Carnap, in his 1926 qualification paper, The Logical Construction of the World, Carnap quoted Husserl's mathematical model of experience. In a positive sense, Carnap's attitude towards Husserl is an obvious contrast to Schlicht. New positivism, a tendency to combine logicalism with empiricism. Often positivist is a synonym with empiricism. Carnap, logical analysis and even mathematical operations to synthetic analysis, extends formalization of the whole level of language and discusses logical syntax of language. Carnap understood mathematical and logical axioms as an invention rather than a discovery of human intelligence. That is, as humanist or species relativism. On this point, he and Godel were opposites from the beginning. Hans Hahn. In his own assessment, Hahn, who would become his doctoral dissertation advisor, had a very strong influence on Godel. Hahn opened several logical courses and presided over logic discussion classes at the University of Vienna and wrote a series of mathematical philosophy papers. It was Hans who urged Schlicht to come to Vienna to accept the chair of philosophy of science with inductive logic, set up for Hans' teacher Maurer. A comprehensive understanding of Hans' stance on logical positivism can be found in his philosophical essays published in 1980 with a preface written by Karl Menger. Karl Menger, in 1924, under the guidance of Hahn, doctorate to Amsterdam to continue after the topological dimension theory in the direction of research work. One of the registered students was a delicate, strangely quiet young man called Godel. Later, I saw him again in the Schlicht group. However, I never saw him speak in the group or participate in the discussion. He only used slight head movements to indicate his attitude, agree or disagree. He was unusually strict and concise in his delivery of questions, both orally and in writing. Menger then initiated the Vienna Circle and 1928 began to organize a group of brilliant young mathematicians to host the influential mathematical colloquia. Others, as Fagel later recalled, they met frequently, talked together on foot through the Vienna parks, and of course had endless discussions in cafes about logic, mathematics, epistemology, and the philosophy of science, sometimes arguing late into the night. Natkin went into business after receiving his doctorate, but they both maintained a long correspondence with Godel. In 1928, Hilbert and Ackermann published a compendia of theoretical logic. An unsolved problem, the completeness of predicate calculus in a narrow sense is clearly presented. In the summer of 1930, Godel began working on the Hilbert plan. He wanted to prove the incompatibility of analysis. Hilbert gave a famous speech at the conference entitled Logic and Knowledge of Nature, in which he declared optimistically that we must know and we shall know. Godel announced his first incompleteness theorem. It was the beginning of his life work. Soon after he proved the second incompleteness theorem, the result was undoubtedly a great blow to the Hilbert project. After incompleteness theorems, 1932, the intuitionist calculus of statements. 1933, Godel then became a private docent. He went to Princeton University. He became good friends with Einstein. 1934, Godel gave lectures at the Institute of Advanced Studies in Princeton titled Undecidable Propositions of Formal Mathematical Systems. of which notes were published later on, taken by Stephen Kleene, an American mathematician notable as being one of the founders of recursion theory. He suffered a nervous breakdown upon his return to Austria and spent several months in a psychiatric hospital to treat the depression that followed his breakdown. 1936, Godel had another nervous breakdown as a result of the assassination. Godel became delusional. The assassination of Mort Schlicht. Godel became delusional, spent several more months in the psychiatric ward. He also developed paranoid symptoms after the incidents, one of which was the fear of being poisoned. 1937, Godel returned to teaching at the University of Vienna. After the incompleteness theorems, 1938, visiting Princeton again and publishing this work, titling its consistency of the axiom of choice and the generalized continuum hypothesis with the axiom of set theory, marrying Adele Nimbursky, a woman he had already known for 10 plus years. In 1939, Godel submitted an application to be paid. There was a docent private lecture at the University of Vienna, but Godel had no salary. 1948, Godel was taking the naturalization test to become an American citizen, but he had found a logical loophole in the Constitution that could turn the United States into a dictatorship. Morgenstern reassured Godel that the possibility he had found was highly hypothetical and highly circumstantial, and specifically told him not to mention it in front of the judge. After incompleteness theorems, early the next morning, the trio drove to the federal courthouse in New Jersey. The judge said directly to Godel, "Up until now, you have always had German nationality." Godel immediately corrected him by saying he was Austrian. The judge continued, "After all, that country was under a criminal despotism. Fortunately, this is not possible in the United States." When the word despotism is conjured, Godel immediately retorts loudly, "No, on the contrary, I know how it can happen, and I can prove it." Fortunately, Godel eventually became an American citizen. Godel took the job at Princeton University, much to the delight of his friend Einstein. Critique at Carnap. Willard Gibbs' lecture, Some Basic Theorems on the Foundation of Mathematics and Their Implications, the 1953-59 manuscript, is Mathematical Syntax and Language, speech prepared for the general meeting of the American Philosophical Society in 1961, the modern development of the foundations of mathematics in light of philosophy. 3 manuscripts express Godel's sharp departure from the Viennese philosophical position, not only in mathematical foundations, but also in general philosophical views. 1953, Godel was asked again to contribute to the Library of Living Philosophers Carnap volume. Schelp suggested Godel write a 25 to 40-page essay entitled Carnap and the Ontology of Mathematics, but Godel proposed only a short essay entitled A Critique of Nominalist Views on the Nature of Mathematics. From 1953 to 59, Is Mathematics the Syntax of Language? Further critique at Carnap. First, when the manuscript was finished, Carnap had already passed the time to reply to the author. If Carnap's reply was not published, it would be unfair to everyone and difficult to explain to the world. The second, I have completed several versions of the subject, but I'm not satisfied with any of them. According to my own willingness to make strict assertions or give strong arguments, it is not difficult, but I found this topic and one of the basic issues of philosophy, concepts and their relationships, is closely related to the objective reality of want to clarify it difficult that I thought it would be thoroughly, and to the widely held prejudice, published only a finished half of the work will do more harm than good. Unlike empirical propositions, the truth of mathematical propositions depends on the meaning of the concepts contained in them. Godel's critical argument is based on 3 arguments: 1, the incompleteness of mathematics; 2, the unerasability of mathematical content and mathematical intuition; and 3, a certain analogy between mathematics and natural science. Godel admitted that although he pointed out that mathematics was not the grammar of language, he failed to show what mathematics was. In 1951, he said he had deliberately separate things in the world, and the concept of world was also argued that the facts and the separation of the concept of content, but in his realism of the whole concept of interpretation of these problems is not satisfactory. In old age, in his later years, Godel did not go to church, but he read the Bible in bed every Sunday night and believed in the afterlife. In 1977, Adele was hospitalized for 6 months and had 2 strokes that required major surgery. As we mentioned earlier, Godel was afraid of being poisoned, so he only ate food that Adele had tasted. So while Adele was in the hospital, Godel refused to eat and eventually died of starvation. He died in his chair in his Princeton hospital room, weighing only 65 pounds, God forbid. Since Godel's death in 1978, many articles have been written in his honor. Wang Ho's latest biography adds some interesting content. This biography is the only one that was completed before Godel's death and confirmed and corrected by Godel himself. Godel's scholarly legacy includes correspondence drafts, notebooks, unpublished manuscripts, his library, and all forms of leaflets, notes, and memos. They were donated to the Institute for Advanced Studies in Princeton by his widow after his death. Godel himself made no decision about what to do with his manuscripts, although correspondence in his remains indicates that the Library of Congress asked Godel for his papers. Post-credit scene. Do you remember the logical loophole in the U.S. Constitution that Godel discovered and Morganson described as very hypothetical? In 1952, American economist Arrow put forward the so-called impossibility theory in economics, which rigorously proves that there was no gap between Western democracy and autocracy. Remember, I said a lot of biographers aren't reliable. Russell recalled his Princeton days in his autobiography. At Princeton, I got to know Einstein very well. I used to go to his house once a week and talk with him and Godel and Pauli. These conversations were a little disappointing to me because all three of them were Jews, exiled, cosmopolitan men, but I found them to have a German bias against metaphysics. For all our efforts, we could never find a common premise on which to argue. That passage caught the attention of Burton Feldman, so he has written a book called The Einstein Genius Club. Godel, as for the reference to me, I have to clarify, first of all, that I'm not actually Jewish, although I don't think the question matters. Second, this passage would give the impression that I had many discussions with Russell, which I didn't. I remember only having one. Third, as for my pure Platonism, it is no more pure than Russell's own Platonism. As Catherine Williams notes in her introduction to the book, Godel did not appear in Einstein's house as often as Russell suggested, but he did appear more than once. But anyway, between the winter of 1943 and the spring of 1944, these four intelligent scientists were living at the Institute for Advanced Study in Princeton. Okay, so we're going to be attacking the Vienna Circle from a bunch of different angles. The first one was logic and a little bit about Godel, who moved away from the Vienna Circle but had a big influence on him, especially getting him to America. And Hilbert also, who was not directly one of the main members of the Vienna Circle, but also had a big influence on them. So let's talk about the Pillager. God bless. Good to see you. Hope everything's good. Not sure if you know much about the Vienna Circle and philosophy of science. Reiner seems interested in the subject. I mean, so all these things are matter of dispute. And, the Vienna Circle is like the mainstream. So there's all types of schools and philosophies and ideas. But I say the Vienna Circle is the heart of most of these understanding, and most of the big names in the era were either part of the Vienna Circle or directly interacted with the Vienna Circle till today, where almost all the big names in the philosophy of science, even mathematics and logic, have interactions with the disciples of the Vienna Circle, and a lot of their ideas are put either in terms of what the people of the Vienna Circle thought, or why their views are in opposition to the Vienna Circle. And one of the main factors of the Vienna Circle is the anti-metaphysical stance, which is also similar to the Frankfurt Circle, the Frankfurt School, that also was somewhat anti-metaphysical, as I talked about Horkheimer a few weeks ago. So here's just the pure history of the philosophy of science in America. So Fagel was one of the founding early members of the Vienna Circle and one of the first that came to America. So 1930, the Rockefeller Foundation awards a fellowship to Herbert Fagel, a highly regarded young member of the Vienna Circle, to enable him to spend a year at Harvard, where he interacts with Quine and Bridgman. At the end of the year, he decides to immigrate to the U.S. and is appointed to the philosophy department in Iowa in 1931, making the first member of the Vienna Circle to gain a faculty position in American University. 1934, Fagel is one of those active in the founding of the Journal of Philosophy of Science. The first articles in its first issues are used by Carnap and Fagel, making it clear that the new approach is already becoming an energizing influence in American philosophy of science. Fagel is insistent that it should be called logical empiricism to differentiate from the older logical positivism of Comte. And we'll be looking at Comte shortly. I'm not sure if that's the first term, the philosophy of science, but so Fagel, they didn't, obviously they spoke in German. They used Wissenschaften. So, when Fagel is appointed here in America, he largely creates the philosophy of science. 1940, Fagel is appointed a professor of philosophy, University of Minnesota. 1946, joined at Minnesota by Wilfrid Sellers, whom Fagel had known in Iowa, where Sellers had his first appointment. 1950, Fagers and Sellers founded Philosophical Studies, the first journal in what was coming to be called analytical philosophy. 1953, Fagel and May Brodbeck published their influential readings in the philosophy of science. 1953, the Institute for Advanced Studies in Princeton sponsors a conference on the new agenda for the philosophy of science, explanation, reduction, physicalism, and the relationship of observational language to theoretical language, attending Fagel, Sellers, Carnap, Hempel, Nagel, Putnam, and Scriven. 1953, Fagel, Sellers, chair of the Department of Philosophy, and Paul Meehl, chair of the Department of Psychology, serves as the executive committee for the newly founded Minnesota Center for Philosophy of Science, with Fagel as the director. 1954 to 6, major conferences at Princeton, Minnesota, Los Angeles, involving more or less the same participants as the Princeton Conference in 1953, with others joining. 1956, publication of the first volume of Minnesota Studies in the Philosophy of Science, entitled The Foundation of Science and the Concepts of Psychology and Psychoanalysis, edited by Fagel and Scriven. The introduction explains the center has so far been devoted largely, but not exhaustively, to the philosophical, logical, and methodological problems of psychology. All the papers are said to have developed from the center discussion since 1953. Notable papers: Fagel's Issues and Developments on the Philosophy of Science of Logical Empiricism, Sellers' Empiricism of the Philosophy of Mind. 1956, 7 one-day conferences in fall semester. Topics include geometry, variables, time, dispositions, identity, Grunbaum, visiting professor. In 1957, Conference on the Philosophical Foundations of Physics. Visitors in the fall semester: Putnam, Melberg, Feyerabend, Hempel, and Nagel. In 1958, publication of Minnesota Studies, Volume 2, Concepts, Theories, and the Mind-Body Problem. Notable articles: Hempel, The Theoretician's Dilemma; Fagel, The Mental and the Physical; Sellers leaves Yale. 1959, Hansen, visiting professor at Spring. Visitors: Putnam, Yurgau, Roseblum. Conferences on ethics with Bayer, Donegan, Feyerabend, Meehl, Sellers, Scriven, Fagel, Maxwell, and others. 1962, publication of Minnesota Studies, Volume 3, Scientific Explanation, Space and Time. Articles: Maxwell, The Ontological Status of Theoretical Entities; Feyerabend, Explanation, Reduction, and Empiricism; Hempel, Deductive, Nomological versus Statistical Explanation; Scriven, Explanation, Prediction, and Laws; Sellers, Time and the World Order; Grunbaum, Geometry, Chronometry, and Empiricism; Putnam, The Analytic and the Synthetic. In 1907, Minnesota Studies, Volume 5, Historical and Philosophical Perspectives of Science, edited by Roger Stewart, first appearance of the History and Science in the series. In 1972, a separate program of History of Science at Minnesota with Stewart and Shapiro. Funding of Philosophy of Science at the National Science Foundation. 1953, Philip Frank lectures on the philosophy of physics at the National Science Foundation, invited by the director, Alan Waterman, and urges support for the HPS, the History of Philosophy of Science. 1954, report on the utility of social science recommends modest support for 4 areas of social sciences. By 1956, history and philosophy of science being the only one mentioned by name. 1955, major conference at the National Science Foundation to discuss funding needs. Henry Marganeau speaks for philosophy of science, I.B. Cohen for history of science, and Bernard Barber, whose Science and Social Order just appeared, for sociology of science. Cohen notes that there are already 5 programs of history of science in the U.S., Brown, Cornell, Harvard, Johns Hopkins, and Wisconsin, all needing research support. Marganeau deplores the lack of support at the university level for philosophy of science. Herbert Dingle of London dismisses the suggestion that the history and philosophy of science could be of value to policymakers. 1955, advisory panels established for 2 areas, anthropology and related science, and history, philosophy, and the sociology of science. 1955 to 7, first research grants, fellowships to philosophers of science, Frank Grunbaum, Marganeau, Fagel, first postdoctorate, and McMullen. 1957, establishment of the social science research program with a single advisory panel and 4 subdivisions: anthropology, economics, sociology, history, philosophy, sociology of science. 1% of the National Science Foundation budget to the social science program. 1958, the National Science Board appoints a 4-person committee chaired by Theodore Hesborough of the University of Notre Dame, Father to recommend an appropriate level of funding for the social sciences of the National Science Foundation, as well as the scope of social sciences to be covered. Committee deadlocked, decision deferred back to the full committee. The National Science Board, announcement of the fellowship programs, history and philosophy, but not sociology as science included, 9% of the social science budget to history and philosophy of science, anthropology by far the major recipient. 1966, funding the history and philosophy of science at its height, over $1 million, diminishes steadily after the new areas of social science are added, receives only 4% of social science funding in 1975. 1981, the White House proposes to eliminate history of philosophy of science funding. Congress restores it. Philosophy of Science at Section L of the annual American Academy for the Advancements of Sciences meeting. The annual week-long meeting of the American Association for the Advancement of Sciences is aimed at its members of the public who are interested in science-related matters. It draws science journalists from all over the world. Section L of the meeting has been allotted to the history and philosophy of science since at least 1924, when the History of Science Society was founded. 1956, slender offerings in history of philosophy and science. Two broad symposiums, science and ethics in measurement. 1957, again slender, science and ethics with Morgenau, Leake, and Rudner. Small sessions for contributed papers in the history of science and philosophy of science. New Society added general systems research. 1958, Vice President address by Karl Breuer. 3 sessions in the history of science, none in the philosophy of science. 1959, Minnesota takes over. The American Association for the Advancement of Science allows Section L to feature a meticulously planned large-scale conference in the philosophy of science with 21 main speakers, a respondent to each, and a response by the speaker. The vice presidential address is delivered by Fagel. Philosophical Tangents of Science. The proceedings appear in the 1961 as Current Issues in the Philosophy of Science, edited by Fagel and Maxwell. The preface notes that the work that resulted in this collection of papers was in part carried out to the Minnesota Center for the Philosophy of Science, especially that of Feyerabend, Grunwald, Hansen, Melberg, Roseblum, Sellers, Urgrau, Fagel, and Maxwell, 12 of the 21 papers. 1960, mainly devoted to the history of science, including the first Sarton Memorial Lecture by René Dubos, only one philosophy of science session, Simplicity as a Criterion of Scientific Theory, Bunge, Barker, Ackerman, and Goodman. A further added Society History of Technology, 1961, following up on the success of the 1959 Philosophy of Science Conference, a large-scale conference with the same format, speaker, and multiple discussants. Vice Presidential Address, Hansen, Scientists and Logicians, a confrontation. Among the 16 papers, Feyerabend, How to Be a Good Empiricist, Scriven, A Workable Concept of Causation, Woodruff, Philosophical Aspects of Quantum Field Theory, Putnam, Brains and Behavior, Fagel, Reduction of Psychology to Physiology, Rudner, Problems of the Logic of Sociological Theory, Donegan, The Popper-Hempel Thesis, Drey, Causal Judgments in History. An informal meeting of the philosophers of science attended in Denver discussed the merits of having a conference of this sort independently of the AAAS every 2 years on the auspices of the Philosophy of Science Association. 1962, Vice Presidential Address, Gerald Holton, the 3 types of scientific hypothesis, no papers in the Philosophy of Science. 1963, once again a full-scale Philosophy of Science conference. Vice Presidential Address, Grunbaum, The Bearing of Philosophy on the History of Science. 16 papers plus discussants, among them Feyerabend, Methods for Progress, discussants Kuhn, Hansen, Cohn, Shapiro, Maxwell, Criteria of Meaning and Demarcation, discussants Buck, Feyerabend, McMullen, Shapiro, Sellers, Introduction as Vindication, Kameny, Analyticity versus Fuzziness. 1964, Extended History of Science Conference, Presidential Address, Marshall Claggett, no Philosophy of Science papers. 1965, Sarton Lecture, Stillman Drake, the Academy de Lincia, no session of Philosophy of Science. The Annus Mirabilis of 1960. 3 centers erupt all at once: the Boston Center for Philosophy of Science, the Pittsburgh Center for Philosophy of Science, and the Indiana Center for the History and Philosophy of Science. 3 new programs to the history of science add to the 6 already in existence. Philosophy and History of Science has well and truly broken out. International Congress for Logic, Methodology, and Philosophy of Science. 1928, the first International Congress of the History of Science was held in Paris in 1928, and since then, ordinarily every 4 years. The First World Congress of Philosophy was held in Paris in 1900, and since then, usually every 5 years. One section of the latter Congress has been devoted to the philosophy of science since the 50s at least, and the Boston Congress in 1999, the largest gathering of philosophers in the 20th century. Only one of the 13 sections is devoted to philosophy of science, 260 papers published later in 12 volumes. It has a limited appeal for U.S. philosophers of science generally. The 1949, the first Congress of the International Union for the Philosophy of Science, is held in Paris. The second in Zurich in 1954, Fayol and Marganu attending. Some prominent logicians, including Tarski, Church, and Fays, see in the International Union for the Philosophy of Science the possibility of international forum for their own field by linking logic with the philosophy of science. The ICSU is insistent that the IUPS, now including logic, has to join with the history of science. Already member of the ICSU, logicians and the historians are unwilling but are eventually forced to concede, leading to the founding of the International Union of History and the Philosophy of Science, the IUHPS, with two divisions, the Division of Logic, Methodology, and Philosophy of Science, and the Division of History of Science. 1960, the first Congress of Logic, Methodology, and Philosophy of Science is held at Stanford University with Patrick Supps, Stanford, and Alfred Tarski, Berkeley, as the main organizers, 11 sections, 3 of them in mathematical logic. 1961 to 64, sponsorship of the Division of Logic, Methodology, and Philosophy of Science conferences at Wesleyan, Stanford, Warsaw, Zurich, Helsinki, Paris, Berkeley, Oxford, and Bristol. 1967, Third Congress, Amsterdam, at the General Assembly for delegates from the different countries. There was a good deal of disagreement as to how close the association with the Division of History of Science should be. Timing the two congresses to be the same year as reasonably nearby cities. The U.S. delegation appointed by and funded, though, the National Academy of Sciences consisted of 4 logicians and 1 philosopher of science. The logicians oppose such association. The philosopher of science backs it. The European delegation leans towards association. The vote went their way. The later Congress have tended to divide into 2 or more less separate programs, logic and the philosophy of science. 2011, the next 14th Congress will be in Nancy, France, in July 2011. Okay, so that was a little bit of a history of the philosophy of science. And as you could see, almost all these departments of the philosophy of science are outgrowths of the Vienna Circle. Many of them were directly created by disciples of the Vienna Circle. And till today, the only real departments of the philosophy of science to exist are those ones that you mentioned in the article. So there hasn't really been a large growth in the philosophy of science. Many times, historically, like logic was considered a large part of the philosophy of science. We're going to look at that in depth starting now. But largely, logic has become its own field. Logic is much more common, and you'll say important. That there's many more. Actually, I don't know if universities have a department of logic. So logic is usually within mathematics, and so it's probably not that common to actually have a department of logic. So, this debate of whether logic is part of the philosophy of science. So let's look at Frank Ramsey, who died young, had very important contributions in logic and the philosophy of science in terms like the reduction of linguistical sentences to logical formulation. Some overlap with like Wittgenstein and Godel and others. I'd mentioned the philosophy of science series that came up in multiple places, the concept of a Ramsey sentence. So when you talk about a scientific theory, a scientific law, a scientific model, a scientific mechanism, how do you formulate it? Do you formulate with generic English sentences, or can it be reduced? If it could be reduced to a series of differential equations, but then it also needs certain statements, and then how do you put a symbolic representation of the logical structures? So one of the most common forms still used today is these Ramsey sentences. And so let's look a little bit about Ramsey, pragmatism, and the Vienna Circle. I mentioned the overview where the Vienna Circle, pragmatism is in the US, and the Vienna Circle, it's hard to classify them. That's why they're called the Vienna Circle. But, certain tenets of somewhat neo-Kantianism, anti-metaphysics, um, the central aspect of logic to scientific representation, the logical positivism, various elements, and then after the dissolution, the disbanding of the Vienna Circle and coming to America, that the Vienna Circle largely becomes mixed together with certain elements of pragmatism. So Cheryl Mezak, one of the experts of the Vienna Circle, and I just got a few of her books. So here's her article from European Pragmatism. Ramsey, Pragmatism, and the Vienna Circle. Frank Ramsey, 1903 to 1930, is usually taken to be sympathetic to the Vienna Circle's project. I would argue that this is not right. Ramsey was a pragmatist, and he put pragmatist objections to Wittgenstein's Tractatist, objections which also had the Vienna Circle as their target. Ramsey's thought the Circle's position, like Wittgenstein's, was mistaken in that, instead of starting with human inquiry, it tried to construct the world out of elementary particles and logic and resulted in unacceptable solipsism. This paper traces the trajectory of Ramsey's pragmatist thought and its relationship to the early Wittgenstein and Vienna Circle. So if Ramsey is classified as a pragmatist, a lot of his thoughts still, even if he's not part of the Vienna Circle, which he obviously had connections to the Vienna Circle, is laid out in opposition to the Vienna Circle, stressing the importance of the Vienna Circle. Frank Ramsey is often aligned with the Vienna Circle. He was listed in the Circle's 1929 manifesto as one of those sympathetic to their mission. It might be said that being listed in the manifesto didn't mean much. A number of people were invoked there without, it seems, their foreknowledge or consent, and the document itself was controversial within the Circle. But the idea that Ramsey was on board with the Vienna Circle's mission wasn't confined to their official announcements. In the 1950s, Carnap and Hempel would take Ramsey's paper Theories Pusillanimously, published in 1931, to be an important contribution to their own attempts to construct scientific theories from observation and logic. Hans Johann Glock had recently said that Ramsey was preeminent among the school of Cambridge analysis, who shared with the Vienna Circle and Wittgenstein the idea that simple propositions occur in complex ones only in such a way that the true value of the latter depends solely on those of the former. According to Glock, the Cambridge analysis attempts to reduce all meaningful propositions to true functional constructions out of elementary propositions referring to sense data were no more successful than Russell's pledging attempts and Carnap's heroic effort in Der Logik Aufbau der Welt. His connection to Wittgenstein's Tractatist is largely responsible for the perception that Ramsey was aligned with the Vienna Circle. Wittgenstein's biographer Ray Monk says Ramsey was unable to follow Wittgenstein in his radical departures from the theories of the Tractatist, and suggests that Ramsey may be the stupid man in the following dream, what Wittgenstein reported in his diary in 1929. This morning I dreamt I had a long time ago commissioned someone to make me a water wheel, and now I no longer wanted it, but he was still working on it. The wheel lay there, and it was bad. It was notched all around, perhaps in order to put the blades in and the motor of the steam turbine. He explained to me what a tiresome task it was, and I thought I had ordered a straightforward paddle wheel, which would have been simple to make. The thought tormented me that the man was too stupid to explain to him or to make a better wheel, and that I could do nothing but leave him to it. I thought I have to live with people to whom I cannot make myself understood. That is a thought that I actually do have often, at the same time with the feeling that this is my own fault. While Wittgenstein never thought himself signed up with the Vienna Circle, he certainly has a sustained engagement with them from 1929 till the mid-1930s, and he was quick to accuse Weissman and Carnap of plagiarizing his ideas. Wittgenstein had, in step with the Circle, reduced all meaningful language to an elementary language of simple, basic statements that hook onto simple objects in the world. The Circle took the Tractatist to be the deepest and truest work of the new philosophy. Ramsey died in January 1930, shortly after Wittgenstein's dream and the Vienna Circle claiming of him. He was just 26 years old, robbed of the opportunity to develop and sum up his work, and to put it in careful relation to the traditions in which he operated, it falls to others to piece together the record and put it straight. For, in fact, Ramsey argued against Wittgenstein in the Vienna Circle that it was impossible to reduce all meaningful propositions to a preliminary language of experience and logic. He was not aligned with the Vienna Circle's mission, but rather was a self-described pragmatist. His persistent pragmatist objections to the picture theory of meaning and truth were responsible for Wittgenstein's turn away from the Tractatus and towards his later approach, with its emphasis on the primacy of practice and the idea that meaning is use. And Ramsey's objections were of the kind that would make some members of the Vienna Circle liberalize their own positions after his death. Ramsey, of course, had things in common with the Vienna Circle, such as an interest in the foundations of mathematics and the relationship between propositions and reality, and a facility with logical methods. It's not surprising that he was interested in talking philosophy with them. Their problems were his problems, even if he didn't agree with their solutions. And Ramsey was indeed initially engaged with Wittgenstein's project and tried to improve some aspects of it. But even as an undergraduate in as early as 1923, he was arguing that the primary or elementary language was not sufficient to account for the great variety of legitimate and truth-apt beliefs. We shall see that while Ramsey did indeed have influence on the Vienna Circle, he ended up pulling against, not towards, their project. Introduction to the Tractatus to the Circle. Introducing the Tractatus to the Circle. In 1921, at the age of 18, Ramsey was asked by the publisher Ogden to translate the manuscript that Wittgenstein had finished during the First World War. Russell and Keynes had managed to get it out of war-torn Europe, and with the help of Dorothy Wrench, get it printed, full of errors and without any revision by its author. That was in a German journal, Annual of Natural Philosophy. Wittgenstein was keen to have it come out in English. Ramsey was well versed in logic and in Russell's philosophy, and was keen to do it. He went to Miss Pate's secretarial agency in the winter of 1921-2 and directly read this difficult manuscript in English off the annual's proof to a shorthand writer who then typed it up. After much correspondence with Wittgenstein making corrections to his own thinking and to the translation, it was published in 1922 with the German and Ramsey's English translation side by side. Ogden took the credit for the translation, merely expressing his indebtedness to Ramsey of Trinity College, Cambridge, for assistance both with the translation and the preparation of the book for the press. No one at the time, however, took anyone but Ramsey to have done the job. In September 1923, Ramsey went to a small town near Vienna where Wittgenstein was teaching school, and the two finally met. For 2 weeks, they went over the Tractatus line by line for 5 hours a day. At this point, Ramsey was the only person who really understood the Tractatus. Wittgenstein had declared that Moore, Russell, and Frege didn't understand him. Ramsey's critical notice of the book was impressed at mind, and he was relieved during his marathon conversation with Wittgenstein to find that he still thought it was basically right. In March 1924, Ramsey went to Vienna for 6 months, both to be psychoanalyzed and to spend more time talking with Wittgenstein. Gretel Stamborough, Wittgenstein's sister, introduced him to Schlicht. Ramsey's first impression of Schlicht remained steady throughout his life. He didn't seem to me much of a philosopher, but a very nice man. The Cambridge mathematician Max Newman was in Vienna as well and introduced him to Hans Hahn, who granted Ramsey permission to use the university's library and invited him to attend his seminar on the theory of functions of a complex variable. Ramsey didn't attend Hahn's seminar, but he did rue that he wouldn't be in Vienna the following year when Hahn was to give a seminar on Russell and Whitehead's principle of Mathematica. It was during this 1924 visit that the emerging Vienna Circle and now the Berlin Circle was properly introduced to the Tractatus. Carnap had been in New York in 1923 when some mathematicians told him about Russell's influence on the new mathematical philosophy. Carnap wrote to Reichenbach about the people connected to this new philosophy. The list was long. It included Wittgenstein, Keynes, and Broad, but gave no particular importance to Wittgenstein. Reichenbach immediately forwarded Carnap's letter to Schlicht and asked Schlicht to write Russell with no mention of Wittgenstein to see if Russell might be interested in being involved in the journal they were planning. Schlicht then wrote to Reichenbach and noted that one of those new mathematical philosophers was nearby. Wittgenstein, whose book is edited by Russell, lives here close to Vienna. It seems that Schlicht didn't yet have a copy of the revised and translated Tractatus, for he didn't know that Russell was not, in fact, the book's editor, but merely wrote the introduction. His university library has one copy of the substandard annual version, but it isn't clear whether Schlicht had looked at it at the time he was exchanging these letters in 1923. That would change in the summer of 1924. When Schlicht met Ramsey, Schlicht wrote to Reichenbach on August 5th. He was no longer merely mentioning Wittgenstein, but was fired up about him. He had now read the annual version. Do you know that the Tractatus Logico-Philosophicus from Wittgenstein, which appeared in the annuals of the Annals of Natural Philosophy, and which has been edited by Russell in a book version in German and English? The author lives close to Vienna and is highly original. Also, as a human being, the more one studies his treatise, the more one is impressed by it. The English translator, a mathematician from Cambridge, who I met in the summer, is also a very intelligent and sophisticated mind. Schlicht then wrote to Wittgenstein on Christmas Day, expressing his admiration for the Tractatus and his desire to meet its author. He told him that the mathematician Kurt Reidemeister had recently given a talk at the University of Vienna about the Tractatus and mentioned that last summer I had the pleasure of meeting Mr. Ramsey, the translator of your work, during his last stay in Vienna. Schlicht asked Wittgenstein how he and Reidemeister might get their own copies of the Tractatus. Wittgenstein wrote back saying he himself didn't have spares, but Ramsey would certainly be kind enough to arrange for some copies. By early 1925, the circle was in possession of the Ramsey translation. The Vienna circle read the Tractatus with care and attention steadily until 1927, taking it to be a kind of founding document of their movement. While there was some plurality already in the view of its members of the Vienna circle, it was fair enough to say that they differed from Wittgenstein in that they explicitly said that the basic statements were observations statements, whereas Wittgenstein was vague on this matter, and the circle ignored Wittgenstein's insistence that the propositions of ethics and religion were without sense, yet more important than the propositions which had sense. These differences aside, the circle took Wittgenstein not unreasonably to be a kindred spirit. One insight of Wittgenstein's was especially important. That was the idea that the truths of logic are tautologies, true come what may, and hence exempt from the empirical standard of meaningfulness. Their interest in Ramsey in 1924 was very much related to this point. Logic and Mathematics as Tautology. Ramsey wrote the Foundations of Mathematics as undergraduate thesis while he was in Vienna and published it in 1925, Proceedings of the London Mathematical Society. In it, he tried to fix the defects in Principia Mathematica. At this point, Ramsey was on board with Russell's Logicism project and spent most of the paper trying to repair Russell's solution to logicism's biggest problem, the set theoretic of paradoxes. He argued for a modification of Russell's theory of types that could do without the axiom of reducibility. The Vienna circle was open to new ideas, from Cambridge especially. They had devoured Principia and the Tractatus, the foundation of mathematics, provided the next discussion point. Ramsey sent Schlicht the published paper, writing with the compliments of the author on the first page. Carnap transcribed part of it, and Schlicht scribbled comments on the whole of his copy. We can see from Carnap's Tagebuch that the circle talked about the paper for 2 weeks in January 1927, and then intermittently right through to 1929. The first entry in January notes, Weissman told us about the Ramsey paper. The next week, we talked about Wittgenstein and Ramsey. Very interesting. What they found very interesting was Ramsey's extension of Wittgenstein's idea of tautology. Like all empiricists, the members of the Vienna Circle struggled to say why the statements of logic and mathematics are legitimate, given that they don't satisfy their observational criterion of meaningfulness. Hume had invoked a too convenient separation of matters of fact and relations of idea, with statements concerning the latter, including mathematical and logical statements, simply being exempt from the observational criteria. Mill had made an unsuccessful attempt to treat mathematics as an observable science. The Vienna Circle had been happy to find part of their own answer in the Tractatus. The truths of logic fit with any state of the world, hence they made no claim about the world and do not need to be verified by the world. But what about mathematics? Wittgenstein held that mathematical concepts consist of purely syntactic or formal equations. He thought they didn't have sense, but not in the way that logic lacks sense. Ramsey claimed that Wittgenstein's position was obviously a ridiculous narrow view of mathematics, as it was confined to simple arithmetic. Ramsey argued that mathematical truths, like logical truths, are tautologies. Russell wanted to build upon the whole edifice of mathematics from primitive principles, and Ramsey thought he should do it by taking primitive logic and mathematical propositions to be tautologies, so that everything that he built up will be necessarily true. As far as the circle was concerned, the two moves taken together, first logic, then mathematics, being seen as tautologies was a fundamental turning point in philosophy. Hahn was especially clear that the tautology character of mathematics is absolutely essential. If this position can be made out, the existence of mathematics is then also compatible with the empiricist position. Ramsey had given them a nice way out of a difficult problem. The dispute between Ramsey and Wittgenstein about identity. Wittgenstein himself staunchly resisted the suggestion. His resistance manifested itself in a dispute with Ramsey about the nature of identity statements, a dispute that involved the circle, at least as minor players in the drama. On June 20th, 1927, Wittgenstein, Carnap, and Weissman met with Schlicht at his house. It was the first time that Carnap had met Wittgenstein. They discovered Ramsey's paper, and Wittgenstein registered an objection to the account of identity in it. Carnap wrote in his diary afterward that Wittgenstein was very interested in original, but he thought that his objection to Ramsey were such that he took a rapid or impulsive position and then tried to find arguments for that assessment. 1 week later, on the 27th, they all met again, this time at Carnap's house. On the second meeting, Wittgenstein dictated a letter to Schlicht for delivery to Ramsey. Wittgenstein was giving Ramsey the silent treatment because of an argument they had in 1925 about the value of Freud. Carnap typed the letter, and Wittgenstein then wrote the opening of the closing paragraphs by hand. He addressed it to Dear Mr. Ramsey, and it was asked Mr. Ramsey to send a response to the logical point, not directly to him, but via Schlicht. Ramsey considered not following Wittgenstein's instruction to write only to Schlicht. He wrote 2 draft replies to Wittgenstein himself, saying that Schlicht won't know whether my answer is any good. He also said that Schlicht's 1918, The General Theory of Knowledge, contained some sad rubbish, but was willing to consider the possibility that he may have got cleverer since then. In the end, he obeyed his difficult friend and sent his reply via Schlicht. Wittgenstein had an identity statement being part of mathematics and hence consisting of equations and therefore pseudo-propositions. Ramsey thought the identity statements were true, but trivially so. They were tautology. The debate conducted in its entirety in this 2-letter exchange would soon be mute. Immediately after the publication of the Foundation of Mathematics, Ramsey expressed doubts about it, and in 1929 he would abandon the logicist project and start actively exploring intuitionism. He wrote 2 long notes in August 1929, Principles of Finitist Mathematics and the Formal Structure of the Intuitionist Mathematics, in which he opted mostly for Weil's introductory rules and arrived at his own substitution rules. Wittgenstein, who returned to Cambridge in January 1929, was also at the point interested in intuitionism. Together they would become attracted to what Ramsey in the Foundation of Mathematics had called the Bolshevik menace of Brouwer and Weil. Well, Braithwaite published a collection of Ramsey papers, Puslam, in 1931. He sounded the alert in the introductory that Ramsey had abandoned logicism for intuitionism. It took Russell by surprise. Also in 1931, it seems not yet having read Braithwaite's introduction, Carnap registered a worry about Ramsey's logicism. He said that Ramsey courageously tried to solve Russell's problems by arguing that the circles of the set theoretic paradoxes are harmless, not vicious. Carnap thought that Ramsey's solution was certainly tempting, but we should not let ourselves be seduced by it. It smacked too much of a Platonic realm of ideas which exist in themselves independently of it, and how finite human beings are able to think them. While intuitionism, he said, had been called anthropological mathematics, Ramsey's logicist theory might well be called theological mathematics. Ramsey's notes about intuitionism were only published in 1991, and the Circle never registered that Ramsey had moved away from the conception of mathematics as tautology, the conception of mathematics that was so useful for them. Okay, God bless Rainer. Thanks for being active in the chat. Facts and proposition. While Ramsey move away from logicism was only noticed after his death, evidence that he wasn't aligned with the Circle's project certainly existed. At least one paper the Circle read during his lifetime, Facts and Propositions, was published in the 1927 Proceedings of the Aristotelian Society and was mentioned in the manifesto as one of Ramsey's sympathetic papers. In it, he utilized Wittgenstein's conception of tautology in a novel way. Wittgenstein argued in Ramsey's words that a logical truth exudes no possibility and so expresses no attitude of belief at all. Ramsey built on this idea to arrive at one of his most fruitful insights: beliefs exclude possibilities, and that's how we can individuate belief and measure partial belief. What it is to believe a proposition is in large part to behave in certain ways, and to take various possibilities as alive or dead. The pragmatist position holds that it is of the essence of a belief that it has a causal impact on our action. In this paper, Ramsey made a remark about truth that many have mistaken for a deflationary redundancy theory, in which talk of truth is a superfluous add-on and can simply be dropped. There is really no separate problem of truth, but merely a linguistic muddle. It is true that Caesar was murdered means no more than Caesar was murdered, and it is false that Caesar was murdered mean that Caesar was not murdered. But Ramsey argued that once you have laid out the matter in this way, it becomes clear that it is the nature of belief, judgment, or assertion that is the interesting problem. He prefaced his deflationary remarks by saying he should briefly discuss truth before we proceed further with the analysis of judgment, and he finished the whole discussion by concluding that if we have analyzed judgment, we have solved the problem of truth. Yes, the assertion of the truth of P is equivalent to the assertion of P, but that leaves all the hard work still ahead of us. The deflationary move must be followed by an examination of belief, judgment, and assertion, which will provide us with a complete theory of truth. Ramsey then proceeded with his pragmatist examination. Belief, he argues, involves a habit of disposition to behave. It is not reducible to behavior, as there is still a mental factor involved, and there are still objective factors to be taken into account. If a chicken believes that a certain caterpillar is poisonous, it abstains from eating that kind of caterpillar on account of the unpleasant experience associated with eating them. The mental factors in such a belief would be parts of the chicken's behavior, which are somehow related to the objective factors, the kind of caterpillar and poisonous. An exact analysis of the relationship would be very difficult, but it might well be held that in regard to this kind of belief, the pragmatist view was correct, that the relationship between the chicken's behavior and the objective factors was that the actions were such as to be useful if and only if the caterpillars were actually poisonous. Ramsey is close to adopting a certain kind of pragmatism about truth in this passage. If a belief leads to successful action, it is true, but importantly for his kind of pragmatism, the successful action must be connected to the belief being related in the right way to the relevant objective factors. Facts and propositions is thus Ramsey's official rejection of the correspondence logical analysis theory that so attracted more Russell Wittgenstein in the Vienna Circle. At this stage, he thought Wittgenstein might easily join him. He ended the paper by saying, "In conclusion, I must emphasize my indebtedness to Mr. Wittgenstein, for whom my view of logic is derived. Everything that I've said is due to him, except the parts which have a pragmatist tendency, which seem to me to be needed in order to fill the gap in his system." Wittgenstein would not take the pragmatist suggestion to be a friendly amendment, and the Vienna Circle glossed over the pragmatist tenor of the facts and proposition. If they liked it because of the deflationary idea of truth, they misread the paper. Ramsey's critical notice of the Tractatus. How can the Circle have gotten Ramsey so wrong? Part of the answer may be that there is no evidence that they read Ramsey's critical notice of the Tractatus published in Mind in 1923. It would have alerted them to Ramsey's worried about Wittgenstein's project, and by extension their own. Ramsey had remarked in his critical notice that Russell's introduction may not be an infallible guide to Mr. Wittgenstein's meaning, for Russell said that Wittgenstein was concerned with a logically perfect language, but Wittgenstein, Ramsey wrote, seems to maintain that his doctrines apply to ordinary language in spite of appearances to the contrary. This is obviously an important point, for this wider application greatly increases the interest and diminishes the plausibility of any thesis such as which Mr. Russell declares to be perhaps the most fundamental in Mr. Wittgenstein's theory, that in order that a certain sentence should assert a certain fact, there must be something in common between the structure of the sentence and the structure of the fact. Ramsey agreed with Wittgenstein that the doctrine should apply to ordinary language, but the linchpin for the pressing and eventually fatal problems Ramsey raised with Tractatus is that they failed to do so. Ramsey noted that there are two things at work in the Tractatus. One is the non-mystical deductions that occupy most of the text, that arguing in detail for the necessity of something in common between the picture and the world. The other consists in indicating or gesturing at all the things that are intrinsically impossible to discuss. He saw difficulties arising in both, that is, he threw spanners into the works of Wittgenstein's elaborate machinery, the picture theory of meaning, and he worried about the main contention of the book, as Wittgenstein himself saw the distinction between saying and showing. The idea of representation in the Tractatus is that the picture has the same structure or in the same logical form as reality. Ramsey's most general objection, which hangs over the whole of Wittgenstein's project, is this: but it is evident that, to say the least, this definition is very incomplete. It can be applied literally only in one case, that of the completely analyzed elementary proposition. Ramsey made note of some propositions that cannot be reduced to elementary sentences that correspond to simple objects. For instance, what about those containing logical connectives which do not have objects to represent? Wittgenstein treated these operators on propositions and thought that we could use such symbols to express things that we cannot state but can only show. Ramsey thought that this subverted the simple isomorphic structure that Wittgenstein was supposed to be putting in this place. The negation operator illustrates the problem perfectly. Detritus gives us the account of representation. Understanding the truth is essentially positive. To understand a proposition, to see how things are, if it is true. All elementary propositions depict positive facts, and the world is fully described by one unique set of such propositions. Ramsey noted that it would be absurd to represent the negation operator as mirroring a negative fact, and was not mollified by Wittgenstein's rendering of the negation operator as saying that there was no such thing, no such combination between objects or things. But it was not just the logical connectives that couldn't be pictured in the elementary language. Ramsey announced we must now turn to one of the most interesting of Mr. Wittgenstein's theory, that there are certain things which cannot be said but only shown, and these constitute the mystical. He registered the critical notice what would later become a more fully formed unease about the saying showing distinction. Wittgenstein's form of representation is itself an elusive entity which is intrinsically impossible to discuss. That is, Wittgenstein's own discussion of what representation is goes beyond elementary proposition. Wittgenstein, of course, saw this, saying that his philosophical discussion has to be used like a ladder and then kicked away. Ramsey thought of this an unacceptable move. His conclusion in the critical notice is that we cannot be satisfied with a theory that deals only with elementary propositions. Later he would put the point more sharply, but what we can't say, and what we can't whistle at either. It should be clear that already in 1923, Ramsey was not trying to get the logical analyst view right. Much of what is important about language cannot be reduced to primary language, and we cannot sweep the secondary language under a rug as unsayable or merely instrumental, as some of the members of the Vienna Circle. So what about theories? Braithwaite included Ramsey's 1929 manuscript theory in his volume he published in 1931. In the 1950s, Carnap and Hempel would famously employ what they called Ramsey sentences, but it is important to see that by that time, Carnap and Hempel had relaxed their reductive tendencies. At that time of writing theories, Ramsey took it to be pulling away from Carnap, not towards him. To be sure, Ramsey started theories as follows. Let us try to describe a theory simply as a language for discussing the facts the theory is said to explain. He started, that is, with the idea held by Wittgenstein and the Vienna Circle in the mid-1920s. Facts are expressible in the universe of discourse, which we will call the primary system, or the primary language, which expresses simple propositions that are absolutely true or false. He then argued that when we try, we can deconstruct a theory using a set of axioms and a dictionary that translates the primary language into the secondary language, but it is clear that these definitions are not necessarily for the legitimate use of the theory. It is merely instructive to show us how such definitions could be constructed. Part of the instruction is to show how it might be done. For Russell, Carnap, and others, seems to suppose that we can and must do this. But part of the instruction is negative. Ramsey thought that the project wouldn't work. The first obstacle, perhaps surmountable, is how complicated it will be. For instance, the primary language is concerned with a series of experiences. It needs time, order, and a structure for things like colors and smells. The second, less surmountable obstacle is what Ramsey elsewhere calls the objection from the philosophy of science. A problem for the Vienna Circle was that there seems to be no meaning to our beliefs about unobservable entities such as electrons, or even the backside of the moon being made of green cheese, for we can't directly observe them. Moreover, there is also no way of accounting for how the theory of mass, for instance, changes or is improved upon, or the explicit definition account of scientific theories. It seems that every time the theory changes, we change the meaning of the terms, the older version, or refer to new entities, as Ramsey put it. If we proceed by explicit definition, we cannot add to our theory without changing the definitions, and so the meaning of the whole. It is obvious that we need to be able to explain how a concept both evolves and retains its meaning, and how a theory grows. Thus, the dictionary alone does not suffice unless we're happy with a finite primary system, much less rich than the theory itself. All useful theories must have more degrees of freedom than the primary system. There would be no point in having a scientific theory unless it went beyond a catalog of the current facts. Ramsey, that is, showed that Carnap's project, as Ramsey understood it from the Aufbau, could be completed, but would be no good at all. He then instructed the empiricist on how to think of scientific theories without employing explicit definitions. In keeping with his pragmatism, he highlighted the consequences of belief. A theory is a system of judgments or beliefs whose consequences will meet the future successfully or not. We employ the theory as a whole as a shortened expression of all those judgments and can be thus make sense of unobservable things such as the back of the moon. If our theory allows as a possibility that we might go there and find out in any other way, then it has meaning. If not, our theory of the moon is very relevant, not merely our theory of things in general. Our theory of the moon and of solid bodies in space will tell us something about the likely constitution of the moon's far side. The whole theory gives meaning to beliefs about the unobservable part of the moon and determines whether they are true or false. Ramsey then made a new move, the idea that would later excite Carnap and Hempel. He argued that we can elucidate the role of theoretical terms such as electron in a long and complex formal sentence which contains both theoretical and observational terms. The sentence will start with, these are the things which we call electrons, and then we'll go on to tell a story about those electrons. We assume there are electrons for the sake of the story, just as we assume there is a girl when we listen to a story that starts once upon a time there was a girl who. Any additions to the theory are to be made within the scope of the quantifier that says there exists at least one electron. That is, the theory can evolve while still being about the original entities. Additions to the theory of electron are not strictly propositions by themselves, just that the different sentences in the story beginning once upon a time have not complete meanings and so are not propositions by themselves. This is that they are not beliefs that are true or false in the strict sense of the primary language. We commit ourselves to the existence of the entities in our theory, knowing that if it gets overthrown, so will our commitment to its entities. In the meantime, we use the theory. The innovation is entirely consistent with Ramsey's pragmatist view of definitions in 1929. Definitions are given at least our future meaning and not merely to give any pretty way of obtaining a certain structure. Definitions tell us how to go on using a term by making more precise the vague and complex concepts it stands for. Well, this view of definitions and theories didn't serve the 1929 Vienna Circle well. It would be attractive once the Circle had given up on the strict reductionist project, largely due to those objections from the philosophy of science. We can see from Carnap's copy of the Braithwaite volume that he read theories in the early 1930s carefully. Hempel heard Ramsey's ideas much later from Braithwaite's 1946 Turner lectures. In the early 1950s, Carnap and Hempel started to employ Ramsey's existential quantifier sentence as a tool for their attempts to show how the world can be constructed from experience. The origin of the idea had become hazy in Carnap's mind, only to become clear again when, in 1958, he read a draft of Hempel's The Theoretician's Dilemma, a study in the logic of theory construction, which Hempel coined the term Ramsey sentence. Carnap wrote to Hempel saying that his paper had prompted him to go back to the Braithwaite volume and see that he had neatly underlined important passages and theories, and expressing his gratitude for being prevented from presenting Ramsey's ideas as his own. In 1966, Carnap sent Braithwaite his Philosophical Foundations of Physics, which had a chapter entitled The Ramsey Sentence. That Carnap wasn't ready to employ Ramsey's innovation in 1929 is unsurprising. At the time, as Keynes put it, Ramsey had been departing from the formal objective treatment. That treatment marked Carnap's work at the time. Ramsey and Wittgenstein had started off by helping Russell to perfect the system in Principia Mathematica, but Keynes said the effect was gradually to empty it of content and reduce it more and more to mere dry bones, until finally it seemed to exclude not only all experience, but most of the principles of reasonable thought. Wittgenstein's solution was to regard everything else as a sort of inspired nonsense, having great value indeed for the individual, but incapable of being exactly discussed. Ramsey's reaction was towards what he himself described as a sort of pragmatism. Thus, he was led to consider human logic as distinguished from formal logic. Keynes was right. By 1929, Ramsey had found the deductive approach a sack of dry bones. A central point in theories is these questions of usage. In this case, how we use scientific theory are more important than questions of metaphysics. The metaphysics of logical atomism does not provide enough to go on in real life and real science. Theories are true or false, not in the strict atomist sense, but in a holistic pragmatist sense. This the way Ramsey dealt with scientific theories, and everything else that went beyond the primary system was very much against the spirit of the late 1920s Vienna Circle. It was to adopt a pragmatist account of truth or falsity, an account that asked whether the consequences of beliefs meet the future well. Okay, Reiner, God bless. Thanks for tuning in. Ramsey on Wittgenstein and the Vienna Circle, 1929. Wittgenstein returned to Cambridge after his self-imposed exile on January 17, 1929. Ramsey died on January 19, 1930. In that year, the two were locked in an almost daily conversation. One might call it the battle over the right approach to philosophy. Ramsey put it in 1929 paper titled Philosophy, One Method. Litwin's is to construct logic and to do our philosophical analysis entirely on self-consciously, thinking all the time of the facts and not about our thinking about them, deciding what we mean without any reference to the nature of meanings. Ramsey's pragmatist method, in contrast, directed us to the human facts, not the facts somehow abstracted from all human understanding. He thought that we will often run into terms we cannot define, but can only explain the way in which they are used. He admitted to having once been under the sway of Wittgenstein's conception of philosophy. I used to worry myself about the nature of philosophy through excessive scholasticism. I could not see how we could understand a word and not be able to recognize whether a proposed definition of it was or was not correct. I did not realize the vagueness of the whole idea of understanding, the reference it involves to the multitude of performances, any of which may fall and require to be restored. All this, of course, foreshadows Wittgenstein's later move to the idea that meaning is use but in 1929, Wittgenstein was still trying to construct an ideal definition in a perfect language. Ramsey thought that an instance of scholasticism, the essence of which is treating what is vague as if it were precise and trying to fit it into an exact logical category. He opened a draft of philosophy with an explicit reprimand of Wittgenstein. Philosophy must be of some use, and we must take it seriously. It must clear our thoughts and do some actions, otherwise it's mere chatter, or else it is disposition we have to check. The chief proposition of philosophy is that philosophy is nonsense, and again, we must then take seriously that it is nonsense and not pretend, as Wittgenstein does, that it is important nonsense. We must avoid the absurd position of the child in the following dialogue. Wittgenstein maintained that philosophy is nonsense and should be abandoned. Ramsey's objection in philosophy was twofold. First, Wittgenstein cannot argue for a particular view of the nature of meaning, a consequence of which is that the very argument from that view is meaningless. We do, in fact, understand Wittgenstein's philosophical argument. It is not a ladder that, once climbed, needs to be kicked. The same point holds to Vienna Circle's dismissal of metaphysics. Second, this kind of philosophy is impoverished if, as Wittgenstein thinks, philosophy's task is to take the propositions of science and ordinary life and exhibit them in a logical system with primitive terms and definition. Philosophy really is of not much use at all. In a note, Ramsey said, the standardization of the colors of beer is not philosophy, but in a sense it is an improvement in notation and a clarification of thought. Philosophy must be more than improvement in notation. It is clear that in 1929, Ramsey's approach and his rebellion against Wittgenstein and the Vienna Circle was in full swing. He says in another note, we cannot really picture the world as a disconnected selves. The selves we know are in the world. What we can't do, and it's no good trying. Philosophy comes from not understanding the logic of our language, but the logic of our language is not what Wittgenstein thought. The pictures we make to ourselves are not pictures of facts. If a proposition is a picture of the world disconnected from any reference to the self whose picture is in it, then we are totally vulnerable to skepticism or solipsism. How are we to bridge the gap between ourselves and the world? How can we even make claims about that world? One's primary world contains no thought. If we want to understand the world, we must not neglect the subjective side. Carnap, Ramsey thought, made the same mistake. Solipsism, in the ordinary sense of which, as in Carnap, the primary world consists of my experiences, past, present, and future, will not do. For this primary world is the world about which I am now thinking. We need the irreducible secondary world, full of hypotheses, laws, and claims about the existence of all manner of objects, if we are to think about the world at all. Carnap's mistake was to reduce a patch of bread, into infinite classes of points, thus destroying it being my patch or your patch. Ramsey never wrote more about the Vienna Circle. He and Carnap never met, but his mind was on Carnap during his fatal illness. A month before he died, Ramsey wrote, about the Aufbau, expressing doubts about Carnap's attempt to reconstruct the world out of primary language. I feel very guilty that I have not written a review of Carnap's book, which is really inexcusable. I found it very interesting, though some things I thought certainly wrong and others I felt very doubtful about. Ramsey wanted to get clear about the truth of these things himself before writing about the merits and the doubtful points in Carnap's book. Conclusion. Ramsey cannot be seen as sympathetic to the Vienna Circle as he knew it. During his lifetime, the Circle's project was to reduce all meaningful language to a certainly true empirical foundation. He did not know that more liberal and pragmatic versions would come after his death. In the early 1930s, the Vienna Circle started to see the correspondence theory of truth collided with their verificationism. How can we verify that which is utterly independent of us? And the problem from the philosophy of science about unobservable entities and theory change also pressed it on them. Philip Frank, as early as 1930, suggested that pragmatism was the answer. The physicist in his own scientific activity has never employed any other concept of truth than that of pragmatism, the agreement of thoughts with their object, which the school of philosophy requires cannot be established by any concrete experiment. In reality, physicists compare only experiences with other experiences. They test the truth of the theory by what it has become customary to call agreements. Just like Ramsey, Frank employs the term social philosophy as a description of the project he now thinks to be avoided in favor of the pragmatist theory of truth. In this way, and others too complex to enter into here, many in the circle move closer to Ramsey as their position fractured and evolved into various camps. Had Carnap been ready for Ramsey's pragmatism when he first read the Braithwaite volume of the early 1930s, the circle might well have taken Ramsey's position as a model, instead of realizing only in the 1950s that he had important things to offer a liberalized empiricist philosophy. Okay, so a lot of information there, a lot of stuff to cover. I see my audience is hemorrhaging, but I'm going to keep on some important research. A little bit tedious, but hopefully some people will benefit from this, and certainly I'm benefiting from this, and will continue, and certainly for my research, it's extremely important. So let me pour a little drink, and then I got PowerPoints on Carnap, and we'll tie together a lot of the history of philosophy and different things together with the Vienna Circle. And then we'll see how much time. Maybe I'll do one more paper and put off the rest till next week. Okay, so Carnap's context, Nietzsche's lying truth, Heidegger's speaking language, and philosophy. Essential backgrounds. Put this in the chat if anyone wants to follow along or look at it on their own. Auguste Comte provided context for understanding Rudolf Carnap because Comte practically invented philosophy of science, which is essentially background for Carnap's logical positivism, which is essentially background for the development of analytical philosophy. Carnap does not mention Comte, but does critique both Heidegger and Nietzsche, two further contexts for understanding Carnap, and hence analytical philosophy. Metaphilosophical myths. Carnap's elimination, overcoming the metaphysics through the logical analysis of language, 1931, foundation of metaphysical text for analytical philosophy. Carnap's misreading of Heidegger and Nietzsche, the metaphilosophical myth of a woolly continental tradition opposed to the austere precision of analysis, which is better, more serious, intellectually clear, and cleaner. And Armstrong, it is a matter of intellectual hygiene not to read Derrida or Foucault, cites Richard Rorty. Philosophy that refuses to be philosophical. It's not odd to refuse to be philosophical. Most people do this, but it's odd to refuse to be philosophical while calling this refusal the only real justified method in philosophy, as Wittgenstein argues, espoused by Rorty. But Carnap says the same thing. The best philosophy is no philosophy at all. All philosophical problems are questions of the syntax of the language of science. All theorems of philosophy take on an exact discussable form only when we formulate them as assertions or proposals of the syntax of the language of science. Say only what can be said. Wittgenstein in the Tractatus Logico-Philosophicus, 1921, the correct method of philosophy would really be the following: to say nothing except what can be said, that is propositions of natural science, that is something that has nothing to do with philosophy, and then whenever someone else wanted to say something metaphysical, to demonstrate to him that he had failed to give meaning to certain signs in his propositions, although it would not be satisfying to the other person, he would not have the feeling that we were teaching him philosophy. This method would be the only strictly correct one. Philosophy is therapy to cure one of philosophy. The later Wittgenstein of the Philosophical Investigations, 1953, continues this line of thought, arguing that true philosophy is therapy for pseudo-philosophy, clearing up grammatical confusions, language gone on a holiday, words that seem to make sense, but we have no clear idea about how to use them. Like space is infinite, there are simples. Wittgenstein's followers, Carnap and WiR. The phases of Wittgenstein's thought are essentially the same. Only one method or purpose or discord has the right to be called philosophy. Carnap takes this meta-philosophy from the first Wittgenstein, WiR from the second Wittgenstein. Why does Carnap care about this issue? Why care about the issue of metaphilosophy? Why does Carnap struggle over the fact that an unverifiable metaphysics continues to be written and discussed? Perhaps this is not his thing, but neither is travel literature. Why not simply say that there are two ways of doing philosophy? Philosophy 1, involving the logical syntax of science. Philosophy 2, everything else. Because something is seriously wrong about philosophy 2. Carnap's foundationalism. Carnap is not a foundationalist in the sense that there is a priori ground for rational knowledge, epistemology as the foundation for science, as in Kant. Carnap is a foundationalist in taking science as the foundation for philosophy. What has the right to be called philosophy is what is strictly adjusted to science. How is philosophy different from poetry? Poetry is okay even though it does not adjust to science. Metaphysics is bad poetry. Metaphysicians are musicians without musical ability. Philosophers are really poets, but they think they have a cognitive goal when they are really only expressing their feelings about life as poets do. True poets don't make this mistake. They do not confuse art with theory or expression with cognition. Philosophy injures truth. That is the sin of traditional philosophy, not just that it's cognitively meaningless like poetry, but that is confused and deluded about itself, and so it does injury to truth, which it purports to cherish. The great task at present, there ought to be laws against this use of language, and there will, once a clear logical syntax has been developed, the great task that at present occupies the logicians is properly planned language. It would be impossible to make a metaphysical statement. The purpose of Newspeak. Such language planning resembles Orwell's 1984. In Newspeak, it was seldom possible to follow a heretical thought further than the perception that it was heretical. Beyond that point, the necessary words were non-existent. It would have been possible, for example, to say Big Brother is on good, but this statement, which to an unorthodox ear merely conveyed a self-evident absurdity, could not have been sustained by reasoned argument because the necessary words were not available. The problem with our language as it is. Right-thinking party members were as offended as Carnap by the unruliness of language, allowing for it is the right of the people to alter or abolish the government, or the nothings and Heidegger language as it is. Historical grammatical syntax makes no objection to such statements. Metaphysics could not even be expressed in a logically constructed language. This is the great philosophical importance of the task which at present occupies the logicians of building a logical syntax. The institute of this new regime in discourse ought to be the great working goal of philosophy. This project is the only one that is serious about truth. Positivism, from Comte to Carnap. Elements of Comte's positivism. Phenomenalism, the difference between phenomena and essence. We are entitled to record only what is manifest in experience. Neurath thinks this consists of physical things. Nominalism, the abstractions and generalizations of science are not mirrors of objective reality, but tools, methods of ordering, calculating, recording, justified pragmatically. Value judgments are meaningless. Non-cognitivism, value judgments, values can't be known. It is altogether impossible to make a statement that expresses a value judgment. The unity of science, the method of acquiring knowledge is the same in all sciences. Present differences among the sciences will be eliminated, and there will be only one science speaking of a unified language. the basis of science utility, not evidence. What is peculiar to 20th century logical positives like Carnap, Neurath, Fagel, Reichenbach, and Hempel comes from technical ideas of scientific thinkers in the late 19th century of Poincare, Duhem, and Mach. Propositions of science are accepted through convenience, usefulness, or aesthetic appeal, not compelling evidence. There is no pure experience or facts or knowledge that is independent of theoretical propositions. Scientific statements are verified by agreement with other scientific statements. Hypotheses are verified by other hypotheses. Statements are always compared with statements, certainly not with some reality nor with things. Theory choices in science are not determined by experiments or induction, but by convention, coherence, convenience. If a statement is made, it is to be confirmed with the totality of existing statements. If it agrees with them, it is joined to them. There can be no other concept of truth for science. Corporate rationality. Comte is enthusiastic about ideas that are presupposed or take for granted in later thinkers. Non-experimental individualism, not what knowledge does for individuals, like happiness, enlightenment, empowerment, but corporate rationality. Knowledge is a corporate enterprise producing a corporate product governed by rules that can and should be corporately instituted and enforced for the corporate good, progress, unity of science. To know is to reduce something to already known parts. Ontological relativity. A theory of knowledge can only be the logic of science. In the Vienna Circle, mathematics and the empirical science were taken as models representing knowledge at its best, most systemized form, towards which all philosophical work on problems of knowledge should be oriented. To be is to be the value of the variable, Aquinas. To be, to exist, to be posited by the language of a unified science, to be counted, quantified over in a rational reconstruction of science, Quine's ontological relativity thesis. Not truth, but order is the goal. The criterion of what's is of being is a regimented theoretical corpus. Everything is relative. This is the only absolute principle of Comte. Going from the absolute to the relative is the best way of attaining to political conceptions that can gradually secure a unanimous and permanent assent. The most important fruit of science, not technology or truth, but order without the threat of violence, the positive state, the state of entire intellectual consistency. Science replaces theology. The supreme purpose of a positivist philosophy to bring science and its order to problems of social government, reconstructing society in a better scientific order. Positivism combines truth with usefulness, certainty with precision, relativity, no absolute principles with social purpose, to supersede theology in the spiritual direction of the human race. Kant places sociology at the top of the hierarchy of the sciences. One unified construction system. Carnap's logical construction of the world, the culmination of the constructional system of concepts, is the logical syntax of science. By placing the objects of science in one unified constructional system, the different sciences are at the same time reconstructed as branches of the one science and are themselves brought into a system. Why is this important? To destroy capitalism. But why is proving the a priori unity of the science important? Carnap is reticent, but Neurath is outspoken. The fight against metaphysics and theology means the destruction of the bourgeois world order. Scientific attitude and solidarity go together. Whoever joins the proletariat can say with justification that he joins love and reason. For a more rational social order, Carnap is more modest. The acceptance of the physicalist language might possibly have a positive correlation with social progress. Neurath and I have criticized the existing order of society is unreasonable and demanded that it should be reformed on the basis of scientific insights and careful planning, although the theoretical thesis of logical empiricism are neutral with respect to the possible forms of the organization of society and economics. These theoretical theses have an indirect social effect, progress towards the development of the more reasonable forms of social order. They overlook the most important part of science. Positivists pretend to respect science, from Bacon to Bentham and Condorcet and Comte to Carnap and Quine. What they really respect is order, which science advances under their good bookkeeping. They overlook the most important part of science, how it actually works. What they fix on turns out to be sterile semantics, logic, methodology. Kant and Hegel in Rorty and Allen. Rorty, the sequence Descartes to Kant. Skipping Hegel means stopping with Kant's idea that there are permanent structures of thought or consciousness or rationality or language or something which philosophers can reveal and about which the vulgar can be confused. Hence, for analyticals, proper philosophy is the sequence Descartes to Kant. The sequence Hegel, Nietzsche, to Heidegger is an unfortunate departure from the true path and can be safely neglected. Rorty, the sequence Hegel to Nietzsche to Heidegger. Philosophers who spend a lot of time with this sequence are sympathetic to Hegel's idea. Philosophy isn't time held in thought. Historicism, philosophy is embedded in history, not independent of it. It does not transcend history. They are sympathetic to the idea that philosophy makes progress, not by solving problems, getting it right finally, but by replacing old problems with new ones. Kant and Hegel. Kant, all human beings at all times understand the world in a certain way, in accord with certain fundamental categories of thought, substance and property, time and space, cause and effect. Hegel, Kant's ideas incorporate a fundamental way of thinking of the early modern world, a focus on subjectivity. It is a stage in the evolution of human history that Hegel is now going beyond or transcending. Our ways of understanding the world are not fixed once and for all, but evolve historically according to the concepts that are more comprehensive and profound. Human history thus has a deep conceptual structure which develops in a way that philosophy can comprehend. Rorty's interpretation of analytical continental. Analytical philosophers stop with Kant because they seek the task of philosophy to solve problems that have been with philosophy from the beginning. For them, philosophy is ahistorical. They aim to get it right finally. Continental philosophers are sympathetic to Hegel's historicism. There are no ultimate historically transcendent objects for philosophers to consider, but philosophy is a series of conversations based on particular events of history like the American and French revolutions. Philosophy therefore does not transcend history, but is its time held in thought. Allen's interpretation of analytical philosophy. Analytical philosophy is a further development of the 19th century positivism through the 20th, logical positivism. Key philosophers Comte, Carnap, Quine. Positivism, science is not about objective truth about the world, but about empirical data organized in terms of theories. The theories are accepted by other scientists who are the authorities in their particular areas. Recall Rorty on expert cultures. Other scientists in the field know what their objects are and how to solve problems. Neo-Kantian Neo-Hegelianism. There is thus an a priori component in science as in Kant, because all phenomenal data must be incorporated into the existing theoretical framework, which is accepted by other scientists. But this a priori component is fluid, not fixed once and for all. It changes with changes in the history of science. Neo-Kantian Neo-Hegelianism, Kant's a priori, and Hegel's historical orientation. A problem for Rorty's interpretation. The issue for Rorty's Neo-Hegelianism. Does the sequence of ideas that summarize historical periods constitute philosophical and historical progress in philosophy and human history? Is philosophy and human history going somewhere, as Hegel argued, or does history and philosophy lurch from one set of ideas to another, not only without getting it right, but without getting anything more right than anyone before them? It's just a series of different ideas. There it is, difference. The term historicism rather than historical implies the latter understanding. Allen on Rorty. Allen considers Rorty to be an analytical philosopher. Rorty holds ideas similar to that of the positivists. Philosophical knowledge does not solve problems once and for all, but changes historically as the culture of science changes. Rorty says this about philosophers, not scientists with their expert cultures, but what he says about philosophers can also be said about scientists. The idea accepted by a certain group of authorities, including philosophers, change from time to time in relation to events in the world. This is true for analytical philosophers too, but they don't know this, although some of them do, like Wittgenstein, Quine, Rorty, Bramden. Recall Rorty was Wittgenstein right? Was Wittgenstein right to give up on systematic theory of meaning, which he defended in his early work? Was Quine right to hold the notion of meaning is a holdover from Aristotelian essentialism? If they were right, and there's no such thing as meaning different from the uses of words, how preserve the notion that intellectual clarity can be the goal of philosophy? Eliminating metaphysics, Carnap and Heidegger. Heidegger too is against metaphysics, but Comte and Carnap are opponents of metaphysics, but so is Heidegger, who Carnap takes to be the arch metaphysician. Carnap's Überwinding the Metaphysics 1931 parallels Heidegger's The End of Metaphysics, which dates from 1934. Heidegger seems to be responding to Carnap's overcoming and positivism more generally as an example of both Russian communism and the type of thinking in America in his Introduction to Metaphysics lectures in 1935, suppressed from the published version in 1953 to play down Heidegger's pro-Nazi ideals. Ellen Heidegger's unverifiable discourse was more insightful and effective criticism of metaphysics. than that of any positivist. The dangers of language. Comte writes the obituary of metaphysics with his law of the three stages of history, from theology to metaphysics to science. Carnap and the logical positivists see metaphysics as a danger inherent in language, where the possibility of meaningless confusion must be guarded against. Traditional philosophy is rife with this confusion, but the logical positivists didn't read much philosophy at all. Wittgenstein joked that he was a professor of philosophy who never read Aristotle. Confusion about being. In his Überwinden, Carnap discusses the dangerous circumstances that our language expresses existence by a verb, to be or to exist. Metaphysicians not named confuse to be in predication and in existence. Only modern logicians, Sprague and Russell, expose the ambiguity and thereby take down most, if not all, traditional ontology. Clearing up ambiguity through logic, Carnap says that ambiguity is in the language itself, but the logical systems really construct the appearance of different senses or uses of the word. Allen, this impression is that there is ambiguity or different meanings, arises out of this demand for a translation of the new logic into different notations with their advantages and disadvantages. This is not a logic of language that is already there. All that is required are rules of syntax, not arguments of philosophy. Carnap writes of the work which at present occupies the logicians of buildings of a logical syntax, in terms of which any use of language can be evaluated as meaningful or as an unverifiable pseudo-statement. Carnap's principle of tolerance seems to argue against this. If it is not our business to set up prohibitions, but to arrive at conventions, in logic there are no morals. Everyone is at liberty to build up his own logic, his own form of language as he wishes. All that is required is that he must state his methods clearly and give syntactic rules instead of philosophical arguments. Overarching meta-level. Carnap argues for an overarching meta-level for examining a system out or a set of conventions. The ultimate failure of logical positivism is that there is no philosophically neutral meta-perspective. The requirement that the use of language to be governed by fully explicit conventions or rules or techne or logic is empty of significance, since for any usage there is a rule, for any inference there is a logic, and anything I stipulate is consistent with anything I go on to do. Logical structures presuppose choices. Every logical structure is relevant relative to a set of choices and judgments that have to be lived as a second nature, enforced as a matter of habit and practice, and which define consistency or logic or syntactic rules, and so cannot be governed by them. Hence, the principle of tolerance must tolerate anything at all. Wittgenstein, who argued this, remarks that it seems to abolish logic. Allen, but nothing could abolish logic rightly understood. The myth of continental philosophy. The logical positivists invented the myth of continental philosophy, this woolly, confused way of thinking that has to be discredited before science rules philosophy. They invented this tradition, which takes seriously one or more of these Germans, Hegel, Nietzsche, or Heidegger, disliked for their style in politics as much as for their philosophical ideas. Carnap's threefold attack. In his paper Elimination of Metaphysics, Carnap swipes at Hegel, ironically commends Nietzsche for abandoning philosophy for poetry, but focuses on Heidegger's alleged confusion about language. Carnap does not understand Heidegger. Allen, making this clear, does not mean that Allen himself, supported Heidegger. Gross logical error. Carnap cites Heidegger's paper, What is Metaphysics, 1929. The nothing is prior to the not and negation. The nothing itself nots. He wants to expose the gross logical errors, especially the mistake of employing the word nothing as a noun. The ontological difference. Heidegger is playing on words. Nothing is what he also calls being. He distinguishes being from beings. The ontological difference. Being, Dasein, is not a being, not something that is, not an entity, not the value of a variable. It is the being, the to be of whatever is, the not a thing or nothing that distinguishes what is and what is not. Presencing. This being or to be is not what an entity. Aquinas' existence is non-existence. Kant's existence is not a real predicate. Das Nichts, the not a being, becomes a word for the to be of what is. Finding words for the ontological differences drive Heidegger's strongest poetry, the world's worlds, the nothing nothings. Turning a noun into a verb and jamming them together, the poetic way of dressing something that is neither a thing, a noun, nor an event, a verb, in which both participate as presencing or happening to be there. Being is a clearing in which things show up. Hence, the nothing nots or the nothing is prior to negation. There is an ontological difference between being and beings. Being in its difference from beings is prior to beings in the sense of the lighting or clearing where beings show up or fail to do so and have their being. The nothing being as ontologically different, not a being, not opens the ground for all that is not a being, granting the presence of what is and the absence of what is not. Grammar conceals the ontological difference. Heidegger is aware of his unusual expressions with regard to the awkwardness and the inelegance of the expression. In the following analysis, we may remark that it is one thing to report narratively about beings and another to grasp beings in their being. For the latter task, not only most of the words are lacking, but above all, the grammar. This Heidegger being in time. Grammar or syntax above all fails to reflect or conceals the ontological difference. Carnap's argument that Heidegger does not respect grammar therefore misses the main thrust of the Heideggerian position. Heidegger's main idea is ignored. Carnap has no idea of the basic issue here, the ontological difference, which Heidegger, in the essay Carnap reads, presupposes as understood by the reader. Whatever one may think of this issue, it has nothing to do with the gross error of using nothing as a noun. Carnap is clueless about Heidegger's thought because being is not an entity, not a being. Heidegger refers to them as the no being, the not a thing that is different from beings. This cannot be defended by the logical syntax of science or even by the standards of decent prose, but this is what Heidegger is doing, and if this Carnap has no clue. If he did, he wouldn't say that Heidegger treats nothing as a noun. The motif of Western philosophy, the ever-deepening oblivion of being. There are two sources with anti-metaphysical strain in the 20th century philosophy. Heidegger, the source of philosophical hermeneutics, and logical positivism, the source of much analytical philosophy. The sequence Plato to Hegel to Nietzsche. Heidegger sees the motif in Western philosophy from Plato to Hegel and Nietzsche as an ever-deepening oblivion of the ontological difference, expressed in the quintessentially metaphysical project of deriving all being from the presence of the highest being, that which most truly is, called by different names, ousia or substance in Aristotle, idea in Plato, God in Aquinas, perception in Hume, spirit in Hegel, will in Nietzsche, also matter in Hobbes, matter in spirit in Descartes and Locke, spirit in Leibniz and Hegel, and also the unknowable thing in itself in Numen of Kant. Truthfulness, Carnap and Nietzsche. The new religion of positivism. Comte said the positivist is the priest of a new religion, the church of humanity. Carnap and Quine are more discreet, but remain priestly in teaching that people are naive and wrong in thinking that their experience counts for something, and that scholars manipulating formalisms have the last word on reality, meaning, and truth. Logical positivism evades the depth of God. The pale atheist. In the genealogy of morals, Nietzsche describes the pale atheist focused on intellectual cleanliness, hard, obstinate, heroic spirits, the last idealist of knowledge, in whom alone the intellectual consciousness dwells and is incarnate today. He is talking about the positivists and logical positivists. These idealists of truth have brought about the death of God, but they fail to understand what they have done. Why sacrifice yourself for the truth? One of Nietzsche's best ideas, he sees the same mentality and the same game in the ascetic, priestly theist, the poor in spirit, and the modern enlightenment atheist, also otherworldly self-denying. Philosophers love the truth more than themselves for the same reason priests are celibate, because it makes people take them seriously. Why do they attack belief in God? What constrains these atheists with their unconditional will to truth? Faith in a metaphysical value, a faith millennia old, the Christian faith, which was also Plato's, that God is truth and that truth is divine. Nietzsche's historical sequence from Plato, Christianity to positivism. If they attack belief in God, it is because they believe it is not true. Any value it might have for life must be sacrificed on the altar of truth. The will to truth as a problem. Christianity as a dogma was destroyed by its own morality. The dogma of God versus the morality of the unconditional duty to truth. This dutiful asceticism of truth, the remnant in Christianity abiding Platonism. The next step is to ask, what is the meaning of all will to truth? The will to truth becomes a problem. Every philosophy has a hole in it. Nietzsche cares for truth more than Carnap does. For all Carnap's work goes against any effort to frame a philosophical question about the value of truth. Carnap avoids asking, what good does all this serve? Recall Allen's answer, citing Orwell's 1984, establishes order in society based on the authority of experts. This is the dogmatism behind the idealism of the idealist of knowledge. Both the early and the latest philosophers failed to see how much the will to truth requires justification. The lacuna in every philosophy, truth is not permitted to be a problem at all. Why not eliminate poetry too? Consider the unproblematic value of truth in Carnap's polemic against metaphysics. Why does he want to eliminate it? Its language is unverifiable, but so is the language of poetry, and Carnap doesn't want to eliminate that. Metaphysics only expresses feelings. Carnap, the metaphysician, believes he travels in territory in which truth and falseness are at stake. In reality, however, he has not asserted anything, only expressed something like an artist. Metaphysics is like poetry or art, expresses feelings but does not assert truth. But metaphysicians claim to be asserting truth, not expressing feelings, whereas poets do not make this claim. Meaning and feeling. Meaning of a poem. We are alienated from nature due to our commercial industrial society. The Greeks, with their gods of nature, were in tune with the natural world. Historicism. A feeling is expressed regret, anger, forlornness, but in relation to what is supposed to be a truth. The poet's feelings are secondary to the truth expressed. Poets honestly tell lie. Plato condemns poetry for taking their images as truth. Carnap reverses this judgment. Poets are wiser than philosophers because they do not claim that their poetry is true. Everyone knows that poets lie, but metaphysical lies claim to be true. Philosophers argue they refute one another if as truth were at stake, but one poet does not try to refute another one. Metaphysics equals complicated blurts. Metaphysical pseudo-statements equals poetry that pretends to have cognitive value. Heidegger says that nothing knots. Kant says morality is pure practical reason. Aristotle says the primary meaning of to be is substance. There's no right or wrong here, just complicated verbal blurts, personal emotional expressions of a feeling or attitude to life. Nietzsche is open poetry, but Carnap says that Nietzsche at least admits this. Thus spoke Zarathustra is openly, obviously poetry. It is Nietzsche's expression of his own feelings about life, and so there's no question about whether it is true or not. You like it or you don't, it's a private feeling. Ellen, let's look at Nietzsche's poetry. Filthy waters of truth, the three transformations of the spirit in Zarathustra, from camel, lion to child. The spirit becomes a camel when it goes to the desert to prove itself, imposing difficulties on itself. Western asceticism, the pursuit of knowledge. What is most difficult? It is this, feeding on the acorns and grass of knowledge, and for the sake of truth, suffering hunger in one's souls? Or is it this, stepping into the filthy waters when they are the waters of truth, and not repulsing cold frogs and hot toads? Quine accuses Carnap of vice. Speaking of dealing with repulsive reptiles of the cold waters of truth, Quine criticizes Carnap for flirting with modal logic. Modal logic is too worldly for Quine, too close to the ordinary world that an aesthetic love of truth compels us to renounce. Carnap replies that I do not indulge in this vice generally and thoroughly, although we do not like to apply intentional languages. Nevertheless, I think we cannot help analyzing them. What would you think if an entomologist who refuses to investigate fleas and lice because he dislikes them? Clarification: modal logic, intentional logic. Modal logic and classical logic. Classical logic is great for mathematics, but for the analysis of daily language and arguments, it lacks certain operators. There are many sentences that can't express in classical logic that can be expressed in modal logic. Example, I may get burnt if I lie in the sun for too long. In classical logic, you can say, I get burnt if I lie in the sun for too long, but you can't express the possibility of getting burnt. In classical logic is either true or false. In modal logic, you can express the possibility of impossibility or proposition being true or false. Intention and extension. If you are not skilled in colloquial astronomy, and I tell you that the morning star is the evening star, I have given you information. Your knowledge has changed. If I tell you the morning star is the morning star, you might feel I was wasting your time. Yet in both cases, I've told you the planet Venus was self-identical. There must be more to it than this. Naively, we might say that the morning star and the evening star are the same in one way, and not the same in another way. The two phrases morning star and evening star may designate the same object, but they do not have the same meaning. Meanings in this sense are often called intentions, and things designated extensions. The creative no. The camel carrying the burden of truth goes into the desert and transforms into a lion stalking a dragon. The plates of the dragon are gold, and each is inscribed with thou shalt. The triumph of the spirit at this stage, the lion slays the dragon, uttering a creative no to what the world calls wisdom, what everybody knows, and morality, what everybody does, creating the freedom for freedom. The creation of new values. The lion's creative no gives birth to the child's creative yes. Only then does it become possible to create new values. new standards of accomplishment in art, knowledge, and ethics, politics, and life. This is not about the expression of feelings, but the creation of new values. For this, the traditional forms of poetry and philosophy are no longer serviceable. Following the death of God, after the death of God, and traditional morality based on belief in God brought about the Enlightenment priest, the intellect, there are various forms of resentment that must be unmasked: Unitarianism, democracy, socialism, feminism. The Lamb's resentment. The problem with the other origin of the good of man is the person of the resentment has thought it out for himself, demands some conclusion. It is not surprising that the lamb should bear grudge against the great birds of prey, but there is no reason for blaming the great birds of prey for taking the little lambs. And when the lambs say amongst themselves, these birds of prey are evil, and he who least resembles a bird of prey, who is rather the opposite of lamb, should he not be good? Then there is nothing to carp with this ideals establishment, though the birds of prey may regard it as little mockingly, and maybe say to themselves, we bear no grudge against them. These good lambs, we even love them. Nothing is tastier than the tender lambs. Nietzsche from the Genealogy of Morality. Carnap cannot slay the dragon. Both Carnap and Nietzsche attack metaphysics, but Carnap never gets past the camel stage. He is one of the atheists who laughs at the madman who brings news of the death of God, but fails to understand what he has done as a result of his devotion to truth. Carnap wanders through the desert of self-imposed asceticism, tilting at windmills, metaphysics, and traditional philosophy like Don Quixote, but cannot find his way to the dragon, the question of value of truth. Calling truth into question, Nietzsche used the freedom he won in philosophy poetry to say no to truth as duty. No doubt Carnap would be horrified at such freedom. Logical positivism cannot create anything because it celebrates the totalitarianism and order and progress. Nietzsche is the camel, the priest of truth, who finally said no to the supposed duty to truth. The will to truth requires a critique. Let us thus define our own task. The value of truth must for once be experimentally called into question. What is the basis of science? How question truth experimentally? Through hypothesis regarding the genealogy of truth as a moral value. In science itself, our science indeed, what is the significance of all science viewed as a symptom of life? For what worse, whence all science? How now is the resolve to be scientific about everything, perhaps a kind of fear of an escape from pessimism, a subtle last resort against truth, and, morally speaking, a sort of cowardness and falseness. Nietzsche's hypothesis, read the slave morality, Nietzsche's hypothesis about the history of truth, that they arose out of the resentment of the slave against the master. The master exercises mere power. We slaves are devoted to truth. But this belief is subtle, indirect form of the exercise of power on the part of the slave. There is a deeper truth that the priests of truth avoid with their scientific troops, the troops of lambs rather than the troops of eagles, the troops of slaves rather than the troops of masters. Facts and value. Truth is a cold logic of fact versus truth as life value. Carnap, however, couldn't even argue this because his position doesn't allow him to think about values. The objective validity of a value or norm is not empirically verifiable nor deducible for empirical statements, hence it cannot be asserted in a meaningful statement at all. In his devotion to truth, he cannot then ask, what is the value of truth? All such concerns are abandoned for an austere, rigorous, technically true philosophy. Existential philosophy. For Carnap, philosophy is the logical syntax of science. For Nietzsche, the philosophy of science belongs to an existential philosophy of knowledge and truth, which situates science in relation to culture, history, ethics, and aesthetics, asking, what does science do for culture? What form of culture, life, does it serve? Such questions are unthinkable for Carnap. Disengaging meaning from individuality, Carnap conceives of scientific objectivity as disengaging objective meaning entirely from ostension. Science wants to speak about what is objective, and whatever does not belong to structure but to the material. Anything that can be pointed out in concrete ostensive definition is, in the final analysis, subjective. Anything that is irreducibly individual, then only an individual can accomplish, rather than a corporation, a system, and formalism. Objectivity. Objectivity flows not from individuals or their achievement, but from the position of a sentence or a set of sentences in a logical corporation. The formation of a constructional system is the first highest aim of science. Ontological questions about what there really is are meaningless. The scientific worker is a humble unit in a vast impersonal enterprise where all are equal, each more or less the same. The last man. Philosophy of science for Nietzsche's last man. What is love? What is creation? What is longing? What is a star? Thus asks the last man as he blinks. The earth has become small, and on it hops the last man who makes everything small. We have invented happiness, so say the last man as they blink. They have left the regions where it was hard to live, for one needs warmth, one still loves one's neighbor and rubs against him, for one needs warmth, no shepherd, and one herd. Everybody wants the same, everybody is the same. Whoever feels different goes voluntarily into a madhouse. The positivist utopia. The positive utopia. Ralph, hey, God bless. Feel free to pop on if you want. I'm almost done with these slides. The positivist utopia. The positive utopia, order reigns and individuals count for nothing. Nothing grand is envisioned, nothing unruly tolerated. Individuality, singularity, personality contribute nothing to knowledge and are harmful to order and progress. The first positivist, Plato. Plato is the first positivist with his passion for order. Right order in the soul is the key to the right order in the state. Get order right, the right ideas or forms, and beauty, truth, justice will follow. Plato is thinking of techne, the recipe for order, technical philosophy, techno-philosophy of science, technical aesthetics, technical moral theory, reduce judgments of taste or duty to the rules of production. The hidden meaning of the pursuit of truth, order. Progress in science requires order, the rule ideally of one unified logical syntax. Progress in philosophy requires order, reducing unruly questions to silence. Truth has no verifiable meaning apart from order, coherence within a system of science. Carnap's unity of science, Plato's form of the good, the ultimate system that produces the objectivity and truth of ideas. Is Plato a philosopher of techne? Is this valid reading of Plato? Recall Socrates and the Phaedrus, Rorty, two principles uniting similar objects under one definition, dividing objects by their natural joints, analysis and synthesis. Carnap and Hegel. Okay, I'll be ready for you, Ralph. I'll talk to you in a minute. Carnap and Hegel. The reality of anything is nothing else than the possibility of it being placed in a certain system. That's Carnap, but Hegel could have said the same thing. Recall Plato on analysis and synthesis. Logical positivists like Hegel are synthetical, not an analytical. Philosophers, logic is ontology. To be is to be the value of a variable. Recall Heidegger on the forgetting of ontological difference. There is no order but order. Comte, fanatic on the score of searching for a definite once and for all order. Neurath is an essential that one kind of order is the foundation for all the laws, whichever science is concerned, geology, chemistry, or sociology. Genealogy subverts the will to order, but historical philosophical research called Genealogy by Nietzsche and Foucault subverts the rationalist will to order, discrediting the notion that there is one right order. Foucault genealogy should undermine assumptions like those of positivism that inscribe knowledge in the hierarchical order of power associated with science. A genealogy should be seen as a kind of attempt to emancipate historical knowings from the subjugation to render them, that is, capable of opposition and of struggle against the coercion of a theoretical, unitary, formal, and scientific discourse. Don't we need order to live? Order, control, and predictability, byproducts of knowledge, contribute to the practicality of its pursuit, but they are not what drives knowledge forward, especially where it is experimental and inventive. We need some level of order to live, but there are many working orders, and new ones are invented all the time. Actions cannot be ordered, nor must we all be work. Something worthwhile need not be something that works. We need some degree of order to act, but action cannot be ordered. It is not action as soon as it is ordered. As soon as order, however perfect, is imposed rather than chosen. What is thinking? Do we need order to think? Thinking is different from work, from action, from problem solving, and closer to art. Poetry. Don't thinking poetry require the order of language, but poetry creates new language, does things with language that were not foretold in the underlying rules, invents new possibilities of expression and meaning. Does language even have an order? Contrary to Carnap and early Wittgenstein, language has no compulsive, closed, formal, total rule-bound order. There is no such thing as a language, not if language is anything like what many philosophers and linguists have supposed, no clearly defined shared structure which language users acquire and then apply to cases, to Donald Davidson. Allen cites Davidson as the anti-logical positivist and so anti-analytical, but for others in our text, Davidson is the representative analytical philosopher, though may have an unseen order of its own, but it is not that of language if language even has an order. Thought and preconceived order, to subordinate thought to any preconceived order, the verification theory of meaning, to subvert it, to replace it with something else, with the virtues of the last men, not those of philosophers, or should it be poets? Nietzsche's poetry, Carnap was right to call Nietzsche's philosophy poetry, not because it expresses private feelings, but because he thinks creatively, thanks to the freedom gained by saying no to the Platonic Christian subordination of thought and duty to truth. Heidegger's thought becomes poetic in refusing to subordinate its concerns to being the ontic truth about beings and dwelling experimentally, poetically on the to be and what there is. Are we thinking now? So poiesis is experimental, not because it tests a carefully framed hypothesis, but because no one can say where it might lead. Like art, thought is something we can do, but because we have done it in the past, but whether art or thinking is happening now is seldom easy to say. Allen's purpose, did he succeed? And so Allen sets Carnap in context in relation to Comte's positivism, Carnap's appalling polemic against Heidegger, and Carnap's inept attempt to say something intelligent about Nietzsche in order to expose the intellectual limitations of his approach to philosophy and the WiR form of the whole analytic movement. Okay, so hopefully we got Ralph House of Comments joining. It's been a while since spoken to Ralph, so just put this up. I had 3 more papers that I was thinking of reading. One, Rorty, Pragmatism and Analytical Philosophy. So Richard Rorty, Pragmatism, the Vienna Circle, which kind of morphs with American pragmatism. Philip Frank also comes to America, and Philip Frank, Austro-American logical empiricism. And then this on the Vienna Circle and its critical reception of Oswald Spengler, kind of on metaphysics. So all these are pretty interesting. We'll see how long Ralph, if he shows up and wants to talk, I'll probably read 1 or 2 of these. If Ralph didn't show up, I would have tried to read 2 of these, although I got to admit my voice is getting tired and my audience is hemorrhaging. But you haven't seen Ralph for a while, so it'll be interesting. If Oswald, I'm not sure if you saw that paper on, I think I messaged it to you on Discourse about Spengler and the Vienna Circle. And obviously Spengler and the Vienna Circle were in opposition to each other in terms of metaphysics, that Spengler was almost a completely metaphysical philosophy, stressing the importance of metaphysics, as opposed to the Vienna Circle, which was trying to do away with metaphysics. But Spengler has more to do with the subject of history than philosophy or than science. So although Spengler has some crossover to science, so the Vienna Circle is more looking at the understanding of science. So we got Ralph here. God bless.
Blessings, David. It's been a while. How are you, my friend? Oh, yeah. Let me check.
Yeah, thank God. Baruch Hashem.
Oh, yeah. I very rarely get to catch these live, so I got on this morning. It's a pleasure to hear you doing some good stuff.
Yeah, we're doing a deep dive into the Vienna Circle, Carnap and Ramsey, good old Ramsey sentences, and Carnap and Wittgenstein, metaphysics.
Nice. Huh?
So you get your Zionist shirt. I covered the war earlier. I've been, like doing weekly wrap-ups, actually weekly analysis of the war.
I haven't caught any of this. I've been actually off the internet, offline for a few weeks. But yeah, it looks quite hairy out there, doesn't it? There've been protests. I mean, I'm not sure about where you are in Detroit, but there've been protests in London and Berlin, and people are just getting very agitated. I'm not sure if you want to cover that, but the truth stuff is really interesting to me. So, what do you think of? So, the platform we built has got a lot of philosophical underpinnings beneath the code. And one of the things I chose the Popper's 3-world model of reality and truth. That fundamentally we've got a conscious world, we've got a physical world, and we've got the world of abstractions. And basically all our software models are reflecting the same principle. So there's no piece of data that we don't put into all three of Popper's realms. So when you speak about, or when people speak about things like truth, it's really interesting. What do we mean, right? So I think I caught a part of, was it your last stream or the one before? I think I got the tail end about, was the consensus on the value of metaphysics quite low right now in science? Is that right? Like 30-40% of people don't really value metaphysics. So did I mishear your last stream? Or?
Yeah, I mean, so the plurality position, I don't think there's like a majority, but I'd say like if you had to put people in that, like maybe like scientific realism would be the majority view, and the idea would be metaphysics serves no purpose at all, and you're saying here it's just like poetry, it's just false and it's worse than poetry because at least poetry is just poetry, as opposed to metaphysics is just as ridiculous as poetry, but posing to be truth.
But do you actually believe that myself, David? I think we're actually, I think sometimes philosophy of science goes through these kind of strange cycles.
I'm a metaphysician. I'm just laying out, like I'm just doing the due diligence from my research. I mean, saying like my leanings, like is like, like I'm arguing for spirituality and dualism, and I think even metaphysics is more important than science.
Oh man!
But so I'm just doing the due diligence and trying to get things right. And I was saying here, okay, you're the continentalist versus the American pragmatist. I was giving the parallel of the Greeks to the Romans to the Germans to the Americans, where the Greeks are the theoreticians and the philosophers, to the Romans the pragmatists, but to some extent the Romans perfect the utilization of technology of the Greeks, and it's similar with the Germans and the Americans, where Americans' philosophy is pragmatism. And I was like Richard Rorty, who was claimed like pragmatism is a form of relativism, that you can't have a pragmatic view of truth without being relativistic and saying that there is no truth. Otherwise, you can't be pragmatic about truth. So
I attended a couple of his lectures at Stanford, and he
Richard Rorty,
yeah, and he's definitely well, before he's passed, but before his and he definitely was. I think his quote was, "I owe more to the poet than the physicist," right? So he was absolutely into relativism, the fact that there can be no, obviously he's a postmodernist, there can be no sort of truth. But I was going to point you to the fact that recently I watched, I don't know if you've seen the last Homework Prize, which is related to the hard problem of whether or not consciousness extends beyond the brain. So go check out the Holberg Prize, where Sheldon and a lot of the other ones just gave a fantastic talk on whether consciousness extends beyond the human brain. So the question there again, that there's some a reality based in objectivism, or reality based on instrumentalism, or scientific realism, it's just scientism, right? It's almost like they've created a cult of scientism, where if I can't measure the cosmic background radiation, there's no truth. But this is
maybe
not
you can add that in the chat. I don't know. I modded you because you're using your other account, not your house comment. But if you want to add that to the chat,
I have many laptops, and this one hasn't got this one's got a different one on.
Or at least type that out so I could search it later.
Let me. I can actually put a link in the chat for you as well. Because the idea, therefore, we have this edge right now in digital physics, right? We know lots of strange things occur. It looks like matter is entangled with consciousness, right? As part of solving the hard problem. We know consciousness is not a computation. So this idea somehow that the philosophers of science who reject metaphysics believe that there's going to have some sort of formal description is itself it's almost like a myth, right? Do you know what I mean? The idea that somehow that, the only truth is something for which I can form an equation for, right, is absurd, right? I think Penrose, Deutsch, none of them would agree with this position. Even though they don't have the answers, they wouldn't agree to the position that, scientific realism is someone going to give me a formulaic description of truth, right? I'm drawn to the Ramban, to Maimonides' quote, where he says, that just because everyone agrees with something, I'm paraphrasing the great sage, but just because everyone agrees with something doesn't make it more true. And in fact, the world disagrees with something doesn't make it less true, right? The idea that truth is somehow a function of what we believe is absurd, right? Even Maimonides rejected that idea. So, yeah.
Yeah, but it's getting the point of the multiple truth hypothesis, that the human condition, or the problems of empiricism or measurement, that there's going to be uncertainty, and some things might be more true than others, that you could say this is more likely but the likelihood we're ever going to solve anything, or even questionably even getting closer to the truth, is might be beyond human ability. So you have to come up with some system to deal with the uncertainty better than relativism. And so I just you these weekly streams, most of the time no one shows up, so I just try to do research, the due diligence to kind of accurately state what other people say. So to my ideas, I forget the name. I think it was Miller, who was like one of the founders of the cognitive revolution, and one of the other founders, like they got in a dispute, and the guy was claiming that all he did for the movement, and then Miller, who started the Department of Cognitive Psychology at Harvard, wrote in his book, he said, I didn't learn a single thing from you because everything that you taught me was actually said by somebody before you. And then he meticulously footnoted his paper showing that every single thing that that guy had said of use had actually previously been said. So, that level of the due diligence to, know the names and what people say, to accurately quote them, and then to see if I'm actually saying something unique. And then if I were to actually try to publish something, to put that in some form of historical analysis related to what other people have said. In fact, I covered earlier on the stream the new advance in alpha geometry.
Nice.
I assume you saw that came out this week with the fields or the Math Olympiad questions.
Yeah, I wonder how much of this is also part of the human condition for doing it. I wonder how much of it is that, because we've trained ourselves as a culture to accept scientism as the basis of the only truth, right? The sole truth hypothesis. That some way we're almost culturally terrified and scared to look at the metaphysical, to look to God, right? To look to something that is unknown. It's almost terrifying, right? There's almost a pathological comfort in this false certainty, right? This idea that somehow because I have an equation for something that, even though, when I argue with atheists, I typically have this argument that, if you look at the history of physics, for example, the history of science, it has a track record of being 100% wrong for 100% of its time, right? From the atomists, from the Greeks, from the periodic table to quantum mechanics, all we know is physics is always wrong. At some point, there's a revolution, and everything we thought we understood about physics is actually wrong. And we introduce a new set of ontologies, right? And this new ontology comes along, and we somehow forgive ourselves that the old ontology was just nonsense, right? The billiard ball model or the quantum field model. And ultimately, the question is: are they really truths, or are they just a consequence of correspondence theory, right? And this is a consequence. We say right now we think that the velocity of a if I drop my pen, I thought, oh, its final velocity is the square root of 2g over h, and I drop it. That's actually not true. It wasn't true before Newtonian mechanics. It isn't true after Newtonian. It's not true.
If you made a more precise language, say, not necessarily it was wrong, if it had a truth value somewhere between 0 and 1, or some sort of like Bayesian adjustment that accurately, like according to everything we knew at the time, maybe its truth value was like 0.8, and then new information came and the truth value dropped to like 0.5. It didn't necessarily drop to 0. And you even say that because you're going to have your priors and your new evidence, and what you knew at the time, you're like Alpha Zero, like a chess engine, where at the end of the day, it's going to make a calculation in cente pawns or however the form algorithm, and give the move that has the highest truth value for expected win ratio. So it's, if you take that analysis to scientific theory, so with the current knowledge at the time, you have some sort of if you're using a Bayesian reasoning, or that whatever has the highest value, that's your theory that you're going with. And if new information comes and the value drops, and now you have a new theory that has a higher predictive value, you could temporarily go with that. And
that's more honest, isn't it? It's more honest if you take a Bayesian approach and say, our best guess is this, or our current guess, subject to new information, is this. At least I feel it's more honest metaphysically, right? It's not proclaiming an absolute truth. It's not proclaiming that this is the case, right? Which is
you get too much into pedagogy where you're talking about teaching. So when you're in school or university and training, you're taught a system. Like, okay, like you're a businessman or something you're creating, is that you have to have a program, you have to teach people and train people, and so you're just going to pick one and go for it. You're not going to give up a whole bunch of hypothetical. So therefore, but when you're actually like, okay, so what's the difference between university teaching, training versus an accurate assessment of the current state of knowledge?
Yeah. I, oops.
And then, I mean, even be like the Bhagavad Gita or something like that. Okay, like like the war in Gaza, where there's no chance to be on the sideline. So you say, well, who's right or who's wrong? Which I say pretty often, like, well, I'm a Jew. I'm on the side of the Jew, even if I think the Jews are wrong. So I can say, well, unfortunately, I think we're the bad guys, but it doesn't change the fact that like the war is drawn, and I'm going to be on the side of the bad guys if we're the bad guys.
Yeah.
And that so
there's a deeper truth there, isn't
sociology has a different. I mean,
it's a deeper truth,
free
isn't
will
it?
is limited in that matter, where okay, like Zionist or not, you could turn into an anti-Zionist, but like it's going to be hard for you to switch sides. Like, there's really no way for me to be on the side of the Palestinians, even if I think morally they have more right than Israel. And it's somewhat like the deflationary view of truth to say, like, and it's true. What does that add? So to say, like, well, Israel's right or Palestine's right. What does that actually add? As opposed to like some form of self-interest, like, well, I'm a Jew, I'm on the side of Israel, whether I like it or not. So for me to claim that Israel's right is not actually adding anything useful.
I've been doing a lot of experiments with this, and we look at the world is becoming increasingly more polarized and more shrill around things like Gaza and Israel, and it's almost like people are forced into a binary entrenchment. Are you for or against the Palestinian people? Are you for or against something? I mean, you say, okay, I'm a Jew, I'm going to stand with the Jewish people. I'm into that. The question is not really whether it's a truth value anymore, right or wrong. It's really just it's a position, isn't it? Your truth is almost like you say the multiple truth hypothesis. You could say that both people are being true to their positions in their opposition, but there's no absolute truth, is there? In a sense, right? This idea of the absolute truth must again point to metaphysics, right? In the case of anyone who's Jewish, the truth is Hashem granted the land to the Jewish people is the truth. Everything else is an appendage, right? It's just it's consequentialism, right? So you can talk about settler, colonial, apartheid, racist, and you can throw all this sort of left-wing ontologies at it, or you can throw a right-wing sort of analysis on it, going to why the land must be settled and Jewish security matters. But ultimately, those aren't the real truths, are they? The truth is, what do you embrace, right? Because what is your metaphysical stance, right? Your metaphysical stance is, in this case, the Jewish people have the right to self-determination in Israel, and that's truth for me. Has to be metaphysical, right? I can't defend Israel's position based on nationalism or some modernist theory of truth, right? Some political theory. No, it's got to be a religious stance, right? It has to be a position of the ultimate arbiter of this truth is Hashem in this case, right? And therefore, everything else is incidental. But I'm not sure. It seems quite shrill over here. My man in Berlin, David, there literally have to clamp down on protests, and people are painting swastikas on Jewish people's homes. That's how bad it is right now. So you can tell people are getting quite emotional about their truths, right? I mean, I never imagined that would happen in my lifetime. Swastikas are drawn in Jewish houses. So,
well, because the war is waging, so at a certain time, it's not a matter of philosophy. Like there's going to be fighting. Like, I mean, so it's like if you're hosting a panel, and there's 8 people that want to say something, and 2 people are fighting. You can either try to break it up, or pick a side. And so at this point, you can't even like so at this point, even if you made some sort of logical truth determination that you think Palestine is right, Israel is wrong, it doesn't change the fact that you're probably locked in on Israel. So like, okay, there's a fight and there's a war, and even if your determination that whatever of some true philosophical moral value, and then the metaphysics comes important, where you think, well, will my soul survive death? Is God testing me? What does it mean for my side to win? Is it better for me to? What if my side is on the side of wrong? And then it's like the Bhagavad Gita, where like at a certain point, well, the war is formed, you got to fight. Like there's you can't really run from the battlefield, and at a certain point, it's too late to change. So you could try to examine how did it get to this way, or judge the moral character of your enemies or or your friends or foes, but the practicality of the human condition is. Now I've looked at it this way, where you would say, say like, okay, I accept group conflict of interest, and that reasonable people could both be acting reasonable but lead to conflict of interest or group conflicts of interest, where good people on both sides are standing up for what's right, the protect, like, let's say, the protecting of innocent people, that the people, if it's coming down to Israel and Palestine, but any war or any conflict where I'm just defending the innocent, all I want to do is defend innocent women and children, and I will stand up and use violence against people. And so you have good people on both sides that hypothetically their only intention is to defend the innocent, and that has led them to no choice to fight. And that's kind of these Kabbalistic or um, karmatic understanding of the collective state of karma, where collective sin has become so bad, like if you want to put it in biblical terms, the cry of the orphan. Both sides have orphans that are crying out. Both sides have innocent victims whose blood demands justice and vengeance. And we've already passed the stage where God forbid, both sides have justification to war. And so if you're Christian, as my rabbi used to use the expression pretty often. I actually heard a lot of rabbis say this, because like we're Jews, we don't turn the other cheek. And in the sense, well, how do you end the cycle? So you can say, well, if you turn the other cheek, you could end the cycle. But if you don't turn the other cheek, then you say, like, no, I mean, my orphans and widows and the blood of the innocent need to be avenged, and the other side also, and so there has to be a bloodletting. And you say, well, God is slow to anger, gives people a long time to repent, but eventually the debt has to be paid. That God was slow to anger, and he let people act in a negative manner for decades, and we didn't repent, and now it's reaching the point it's too late, and there's going to be a catastrophic event in order to reset things. And so if you're looking, like, this is the point where it's already like approaching the it's too late, that that there's no way to stop the the reset from happening. And then you could look at, like, okay, like World War II or any philosophical, to say God is just, so we're judged as individuals and groups. So at the same time, like, okay, maybe I individually have good karma, even though my group has bad karma. Can I die due to, can I die and suffer due to my group's karma, even though I have good individual karma? Uh, it's tough to actually make these calculations. So you're really, the best you could do is try to be a good person, try to have your balance of karma to the good. And but when you're looking at the group karma or the collective karma of the whole world, and you're saying, like, it doesn't look good.
It doesn't look good, but it's interesting you make that point, because at some point, if you take on the principle that vengeance is a form of justice, and to avenge what happened on the 7th, Israel is within its rights to do what it's doing. There's also an end to the vengeance, right? At some point, there's going to have to be the end of the collapse of power. There must be peace. And at some point, there must be a future that goes, okay, we've proven our point. We've taught them a lesson. And now what needs to happen is perhaps Israel, the Jewish people, then need to transform themselves to going, okay, now let's help educate. Let's help instill a new set of values into the surviving next generation of Palestinians, how not to hate the other. And that's going to take a huge moral act of magnificence, right? If after Hamas and the people have been betrayed, that somehow there's a new set of Jewish voices that go, okay, now let's take the young 7-8-year-old Fatimas and Abduls, and let's teach them that it's okay to live alongside Jews, and that you can be our friends, and that we can live together, would take a huge jump of morality.
Now it's borderline too late. You already have 25,000 people dead. You already have 2 million people displaced. The living. I said on October 9th that is like, it's like, do not bomb Gaza. It's not going to help. And you say, okay, do you have the right to, some sort of moral? But it's like, it's not going to, like, 100 days later, Israel could have just got Hamas out of Israel, recaptured its land, put Hamas back back behind the wall, and then thought about what it's going to do. But like October 8th, they were already bombing, and now at this point, 100 days of war, it's unclear. Like in retrospect, should Israel have bombed? Should they have went in? What have they gotten from it? And then if you reach a point where point of no return, at this point, does Israel have to go for some ethnic cleansing to try to push the Gazans out, or
don't necessarily push them out.
It's a disastrous situation where it's like war games where all options ends in thermonuclear war. There's no positive solution. You go back to October 8th, where it's like, well, should Israel bomb Gaza?
I think at some point there's going to be, okay, there was an emotional reaction, understandable for the punishment. But I think if you look at it, we can't change what's happened. Is if you're looking forward in a constructive fashion, at some point, the Israeli state, particularly, if you think of Israel as a battle between Israel and Judea, at some point, Judea and Israel have to come together in the war cabinet and go, okay, the final state of solution is the security of Judea and Samaria. But that security requires that the Palestinians are going to be participants in this in some way, and that participation is going to require educating them in some sense that this is what happened. Perhaps in 200 days it's over. You don't want this to happen again, but what we want to do is extend the hand once more in a sort of peace. Or, as you say, the rest is death. You have to Numbers, back to the Bible, Numbers 33:55. They will be in a prick in your eye, and they need to be driven from the land. So if they have to be driven from the land, then that's going to be a strategy, but that's not going to come without consequence, right? That means you're going to have bristling neighbors for the next 100 years, right? We're going to be lurking on the border, right? So at some point,
you have no return. I'm saying that if Israel had just taken the hit and didn't retaliate, it would have been a different situation. But now at this point, you say, okay, because I advocate one-state solution, people could live in peace. You could let the Palestinians move back to where they came. One-state solution, make Tel Aviv a city for 20 million people, or different things. And you're saying, well, maybe if Israel didn't retaliate, and but now 100 days into the war, it's violence begets violence. So how do you wind down the violence? And then at this point, how are you going to is it more likely that they're going to try to do an ethnic cleansing, push them out, or to back to the status quo, just rebuild the wall and let Hamas rebuild up in Gaza till the next time, or to the one-state solution and say we were wrong to push you out, and we're going to allow the 2 million people in Gaza to return to central Israel where they came from.
But I think a lot of that also is going to be, the key is going to be, and for the first time, and the West should pay attention to this, in the ultimate battle of demography and geography. Ultimately, the question is how many conservative, observant Jews are having children. If the Jews can be safe in knowing that their demography is not threatened by 5 kids for each settler family, then there is the option of saying you can have a state in which you can vote, but you can never outvote the Jewish people. If, on the other hand,
what's up with that beep?
I know unfortunately I know it's really annoying. I'm sorry about that. I'll have to bounce in and out to solve it. I could do that in 5-10 minutes, but if you like, it
doesn't matter. No, I mean we could talk. It's noticeable, but
it's more annoying to me because it's the charger is wobbly connection. I have to switch to the Mac over here. But the idea that if demography and geography can do something, if you look for peace, either one option is ethnically cleanse them or remove them. Already a generation. The idea was to punish a generation. That punishment is now reaching its inevitable conclusion, right? Give it 3 to 6 months and they'll be starving and a generation won't be educated. If you look beyond that, what's that next generation got to do with? Either they're going to live in perpetual conflict, perpetual find every Jew behind a rock, or there's going to be some way to educate them that might involve a wider, broader consensus, right? Bringing in Jordanians, Egyptians, and going, okay, look, the Jordanians aren't attacking Israel, the Egyptians aren't attacking Israel, right? There's a way to live beside Israel, but that's going to require not educating these children to hating every Jew because they're upset that their prophet was rejected by the rabbis, right? Which is the deepest trauma for the Muslim, right? That the Jew has rejected the prophecy of Islam. So
I mean, relatively, the only way to get rid of hatred is integration. And so, like, you can't, the educational system, or even, fallacy to think you could beat someone to submission, that, I would reject that understanding of human nature. And, relatively, the only way to end the hatred is some form of integration. That would be like a one-state solution. And, say, well, it could be disastrous in saying, like, okay, how does Duvid, who lives here in Metro Detroit, among majority African Americans, so I'm going to say, okay,
David, I hate to interrupt you, but this beep is going to continue while I use this. Can I bounce out in and out, or is that okay? Because that's only going to
we
keep
come
me
back.
for 3 months.
I mean, you say it's going to take a minute, or just
Yeah, just about 2 minutes. I'll just bounce machine.
oh yeah, no problem.
All right, cheers.
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of annoying, but if you could fix it, you might as well just leave and come back.
I'm good to cheers.
Okay, so hopefully Ralph is going to come back. I mean, it's just a small audience, so not high quality. But if you could get rid of the beep, it's definitely annoying. But if you look practical, like, so metaphysically, you say, well, that's why I debate atheists. Can you even make an argument that it's, that what's wrong with death? What's wrong with suffering? Can you make an argument that it's better to be in a state of non-suffering than suffering? And, some of these presuppositions of philosophy to any system where you're looking at war, was saying, well, can you derive the ahimsa principle? Does the ahimsa principle have to be presupposed? And if you say, well, humanity may not collectively, not all people are just going to, per definition, accept the ahimsa principle of non-suffering. But, so when you're dealing with this situation of, you're looking at individual interest, group interest, and then, like I was saying, that, Reiner, like the blue-eyed man, how do you actually define these groups? So if you're, the Israelis, the Palestinians, some form of solution and some form of idealism, saying, well, we'll just get, figure it out, get along, tear down the wall, let the Palestinians move back to the different places of Israel, and you'll figure a way how to get along. And you almost know Israelis hold to that, God forbid. And so, I mean, Tim is saying, well, the Israelis have, they have the Hasbara, but I mean, basically, it's just self-interest. They're saying, well, it's in our group self-interest to, if you're justifying, like, well, how do you justify the mistreatment of another people? How do you justify, like, some sort of ahimsa principle? And so, I mean, you justify basically by supremacy, by the ahimsa principle only applying to our group, that I'm only interested in my own personal prosperity or my group's prosperity. Or you say, well, I'm interested in all human prosperity, but, first of all, I'm interested in my group's prosperity. So you're saying, well, do they have some sort of, like, universal logic? So, if you're just looking like self-interest, I support Israel because I'm a Jew. And whether Israel's right or wrong, I support Israel because it's my group. I want my group to win. And, versus, like, well, I have universal humanistic principles, and that's my main thing. My universal humanistic principles, and I may be a member of a group. I may have certain affiliations and allegiances, but my overarching drive, worldview is based on my universal human principles. And even if it goes against my own group's best interest, I'm going to go with these universal human principles. So say, like, it would be devastatingly bad for Israel and Jews collectively to have to allow the Gazans to return, to grant them full citizenship and equal rights, to give them back real estate and property all across Israel. It would destroy the Zionist project. So you may have the certain level, like, well, the Zionist project. The Zionist project is so important that it justifies these other things. And if you're looking like, well, group conflict and some sort of, like, well, he deserved it. and some form of, okay, proportionality, however you're going to understand suffering or self-defense, and to say, well, the ahimsa principle, the non-harm principle, you could harm other people, like executing a prisoner, putting someone in prison, could potentially decrease overall harm. Like war, I'm sorry, I mentioned, okay, like we got, Ralph, understands Hinduism, and you put it in terms like the ahimsa principle, but like even Jains have a theory of justified war to some level. Like even the Jains, like you don't want to go to war with Pakistan, and but if you're going to look at it, so you say, well, God forbid, like 2 million people are displaced in a horrible state of suffering, 25,000 people are dead, maybe 100,000 people have suffered horrible injuries, and they're going to continue to suffer for another year. But in some overall ahimsa calculation is, even all things being equal, even without like a Jewish supremacy, that Israeli Jewish lives are more valuable than Palestinian lives, but even with all the suffering that happened in Gaza, that net the war is going to lead to less suffering. And so, most people, I think Joseph Cohn's going to be on like Sula Adar Weinrab next week. The basic Hasbora narrative is going to work with the utilitarianism and the ahimsa principle. Like, yeah, but like suffering is still being decreased. The purpose of the war is to decrease suffering, not to increase suffering, as opposed to saying, well, I don't care about your suffering. I only care about my suffering or my people's suffering. So even say like that, but I mean, most defenders are going to say that even if they're supporting the war, they're going to have some internal calculation. I mean, a lot of people just don't care. They say, well, I'm just selfish. So what? But then you're going to have, the more moralistic people, they're going to have some sort of utilitarian calculation that even with the great suffering of the war, that overall suffering is decreasing.
But you'd almost want to see, like, if this was a theodicy or some sort of argument for, all things are good in God's world kind of argument, then ultimately the Jewish people need to at some point actually evoke Isaiah 42:6, right? And actually say that that there's a moral light being shone upon the world because of this, right? And that one could almost apologize for the suffering and the pain and go, right, but the point of this was not just self-determination or the defense of Israel or the defense of Judea and Samaria, but somehow it was a wider, larger moral lesson that war and pain leads to suffering and peace is preferable to war, right? If there's some Jewish voices, it's not going to be Smotrich or Ben-Gvir, it's definitely not going to be Bibi, but if there is a renewed Jewish voice that comes out that goes, okay, we accept what has happened, but from that, good things can occur, then those are the voices that need to be amplified, right? Did you say Cohen was going to be on Suleiman? Is he going to actually debate Suleiman?
No, Sula Adar Weinrab, the Israeli.
Okay. I thought you meant Suleiman, the chap who did the DC speech.
I mean, yeah, I don't know.
Joseph would masterfully defend the Hasbara sort of line, right? Of course he will. So.
But yeah, I mean, he tried to give the narrative that like the war is just, or that overall the war is decreasing suffering. But I mean, unfortunately, I think that, God forbid, Israel's put itself in a way that the war can't be unwound, that they pushed themselves past the point of return. They've already created 2 million refugees. They've already killed enough people. They've already basically put them in a position where it makes more sense to push forward with the ethnic cleansing than to
but to leave the disrepair all around you. I think that the truth.
It's like that at some point, okay, like where they're going to rebuild the wall and re-put, I mean, if you don't like the terminology, like some sort of apartheid or whatever system, and saying if the wall was against international law in the first place, but even if you defend the wall and you think that they're going to keep Gaza behind the wall, and like eventually they're going to allow all the people to move back to northern Gaza where they came from, it might be a year. So you're going to have 2 million people in horrible humanitarian conditions for over a year. And while they try to destroy, and I read the Wall Street Journal's article, like, but it's going to take a whole year to completely destroy Hamas. And, meanwhile, you're going to have close to 2 million people in, some sort of humanitarian condition while they're destroying Hamas. And then they're just going to let them come back and rebuild, or like then they're going to do like a one-state solution after they destroy Hamas. Then they're going to let the 2 million people move back into Israelis proper and give them full citizenship. But they, saying it's unlikely. None of those solutions are really making sense.
I'm going to talk on Thursday.
They reached a point of no return where it's like, well, they kind of have to do that to cleansing at this point. They kind of have to take over the Rafah crossing and force them into the Sinai.
Well, there's that, but I think the trick is not really the land or the wall or stuff. It's the people. So on Thursday, I'm going to chat. Obviously, being in Berlin, it's fascinating to watch where such an example could be used, and which is how did the Germans educate their children after World War II not to hate Jews? Because right now the support for Jews are solid in Germany. It's absolutely rock solid here.
God forbid,
you took an entire generation of children and you taught them.
But it didn't matter because the
same has happened to Palestinian children.
Well, I'm saying God forbid, like it's a different situation because, I mean, okay, like to hating another people, but God forbid, the mission was already accomplished and they got the Jews out of Europe. So after World War II, they didn't need to hate the Jews because there were no Jews left.
Yeah, but there was enough Jew hatred still, and there still is. But the point is the education.
But you see my point that like the Nazi project succeeded in killing enough of the Jews, and then the remnants of the Jews, that the population of Jews went from like 15 million in continental Europe to less than 1 million.
Yeah,
and so in that sense, like it didn't matter whether they hated Jews or not because they were no longer there. And so it's like Israel and Palestine. Like say, well, if they push the Gazans out, it doesn't matter. You can hate like hate me from behind the wall. That's the purpose of the wall. You can hate me all you want as long as you're behind the wall. So I mean, there's some level like how did they get the Germans not to hate Jews? But it's like, well, it didn't matter at that point because there were no Jews left. It didn't matter whether they hate them or not because they're not even any there to deal with.
Yeah, but the point then is, but you still have that perpetual tension as you're alluding to, right? So Israel can keep them repressed or keep them under their boot forever, for example, but it doesn't really, it's not an everlasting peace. Whereas if you look at the education of young German people after World War II, if you look at South Africa as an example, post-truth and reconciliation, is there a way to teach the Palestinians to live beside Jewish people and not want to kill them? And the answer to that is a fresh generational education imperative. Right? You have to take enough young Palestinian children, get them to play with Jewish children, get them to teach them that a Jewish child is not someone you want to kill and hate. And therefore, maybe in a generation or two, it took the Germans less than a generation, you would argue, less than 2 generations for the work to be complete. And the average Jewish kid, the average German kid is, when I wear my Zionist hoodie around Berlin, the support I get is formidable from German people because they've been brought up to teach that Jew hatred is bad. So the same way, can the Palestinian children be educated? But that would take a different Israeli initiative, right? It would take an Israeli initiative that was open, right? Not one that says we will keep it under the boot. Whether that works or not, because the other key thing is it's not Palestine. Palestine's a proxy for wider Islamic hatred of the Jewish state, right? This is the problem, right? Somehow, if there could be, if you can normalize relations, if Israel can normalize relations with Saudi Arabia on whatever terms and other such things on the Abraham Accords, then is there a sort of broader and wider peace? If not, then the null hypothesis is the security of the Jewish state is non-negotiable, right? Which just means more, and I think this 25,000 qubit is nothing. I think the amount of suffering is not even begun, right? Once they run out of food, the diseases spread, right? All of this stuff, that's going to be the real pain, right? Was it I think it was Hitchens who said, after 9/11, he said, the terror is nothing. When the terror is finished, the horror begins, right? This terror is now over. The horror is about to begin of their situation, right? And that's...
violence begets violence. So, to some extent, it could just be starting. I mean, let alone like like Hezbollah or Iran, what could be coming. But even just between Israel and Gaza, that it could get worse. It could be hundreds of thousands of casualties. It could, even if you're in Gaza right now, you might fear that they're going to kill all of them. And I mean, Reiner's in the chat. You're saying, I tend to agree that I don't think hatred. Like generally, like I agree with Kevin McDonald, and like anti-Semitism is a form of group. I don't really buy into there's group conflict, and the cause of anti-Semitism is group conflict. So you can't necessarily completely eliminate all group conflict of interest, but the way to get rid of anti-Semitism is to get rid of group conflict of interest, and even look, okay, even World War II, the Holocaust, you're saying, well, the cause of it wasn't rational hatred, it was group conflict, and group conflict led to genocide. But the way to get rid of uh, group conflict is to get rid of group conflict of interest.
I was arguing with some right wing people the other day, doing about this, and they say, I don't like the sight of black people in Europe. I don't like the sight of black people there. I'm well, the cure to racism is to live with people of other races, right? Right? Which is, I think, your greater point, right? Your wider point, right? One way to get rid of that is to actually live with people who you think are the other, right? So you can almost make the argument for globalism here and say, okay, you're going to have to share your planet with these people, right? And these people are going to want to share the planet with you. And either you're in perpetual group conflict, in which case it's a Nietzschean notion of power, right? The blonde beast of prey must head out to the jungle and feed itself once more, to paraphrase the most cited Nietzschean Nazi text.
It's zero sum. You can't. I mean, both sides can't win in the matter. You can't have ethnic nationalism and multiculturalism. So in a lot of these cultural wars, there's going to be a winner and loser, and said, like, at this point, it seems that Israel is past the point of no return, where ethnic cleansing makes much more sense than integration. And so, why did they do? What was the advantage of 100 days of war if they were going to do integration?
I don't think integration.
We were just eliminating Hamas so that we could give you full citizenship and then now allow you back in Israel. And now that we've eliminated Hamas, like, you could all, we don't need to rebuild the wall, and you could move back into Israel and you're going to have full citizenship. That's pretty unlikely at this point. You're saying it's almost certain. It's saying we can't, it's almost certain that it's the point of no return. And that's where you see what we're like, even, God forbid, like genocide, where, and you think, like, Israel, like, genocidal language is probably at all-time highs, where there probably is an element of even a strong percent, like 5-10% of Israelis that which is like, well, yeah, genocide makes some sense. Like, no one wants these people, no one likes them. There's going to be a perpetual headache. So it's not even necessarily hatred. It's just
pragmatism.
Yeah, and you could even argue that it's some form of ahimsa or greater utilitarianism, that overall suffering will go down.
I think you're right. You're right in the short term. There's no chance that this current generation, let's say Israeli teenagers, are going to be able to overcome what has happened. And one can only assume that the young males left in Gaza, who see most of their life just decimated. But if you look at the generation afterwards, perhaps the logical conclusion is I don't want to genocide. The word genocide is thrown around all the time. The self-induced suicide, if you like, of the people of Gaza needs to be met with something that's more permanent. If the place is uninhabitable, maybe a large number of them will move on. But the question still remains, what do you do with the ideologically committed that says, behind every rock I will find and kill a Jew? The only way to get rid of that is to educate the young, right? Otherwise, there's no solution. Israel's going nowhere, right? I mean, and I think it looks like the West Bank's also going to kick off.
I see scenarios where Israel is always tenuous. Israel could be destroyed. This war, if Israel has put itself into a situation where it's forced itself into an endless war, it loses the support of the U.S. Like, Israel could be destroyed, God forbid. The possibility that Israel doesn't actually have nuclear weapons, and even if they do,
that's a slim possibility. I don't think that.
It doesn't get this side argument, but God forbid. Like, I've always been skeptical whether Israel actually had nuclear weapons, but it's just a hypothetical conjecture that may or may not be true. But in saying Israel is draining through its weapon supply, and if Israel, just in the perpetual war with Gaza and tit for tat with Hezbollah, if the U.S. funding and continual supply of weapons stops, Israel could dry up its weapons in half a year or a year. If the army bases, the U.S. has to pull out its army bases from Iraq and Syria, you could see, like, the war could go on for a year. Israel could dry up its international diplomacy and its weapons, and then be attacked from all sides and be destroyed.
I think this is the hope.
It's like a possibility for you to say like Israel can't be destroyed. Like, so I know there's very reasonable possibilities that Israel could be destroyed within a year.
It would take a lot. I think it would take a lot of interim measures and stuff. I think this is the dream.
The only interim measure is that the war goes on, and the West stops supplying Israel with weapons, and like eventually, if the war keeps on going on, and the Israel's not being supplied with weapons, they're going to run out of weapons, and then some conglomeration of neighboring forces would be able to destroy Israel.
But that would take a lot of change in the West for that position to happen. Right? Germany just doubled down again on its support, right?
But it's really just about the weapons.
Yeah.
So I'm saying like no, and it's saying at the rate, like if Israel's got itself into a situation where it has got itself into a war it can't extract itself in, and so Israel is going to be at a constant state of war where it's going to ruin all their support, because Israel is going to have to be killing a few hundred people every day. You see like innocent women and children every day being killed for another year. You're talking another year from now, and
they
still
could lose all their global support.
There's new pictures of Palestinians dying, and eventually the weapons dry up, and Hezbollah is still firing rockets back and forth, and Hamas is still firing rockets. Eventually Israel's going to run out of weapons.
There's that scenario that could happen, but I think if you take the three axes of power between political, economic, and social power, I think what we're seeing is a lot of bleating from the masses of the streets, and that's social power. Remember the same with the war in Iraq. Over 1 million people rallied and marched. It changed nothing. The question is where the true power, the power that supports Israel, is going to walk away. And I can't think of a U.S. president that's going to go against the Jews in Israel and win the presidency. Right, so I can't think of a single U.S. president that's.
I'll give you an even more likely scenario. Let's say, in the next few weeks, Israel just says, "Fuck it, God forbid," and they try to take over the Rafah crossing, and start expelling Palestinians into the Sinai.
So ushering them through, right? Yeah. So.
And I mean, Israel's already mentioned; it's already been proposed. There's already been hints that Netanyahu has already said he wants to do it, but that Netanyahu declares war on Egypt, and wouldn't have to officially declare, but he takes over the Rafah crossing, and Egypt looks at that as a declaration of war, and Biden puts the hard line on Netanyahu, like, no, you cannot take over the Rafah crossing. He unequivocally, and then the pressure will be like, Biden, what are you going to do? You tell Netanyahu no more weapons, you're cutting them off unless they give back the Rafah crossing. And Netanyahu, tries to call Biden's bluff and says, I don't believe you. Like, we're doing it anyways. And so, something like that. Then all of a sudden Biden's forced to, say like, no more money. And, you took over the Rafah crossing. That's my red line. You crossed it. No more money, no more weapons. Even Germany. What's Germany going to do if, like they're going to say, okay, Netanyahu, you took over the Rafah crossing. So Israel would somewhat have to self-destruct in that way, but I could see that happening, like because Netanyahu has already said that he's thinking it, and like you talk to like Joseph Cohn or one of the like his your type friends, they're probably secretly cheering Netanyahu, hoping he's going to take over the Rafah crossing. But what happens then? Will U.S. and Germany and UK make the?
I think the U.S. is different from the EU. I think the EU would be more measured in what it does. The U.S. has no chance of doing anything because the chance of a U.S. president winning an election without Jewish support is asymptotically tiny. There's no way a U.S. president is going to win anything with the lobbying power of AIPAC or anything else.
No, but it's just the money. I mean,
the Jewish money.
The election has multiple facets, but the Jews don't make up that big a number of voters. And
they don't need to. They just have enough money to derail. So if, let's say in Detroit, if someone decided to flip sides and go, okay, I'm going against Israel and I'm going against.
Yeah, but saying that if the Jews don't donate money, elections will still go on.
Yeah, but what if they say you're going to have?
if Biden, let's say Trump and Biden both say so. If Netanyahu takes over the Rafah crossing, and Biden and Trump both say that's a red line, America could no longer support Israel.
I don't think they can say that's a red line.
And then American Jews or Israel decides to not give any money. It's not going to stop elections from going forward. The fact that
but what it's going to do is it's going to ensure that AIPAC is going to find candidates that don't agree with that point of view.
But it's too late for this election cycle.
But the Jewish war chest is not going to be diminished by a single or 2 or 3 electoral cycles, right? The Jewish war chest will remain over multiple U.S. elections.
Yeah, but I'm saying it's just money. That if
the money wins elections.
If the Jews war chest stops giving money, the American politicians are just going to stop caring about supporting Israel as much.
No, but when I say they're good, no, they're not going to give stocking money. They're going to give money to the people who support the Israeli position, right?
But they're not going to be able to.
If both presidential candidates were anti-Jewish and anti-Israeli, then you'd see the Jewish war chest being applied to candidates who are pro-Jewish.
Yeah, but the money is only so much power that you're not going to be able to buy candidates that are going to be able to support the genocide in Gaza.
But I think ultimately the question is what
you might find some, but saying if Netanyahu, I would say that's pretty clear. If Netanyahu, maybe not. You don't think that there'll be enough politicians that will make a red line at Netanyahu or Israel trying to take over the Rafah crossing and starting the expulsion into
Islamophobia, Christian Zionism. It's not just the Jews versus the Palestinians. There's a huge array of polities that are anti-Islamic, pro-Israel, pro-Jewish. You're talking about 80 million Christian Zionists. You're talking about a large percent of the US that would easily classify themselves as Islamophobic. A large part of those votes are not going to be instinctively. You could kill another 1 million Palestinians and they're still not going to care. I know it's a horrible thing to say, but they're going to look and go like, these are...
But we're the ones doing that. If you say since the war started, America has given Israel 5,000, 2,000-pound bombs. And even I was reading the recent Hamas statement. It's basically say the West has done it. The war, Israel pulled the trigger, but they pulled the trigger on Western weapons. And the only reason why Israel has been able to, even the Times of Israel, David Horowitz was basically saying, once the U.S. pulls the weapons, the war is over.
Yeah, but do you think this whole talk of the global South,
even the whole reason, Israel's strategy is the reason why there's been so few Israeli casualties is going against typical military strategy and allowing the destruction of large amounts of weapons and tanks or whatever, normal formation. You're supposed to put infantry next to tanks, but Israel isn't doing that. So they have a large amount of vehicles destroyed. But I'm saying once the U.S. stops giving the weapons, the war's over.
But you see, David, you're old enough, I to remember things in the 1980s in the war in Iraq, Iran, and then in the Second Gulf War. The left of the global South tend to fetishize the rise of the global South, the brave Iranian Revolutionary Guard. When the testing and the proof of the pudding comes along, they don't have any real power. The global South will write a lot of letters, have a lot of votes, but they don't really have any power. The Arab armies have no power. Russia and China are not going to exert power physically. The question, of course, is will Israel lose the will of the American people? The question even then is that's also secondary to power. The question is, will the Jewish war chest run out long enough to be able to finish the phase of the game, right? The phase of the game is complete the job, teach them a lesson, and then, like I said, constructively look for ways to educate the Palestinians about, look, if you don't want to get beaten back to the Stone Age, you're going to want to live alongside the Jews or you get beaten. I think that's the kind of...
It's not happening. One thing, Israel never did the ground invasion. Israel didn't have the stomach to lose the high number of troops. When the war first started, the military experts were that Israel would probably lose about 10,000 soldiers to do a ground invasion just on northern Gaza. That if Israel really wanted to eliminate Hamas, this was all the military experts when it first started. You're looking, if Israel really wanted to, in Israel, at a certain point, Israel had 300,000 troops outside of Gaza, but they never really sent them in. And because Israel didn't have the stomach for large losses. So if Israel had wanted to go street by street, building by building, into the tunnels and eliminate Hamas, it would have cost the lives of about 10,000 Israeli soldiers.
I don't think Israel should do such a thing.
They probably could have done it. They probably would have had the support of the world to do that, but Israel didn't have the stomach to lose that many troops.
No, no shouldn't do it. I don't think it's worth pressuring. Sacred, precious Jewish life should not be squandered on a door-to-door battle. It's better to use air supremacy and just blow the things up. But that doesn't solve the.
But it didn't solve. But I'm saying you can't win the war by dropping bombs. You have to go in. It's like the city of Bakhmut or something. At this point, probably as many as 40,000 Russians and Ukrainians have died just in Bakhmut. And because that's because it's you have to, at the end of the day, it's troops on the ground. And even I was just showing today that Hamas has already retaken the majority of northern Gaza just from the pullout in the last few weeks. That all the bombs and all the dropping, the Wall Street Journal is posting that Hamas has already taken back northern Gaza.
But how much of this is fetishizing?
It's not fetishizing. It's just like this. You can't. This is like armchair warring. That Israel did not do what it had to do to win the war. They didn't. I mean, just put it straight. Israel did not have the balls to do a ground invasion, and the only thing they did is drop bombs and shoot artillery. And still, like 100 days into the war, and Israel will not eliminate Hamas unless they do a ground invasion. At this point, they're probably not going to do it. And so,
I'm not sure what you mean by that, David, because literally I've been following it quite closely. No, okay, there was no appetite for losing Jewish soldiers despite the furore in Israel. The idea was to, you shock and awe, you nuke and pave. You basically flatten that stuff, and then you put them into starvation mode, and eventually you go in then, like they're doing right now in northern Gaza, in the refugee camps, and you're going to find them as like rats in the tunnels. Eventually, they're going to be out of ammunition. They're going to be out of ammunition. They're going to be out of food. And that's okay. That's
I read the Wall Street Journal article today, but it was like if Israel's plan was a long-term siege, so if Israel's plan, I mean, in somewhat Israel might still be planning this, but you're saying, will Israel lose the support of the world? If Israel's plan is to force basically everybody into refugee camps, keep them there for a year or two, and then do a complete siege and starve all the Hamas fighters out, it will probably take a year or two.
Yeah, I think it's going to take about a year. I think that's literally what
it's like Israel, if Israel had done a ground invasion and sacrificed 10,000 troops, they might have already cleared out northern Gaza.
Yeah, but that would be 10,000 precious young Jewish men. Why would you sacrifice 10,000?
Well, because that's what Russia did. That's what Ukraine did.
Yeah, but they have
that's what war is. So it's saying like Israel could have taken northern Gaza. It's already 100 days into the war. So if Israel had actually done a ground invasion, at a certain point, Israel had 2,000 troops just surrounding northern Gaza, and there was only like 150,000 people, which were like 20,000 fighters. So Israel had like 10 troops for every Hamas fighter in northern Gaza, but they didn't send them in. Like they did like tanks and bulldozers and a few special missions. Like at no point did Israel actually do a full ground invasion like Russia did.
Yeah, because we know that the Israeli population has very low appetite for troop loss, and also you make those.
Saying they have no appetite to win the war.
Was it general pattern?
And so you're saying, well, Israel's like, well, we want to win the war, but we're not willing to sacrifice their sons.
Right.
And but so the way they want to win the war is basically to bomb them and starve them for 2 years. And
isn't that due to the American? It was an American general.
And it's not even clear whether that could win the war. Whether you're saying like, no, if you're saying Israel doesn't really have what it takes to win the war, then they shouldn't have started the war. They should have.
I think the counter is to refer to the great American general. Patton.
So you're trying to give some sort of like, can Israel win the war without losing any troops?
I'm trying to address.
And you're saying, well, by doing a siege and just starving them out, and like we'll do a siege for 2 years, and eventually they'll die.
No. I'm trying to address.
But it's like, no, Israel can't win the war without losing troops.
If I may, I'm trying to address a point by a quote from General Patton at the end of World War II. The point is not to die for your country. The point is to get the other guy to die for his, right? The point is not to get Israeli troops to die for their country. The point is to get the other fuckers to die for theirs, right? So the idea that somehow that we would put in 10,000 and lose 10,000 young Jewish men is absurd. I think it's better to blow them out. But I think the problem with that is it's what happens on the day after. The question is, are we left with 500,000 radicalized young men who will want to kill every Jew because they've lost their family? That's the problem. The problem is there's got to be a real plan.
If you just use facts, so you're saying like, okay, if Israel dropped like serious bombs, killed 200,000 people, like whatever people, Israel's going to kill 200,000 people that remain in northern Gaza, and just drop bombs, and then they're going to bulldoze it, put it to rubble. They're not going to risk any troops. And you're saying, well, Israel's life is so precious that they're going to kill 200,000 people just in northern Gaza, put it to rubble, and probably a lot of people in Israel want to do that. But like, one thing you can't even just say that. You can't just say it. Just say the fact that like you don't care. Like you'll kill 200,000 people in northern Gaza, put it to rubble.
It's a wider point. I think I care about the fact that you're talking about 1.5 billion.
And just the fact that you can't say it. You say like what you say like, well, what Israel should do is just bomb to rubble, bulldoze, and everybody who doesn't leave is going to die, even if that means 200,000 people.
I keep talking about teaching them a better way, but I'll tell you why this is important. It's not just a short-term. I was listening to a rabbi a few weeks in. It's not just a short-term tactical military thing. It's a long-term lesson to the wider Islamic world and the wider Jew-hating world. This is the consequence of what happens when you fight the Jews. So the idea is not just a short-term bloodlust or vengeance. The thing is a longer-term object lesson in morality that if you fight the Jewish people, you're going to get beaten, like physically punished. I think this
but they're not. They're saying like, that's not the lesson that's been taught. They're saying Israel didn't have the balls to go to war. All they're doing is dropping U.S. bombs.
Why would you waste precious Jewish soldiers' lives
because that's what war is. I mean, like Ukraine, like how many like Ukraine. I mean, we don't know the numbers, but like
that's so stupid. That's just
Ukraine is arresting people. They're throwing like old men into like Ukraine has done battles where half of the troops died. Like Ukraine, Zelensky and his counterinsurgency, they had certain missions where half of the people died. Right? Yeah, but, I mean, were you following this? You're saying like Zelensky on part of this counter, they were sending him in to attack the Russians. And on the last mission, half of the people who went died, and they still had the next mission where they sent the next group, even though the last one, half of the people died. And you're saying, well, Israel can't do that? They're not going to win the war.
Is this a call for courage and nobility? Is this Tennyson into the valley of death?
No, look, that's what it takes to win a war.
No, but that's self-sacrifice. That's a genocide.
It's not self-sacrifice. That's war. Israel's not waging war. They're sitting back like it's a computer game, just dropping bombs from a distance.
Yeah. No, 400 troops have died, and they've been going door to door.
Even just look, Ralph, they had 250,000 troops outside of Gaza for like a month just sitting there, and they only sent in like 10,000 of them. So, I mean, why'd they have 200,000 troops just sitting there for like a month and only send in like 5,000 of them?
Because I don't understand. Let's look at the way the Russians...
Because they were scared. What did you say? Because they were scared.
This is psychoanalytic.
Why'd they call it? What was the purpose of bringing 2,000 troops outside of Gaza if they weren't going to send them in?
Because why would one? This is like intelligence.
Well, I'm saying, just say, admit it. They're incompetent. Why? Yeah. Okay, you're wearing the Zionist shirt, but say like, okay, they were incompetent. They don't know what they're doing.
Let me give you an example. Do it right now. It looks like the Russians have redefined the entire future of the Ukrainian people because there's almost no Ukrainian men left of fertile age to mate with Ukrainian women. Now, was it smart for the Russians? Was it noble and beautiful to watch the Ukrainians sacrifice themselves for some noble act of war, where the Russians just said, okay, we're going to redefine your ethnography for the rest of your history? Why on earth would the Israeli people waste? We've already wasted 400 precious lives. Why would you waste more precious lives?
Because if they don't, Israel might be destroyed.
Huh?
But because they have, it's the price of Israel, the price of the Zionist project was, the reason why, because they're not going to eliminate Hamas. Because it's been 3 months and they've only eliminated 25% of Hamas. Hamas is going to come back stronger than it was before. Hezbollah may not relinquish. Israel may never get that territory. Israel has already evacuated a huge amount of territory in the north. They may never get that back.
I agree with you. I agree that Hamas is not a force. Hamas is an idea, which is why I think the lesson needs to be strict and severe. The beatings, as Boris...
But you're making it look like Israel's winning this war. Israel's losing this war.
Winning. Oh, it's
what are you talking about? It's been 3 months and Israel still evacuated a territory on the north.
There's no rush.
It's still evacuated territory outside of Gaza, and they have no plan. How are those people going to move back?
What's the
plan? How are these people going to move back to the territory?
Once Gaza is completed, there'll be enough.
Would you accept that basically Israel has lost this territory, the territory in the north, that they've lost that territory? No. That even the territory outside of Gaza, those kibbutzes, and that they've lost that territory, they may never get it back.
David. No, there's a safety of the Jewish people comes first. There's a withdrawal. Once Gaza is completed, then the Israeli
your fantasy.
or flatten 50 miles of
They've
leather.
been at it for over 3 months. What makes you think
It's
they're
going to
going
take, but everyone reflects. It's
in
not
fact,
going to be quick. It's a slow
Hamas has
war.
gained back territory in northern Gaza, and like they started retreating. Hamas has gained back territory.
But there'd be no territorial loss for Israel. If anything, there'd be more territorial gains, right?
No, Israel has already lost territory that it may not get back. You're just assuming like after Israel wins the war, it's going to take back that territory. It's like Israel may never
It's
get
gonna be
that territory
populated.
back.
Absolutely, mark my words. Absolutely. There's
Yeah,
not
but you're just conjecturing your fantasy about the future that may or may not be accurate. But as
Correct.
of now, Israel has lost territory.
Correct, because I don't think it's lost. It's depopulated just to be safety. Jewish people were safety first, right?
But you just made this outrageous claim. You just made this outrageous claim that like the Muslims have been taught a lesson when you say like no, and the Muslims have been taught a lesson that Israel and the West are defeatable, that they've taken territory for Israel. It's been 3 months and Israel hasn't been able to take it back.
The idea that Israel will lose this is absolute fantasy, David. What's going to happen is when Gaza is finished, there'll be a bit of a ritualistic beating of Hezbollah in the north. There'll be enough little lessons dropped to Hezbollah. If necessary, Iran will take a direct strike.
Why would have they done it already? If Israel could have done that, they would have done it already.
Because the Jewish people in Israel is for peace and love, right? The idea of Israel being a state of war, Israel is for peace, right?
Israel's always been. It's because they're scared.
Huh?
I mean, just your fantasy that like you think Israel's going to win. If I say like no, I mean, if Israel was going to do these things, it's been 3 months of war already. They would have done it already.
But it was never going to be 3 months, David. You know that well enough. You've lived in Israel. You know how fragile it is there, right? In terms of the territory.
I'm telling you, as someone who dedicated my life to Judaism and to Israel, my professional opinion is these guys are largely incompetent.
Okay,
that like you just have like fantasies, like okay, like Joseph Cohn or something. Like yeah, these guys are incompetent. Like they're not going to win a war. Like you're just like okay, like you like Jews, you got some tech buddies, but it's like no, and God forbid these guys are incompetent.
You really think the Jewish people in Israel is incompetent? Seriously?
As someone who like half the people I know Jews, I went to Jewish schools, I lived in Israel. Yeah, these guys are like incompetent. They're not about to win a war. They're like you. They have like some biblical fantasy. They're thinking about the day after.
Yeah.
I mean, I was thinking of that Jack London story, like to build a fire. I don't know if you know that one.
Yeah, no, but I think.
I mean, you're thinking about like what you're going to do the day after. Like you're not going to get to the day after. You're thinking about like what you're going to do after you win the war. It's like I don't even know you're going to win the war, and so they're just like, well, of course the Jews are going to win.
Foresight's a sign of intelligence, so that's important that there's foresight. But I don't think that what's troubling, David. Let's get back to a happy place. What's troubling is what is the longer term strategy for the education of these.
Yeah, but this is your nonsense. You're talking about what Israel's going to do after it wins the war and controls the education of Gaza. It's like I don't think Israel's going to win the war. I don't think they're ever going to get to that point where what you're talking about is even worth anything.
I think winning the war is not. You're right. There's winning the war as a singular event. It's not going to occur. I think it's interesting and it's important in Israel's national security to remain in a heightened state of war because that's quite important for the Israeli economy and the world mission. That Israel is under constant threat is important.
No, Israel's economy has been crashed. It's been over $60 billion. It's the shekel's down, the investment, the startup sector's down, international. Man, I'd say God forbid, I could say reasonable scenarios. Israel doesn't get out of this. Israel gets destroyed from this war.
You should buy long call options on the shekel versus USD, by the way.
I mean, you could do what you want, but I'm saying like just your hope and fantasy is. I mean, you can't predict the future, but it's like this. I mean, it's really just hubris where Israel's thinking like, what they're going to do after they win the war, and I don't think they're going to win the war.
No, win the war. Maybe win the war is strong language. I think after this campaign is over and Gaza has been reduced.
I don't think this campaign's ever going to be over. I think Israel has
this phase of the campaign.
Really, but I don't think Israel could wind itself out of this. Israel's put itself into a situation where it's going to perpetually be at war. Most of the Israeli experts are saying like well into 2025 that this war is going. This war is going to go well into 2025.
Yeah. 2100, really. I mean, 2150. The idea is that the Jewish security requires a threat on the state for the security to be justified. That threat's not going away if there's 1.5 billion Muslims who want to drive Jews into the sea. The threat's going nowhere. The macro threat's going nowhere. in the micro picture, both temporally and spatially.
Yeah, but
Spatially, when I say it's over, I mean,
I want to say like
Gaza is completely
you're
different
you're
than
you're
Gaza.
you're just talking like no, Israel can't even defeat 30,000 Hamas. Like without like the whole thing of like the Muslims. No, it's just Israel against 30,000 Hamas, and they can't even defeat them. But you're making like, oh, Israel, what are they going to do against like
they're going to be begging
against
for
2
food
billion
in
Muslims?
weeks,
It's like no.
in weeks and
What is
months.
Israel going to do against 30,000 Hamas? They can't even.
But I think you're
defeat 30,000
misunderstanding how to
Hamas.
win this war. The thing is, Israel could have sent in 100,000 troops, lost 50,000 troops, and had it done in 2 weeks. But why would you lose 50,000 troops when you wait till they starve themselves out? They're going to run out of bullets, they're going to run out of rockets, they're going to run out of guns, and they're going to run out of food. At some point, if you look at the conditions on the ground, they're already becoming near looting conditions. At some point, the violence and unrest in the area means so this is a smarter strategy than wasting and squandering 20,000 precious Jewish soldiers.
Yeah, but I think it's the opposite. I mean, because like God forbid, like Hamas and Gaza, they have less to lose. That Israel's the one who's going to run out of weapons. Israel's the one whose economy is going to be destroyed. Israel's the one that's going to fall apart from the inside.
Too bad.
You're saying like, oh, Israel, they could do like a 2-year siege and
I think it's a slow burn. I think it's a slow roast. I think what you do is you roast the area until there's run out of the law of diminishing returns. There's going to be almost no return for firing another rocket. A few more pot shots at tanks. At some point, the law of diminishing returns is going to kick in for Hamas. Meantime, the pressure on the people when they have nothing to eat, their babies amputated, limbs amputated, they're literally killing each other, prostituting each other for food. At some point, that social power is going to force them to surrender, to acquiesce. At that point, that phase is over, right? At that point, we can look at it and go, okay, do they stay? Do they go? But the fact that Israel is not going to achieve that is crazy. Of course, Israel is going to achieve that. Now, it might take 6 months, but so be it.
I don't see why Hamas surrenders. They have nothing to surrender.
Because they have no more weapons and no more guns and bullets. What are they going to run out with a scimitar, go Allahu Akbar and charge the IDF? What are they going to do when they have no guns, with no bullets? What are they going to do? What are they going to do? I mean,
yeah, but the U.S. report that was reported in the Wall Street Journal said like they're nowhere near running out of weapons. But like, even if they run out of weapons, like it's like oh, if they fight, they're dead. If they don't fight, they're dead. That like if they have like Israel says okay, if you surrender, we'll give you full Israeli citizenship. But what is Israel offering? What do they get if they surrender? Nothing.
This is where we do it. This is where we need to have the intelligent conversation: is how do you offer these so-called Palestinian people, some hope of a future? And that's
what they offer them U.S. and German citizenship. Like that's eventually like surrender, and they'll give them U.S. and German citizenship.
Send them to Arkansas, right? Send them. I mean, I'm sure the American people would.
Well, I mean, they're going to send them. I don't know where
United States of
Berlin. No, I'm saying the fact is they're going to send them to Berlin.
Huh? Oh, the Muslims are not very popular in Berlin.
Yeah, but I'm saying the fact is like that they're going to end up in New York City and Detroit and Berlin and London. Yeah.
Well,
they might eventually make it to Arkansas, but they're not going to. First stop's not going to be Arkansas. First stop's going to be New York City, London, and Berlin.
Yeah, and then they're spread out and dispersed like they usually do. They go where the rest of them are, like Detroit, wherever the Muslims are, right? But the point, of course, is that if the West is claiming that some moral goodness, I think there's a chap in the chat called Timbuktu, which I assume is a play on the African down, but Timbuktu. Funny moniker of that. But Timbuktu and others are claiming that, the greater moral good is, well, then you should open your doors and open your house to the Palestinian refugees. You should open the house to Palestinian refugees that shall come live with you or live as neighbors with you. And then world peace has been achieved, right? I mean, isn't that the alternative? If you wish to stay, then the real thing is going to be, where are the brave Israeli voices that will speak about a mass de-radicalization initiative, right? You've got to somehow de-radicalize the remaining ones, right? Because what else can you do to it? Then you can't keep risking what happened on October 7th. They've said they're going to redo another October 7th, right? So that's inconceivable.
You're not agreeing to you're not seeing the essential point that Israel has to offer in return for surrender full citizenship of Israel.
But why do they need to do that particularly?
Or else there's no reason for them to surrender. There's nothing for them to surrender for.
Well, because they wouldn't. Sorry, I just need to close this. Because they are.
What are they surrendering? What benefit is it? They're going to die or they're going to die. So, like, in order for them to surrender, they either have to be like surrender and I mean, they don't have to surrender to be moving to the West. They could be, but like if they
Correct.
surrender to Israel, like in return, like okay, what is Israel going to offer in return for their surrender?
Peace and
And saying, well,
prosperity.
full Israeli
Peace and
citizenship.
prosperity to de-radicalization, not hating the Jews. If you look
Yeah,
at the
saying that's not what Israel's
Arabs who live
offering
in
them.
Israel, they do
That's
very
what
well.
Israel's requiring from them.
Yeah, if you don't want to kill the Jewish people, you can be like an Arab Israeli, and you can have a proper job. You can raise your children. You can.
Yeah, so you're saying that Israel eventually has to offer them Israeli citizenship for their surrender.
Why?
Because what else is the
Only
solution?
if they're de-radicalized.
But you're saying, okay, if you that's the point. Like if you surrender and you de-radicalize, you could become an Israeli citizen.
Only if they're going to be de-radicalized, so they're not going to be an Israeli, as in their loyalty is going to be Israel and the Jewish people before Islam and the Arabs. If their loyalty is to Islam or the Arabs ahead of the Jewish people or Israel, then they should never get citizenship.
Yeah, but I've been saying at some point, like if you're giving that, whatever it is, like whatever it takes for the, whatever surrender means, that they surrender and they become Israeli, and then okay, so what, like 2 million of them are going to become Israeli? You're not going to need the wall anymore after the war.
Only if the de-radicalized do it. You can't just give them citizenship, and the next thing you know, like you hear all the horrid tales of these people who actually just turned on their Jewish families and help them and let the people do what they did. No, they have to prove their loyalty. They have to prove that they're loyal to the Jewish people in the Israeli state before and ahead of their Arab ethnography and Islam. If they're loyal, look at the problems we have in the West, David. Literally, I mean, in Berlin, at least, thank God that.
Yeah, I mean, it's not practical, but I'm saying from your perspective, you could have, you like, okay, like you're going to have like the 2 million people in the makeshift refugee prison camp, and then you're going to have like de-radicalization centers that, like, if they go there for a few years and behave well, then they could like move back to their parents, their ancestral homeland in Central Israel, and get full citizenship.
Yeah, but why on earth would they get full citizenship? Would you give look at the lessons in the West? You give full citizenship to these people. Look at that Suleiman guy in the United States. Here's an Arab Palestinian out there screaming to actually punish an sitting American president because he won't support his foreign ethnography, the foreign land, the foreign faith.
Well, that's the point. He was given full Western citizenship.
Yeah, but this
Israel.
is the lesson. But this is the lesson. Israel should look at the West and go, why on earth would I want someone like a Suleiman to get Israeli citizenship? He's got American citizenship. And look at what he does with his US citizenship. He attacks white people, American people, the American government, American foreign policy in favor for a foreign faith and a foreign ethnography.
Yeah, so that's why Israel is most likely to actually go, like I said, they're past the point of no return, where they really have no choice but to do an.
I think you're right there, David. I think just step it up a little bit, right? Maybe step it up a little bit, maybe about 100, 200,000 left. Then I think that would really wake people up to the fact that it could really be a permanent liberation of Judaism area and the land. And that might wake them up to go, look, if you're fond of this land, then you better start being fond of the Jewish people, right? If you're not going to be fond of the Jewish people, then your history or your future cannot be in Judaism area or anywhere like that, right? I mean,
well, I mean,
isn't that reasonable? I think it's a reasonable position, right? I think.
Well, I mean, because the unfortunate is like, okay, that's just hypothetical, like assuming Israel actually wins the war, but like it's not even clear at this point whether Israel's actually going to win the war. So like the hypothetically, like how you're going to expel and ethnically cleanse the Palestinians or re-educate them after you win the war. First, they actually have to win the war, which isn't clear they're even going to do.
Let's pretend that happens.
Then let alone
re-education is key. I think we agree to it. We want to re-educate them. We want to teach them.
No, I mean, I don't agree, because you can't. You could only re-educate your own people. You can't re-educate other people. So
what about the Arabs who live in Israel? They don't wake up in the morning hating Jews. They look around, they have a good life. They work in television.
Because they're Israelis. They're part of the Israeli education. They go to Israeli schools.
Boom, exactly. So what we need to do is educate the Palestinian people into going, look, you can have careers in STEM. You can become a doctor.
But I mean, really, that's the same way to integrate them.
Kill and hate Jews,
you can't educate foreign citizens. You could only educate your own citizens. So you could only do that by, like I
But
said, giving them
don't
full
you
Israeli
disagree with me,
citizenship.
David? You can educate
Once you give them full Israeli
Israelis.
citizenship, then they have to go to Israeli schools and you
Yeah,
can
but
educate them. But you can't educate them until you integrate them. Till
until they're
you
de-radicalized. Exactly, David. Exactly.
no,
What we
but
need to do is set up schools in
but I
Gaza.
mean you're making a misnomer, a logical fallacies that you can't first
Here's
re-educate
the plan,
them.
David. Here, listen to my plan. Shoot
You
this down.
can't first re-educate them
Shoot
and
this
then
down, David. Shoot
integrate
this down.
them. You have to
We
first
finished the
you have
Gaza
to first
campaign, right?
integrate them to
Here's the plan,
re-educate
David.
them.
Here's the plan. We finished the Gaza campaign, hypothetically 3 months. What we do is immediately start reconstruction and under Israeli security, good schools, clean water, proper food, Israeli supervised education. That says now young Fatima and Abdul sits in a school, maybe 10% of Israeli kids, Jewish kids are brought in, Jewish education that teaches them, look, you're going to be part of this in the future. And the way you're going to do that in your next 20 years is you're going to learn not to look for Jews behind every rock, not to think of driving Jews into the sea. What you're going to do is you see that young Avi sitting by you, he's your Jewish brother and sister, and you're going to love him and he's going to love you. And you're going to be educated to do so. And the reward that you dangle in front of the donkey and the carrot and the stick is going to be, and in exchange, when you get to 18, you can serve in the IDF and you can be part of the greater Israeli society.
Well, I'm really saying the carrot you're going to dangle is your daughter. You're saying, and at the end, when you do this, you could marry my daughter.
Oh well, steady on there. I don't think necessarily.
I'm saying, because you're saying integration, like at the end of the day, like you said, well, no, like okay, like like your dad got the reward, eventually integrated, he married a German. You're the result. But like in Israel, that's not that's not a possibility. It's not.
No, it's really important that enough Jewish women retain their Jewishness and that the Jewish stock retains. That's important. That's essential. But the point about it is maybe a lot of these Arab people, maybe young Abdul wants to marry young Fatima when he's 6 in class. The whole point about it is when young Abdul looks at young Fatima and they grow up together, they're not going to want to kill young Avi. This is peace, right? Avi is his friend. They played football together. They grew up together.
Yeah, but they should have thought about that before they invaded Gaza. Like now, like this, like if they had said that before they invaded Gaza, like October 8th, but like now, 100 days into the war.
Well, because October 7th was important. October 7th was the day that Palestine died, right? There's never going to be a Palestine after October 7th. Let's be honest. There is no way the Jewish people are going to live by a state or people wish to rape them. That's never going to happen now. So October 7th is the day Palestine died. Palestine is now a state of mind.
I'm not sure. Like, God forbid. I mean, it's like, how are you making, like, God forbid, like, Israel may never come back from October 7th. I mean, you're looking at like, okay, like October 7th, so Israel's going to win. And then like what happens after Israel wins? And you're saying, well, first Israel has to win. And October Israel, like at this point, like, okay, they decided they were going to eliminate Hamas. They've internationally completely ruined their reputation that Israel was it was supposed to be, impenetrable. And then October 7th happened. And then Israel said it was going to eliminate Hamas. And then Israel had to pull back. We weren't capable of eliminating Hamas. So it's saying like Israel has been, to some extent, like Israel has already been destroyed. Like October 7th, they were destroyed. And then from their own Israeli full might of the Israeli army, just again, not talking about the Muslims or the Arab, just Gaza, just Hamas, just 30,000
the Muslims are
fighters. Israel has not been able to eliminate just 30,000 Hamas fighters.
Yeah, because they're hiding inside like rats. They're hiding in the buildings. Like
give me excuses. Like they said they were going to do it and they haven't.
Yeah, but I think.
But they said they were going to do it and they haven't. So like Israel is not coming back from this. Israel was what happened on October 7th. Then coupled by the fact that Israel is incapable of eliminating Hamas. There's no way Israel's going to come back from this.
There's not going to be a standing Hamas person left at the end of this.
There's not going to be a standing Israel. God forbid, they can't even eliminate Hamas.
Do you think Hashem is going to let that happen, David?
God forbid, I think Hashem is going to punish the Jews. Hashem's going to cause it.
The greatest prophetic event in the history of humanity is the foundation of the state of Israel. It is the greatest prophetic event that has ever occurred. You're telling me that the foundation of Hashem is called for after 3,332 years. This is going to go away because some ragtagger put it like over pumped up Islamic jihad crew.
Yeah, I
right,
mean,
with
you're in
some ideas
Germany.
of
Like,
war.
we all know how hardly Hashem deals with his people.
Well, yeah, there's going to be. You're right there, David. There's going to be punishment, and I think this lesson here is to learn is that we need to be kind. A light needs to be shone upon these people, and that light needs to be shone upon them deeply and from a young age. What we can do is be sure that they're not capable of doing this by themselves. If left to their own accords, they're going to wander around and want to kill every Jew, right? So what's necessary, a true light shining upon the world, is to shine that light deep into the Palestinian classrooms, to shine that light by love and care,
yourself,
by look after them.
You're giving some messianic hope after Israel hypothetically wins a war that they don't appear to be on the track.
After this, the war was endless. After Gaza has been eliminated to rubble and the schools are built again, those schools should have the light shone upon them. Those children should be looked after. They should be educated. They should be taught well. They should be taught under Israeli supervision with Israeli.
It's just your fantasy that after Israel eliminates Hamas, when at this point, all the experts are saying that Israel's not going to eliminate Hamas.
Experts, schmexperts. I mean, I don't think the expert. What do you mean? No, Hamas is an idea. No, because 1 billion rabid Muslims and about 1 billion rabid.
We're not talking about Muslims. We're talking just about like tens of thousands of people in Gaza.
Where are they going?
Israel has had over 3 months to do whatever the hell.
Why do you think it should be done in 90 days?
Even eliminate Hamas.
No one said it would be done in 90 days. And Bibi was clear it would take over a year from day one. Gallen said it would take over a year. It might take a year to beat them out of each one of them has to be beaten out of the rubble. It'll take a year.
No. I mean, if Israel had actually done a ground invasion, it'd already be done in northern Gaza.
It's not worth wasting Jewish lives on such things.
It's okay, but they're saying Israel didn't have it in them to win the war.
But this is some fascinating. This is quite some noble thing, isn't it? You want to go kamikaze. You want to go full
kamikaze. You're just saying that like Israel could have won the war and they didn't. Why did Israel? You say, well, it's understandable. Like we don't want to lose tens of thousands of Jewish troops.
Why waste Jewish troops on such a crazy idea to kill a bunch of these?
That's what it takes to win the war.
Well, the war can be won in many ways. There's more than one way to skin the proverbial kitty, isn't there?
Yeah, but it doesn't appear that way. At this point, Israel's already pulling out and ceding back territory to Hamas.
You must have faith. What pulling out what? What do you mean?
Pulling out of northern Gaza. Like Hamas is
Northern Gaza's got only a few ragtags of them still running around tunnels trying to take pot shots at tanks. It's over in northern Gaza. Now, southern Gaza is where they've all been squeezed into. If you look at all the war maps, they've been squeezed in an area. Eventually, they're going to run out. There's no more ammo coming in. There's no more bullets coming in. There's no more weapons coming in. At some point, they're going to run out of all their weapons. Then the IDF are going to go kick down every door and find them. And eventually, the Yahya Sinwar, whatever, will be dragged out, or his corpse will be dragged out. And then there'll be a victory parade. That's what's going to happen.
Yeah, I mean, that's your fantasy.
I'm more concerned about what happens afterwards. How do we educate young people?
Yeah, I mean, that's the fantasy, but it's saying like, no, I mean, like it could be the opposite. Israel's going to run out of weapons, and then Hamas is going to go back over the border and back into mainland Israel. You're to see the troops like all of a sudden, Hezbollah, the United Forces of Iraq and Yemen are going to come crash into Israel.
Oh, dude, I love you to bits, man. But this is the fetishizing. I remember the brave Iraqi elite Republican Guard. They ran at the side of troops, the British American troops. They fled. Same thing with Hezbollah, the big Hezbollah. The first sight of an IDF aircraft, and the Hezbollah will be running for the hills. They don't need to send Israeli troops in. This time we learned lessons from 2000s, right? This time we just carpet bomb them, right? Until they're just driven out away from the northern area. There's no threat. The real threat is
doing it for 3.5 months.
Yeah.
What are they going to do that they haven't done already? So you're saying that Israel's just. Well, I am. That's why I said like Israel is likely to be in a perpetual state of war. It's going to completely.
I think it was a chess analogy. You're a strong chess player.
It's going to drain itself of weapons. It's going to crumble from the inside.
But you're a strong chess player, David. Think of the analogy. Suppose I was playing a closed game, a very closed game, and I wanted to, squeeze the areas around the G and H flanks into just so there's nowhere to move. Right? That's the strategy being used in Gaza. There'll be nowhere for them to move. They'll be squished into the middle. They've got nowhere to go.
It's not the case that Israel pulled out of northern Gaza. Hamas has regained territory, regained like a majority of the territory in northern Gaza.
Where you're going to have to show me these reports. All we see is pot shots coming from the IDF, and we see IDF soldiers singing with Israeli flags everywhere in Gaza. We see that completely all that's left is a few of these the cowards try to sneak around and shoot a little pot shot, a little RPG at a tank.
I mean, I covered that at the
Eventually,
beginning
the
of the
RPGs
channel.
will run out, right?
That is saying like, no, Israel withdrew troops from the northern Gaza.
Yeah, they send the reserves back to refresh themselves because northern Gaza is finished. There's nothing left there.
It's not finished. Hamas still controls northern Gaza. They're
What do you mean Hamas
reestablishing.
controls northern Gaza?
They're still launching rockets.
Even look, they're always going to fire rockets, and they're always going to take pot shots of the tanks until they run out of ammo and they run out of food. At some point, there'll be no ammo and no food, and it's over.
That wasn't the U.S.'s assessment.
But anyway, you know what, my man Dubin, I'm going to have to get myself some breakfast because my good Frau will be rising, and I hear her in the corner already waking up.
Okay, well, God bless.
God bless us.
Read that article on Richard Rorty and Truth, but instead we argued about Israel and
we should. We haven't talked about the war yet, so next time we just speak more about the complexity. Have a look at the video. I said put a link in there. The Holberg Prize.
I saved that. I added it to my queue.
Yeah, good stuff. Thank you. Blessing, David. God bless.
Okay. Yeah, appreciate Ralph coming by.
Bye. Take care.
And so I probably will save these articles for next week. And always research to do, always good. And yeah, I don't see anything good happening from this war. I'm not even sure Israel's gonna, what it even means to win, and if what it means to win, whether Israel's actually going to win. And I read the article from David Horowitz, the chief of the Times of Israel. Like I read those. This wasn't the Wall Street Journal. I read those at the beginning of the stream, and I'd mentioned at the beginning that could be the axis of resistance strategy is to weaken American NATO. That the goal is just to let Israel and Hamas fight and to drain U.S. weapons, to drain the U.S. international reputation, and eventually get the U.S. to pull out of its military bases in Iraq and Syria. And you've seen an escalation like the Houthis. America's now bombing Yemen. The Houthis are still slowing down international shipping. Iran, Iraq have started bombing U.S. military bases, and the election's approaching. So you have like the pressure, like, okay, like to increase pressure. Then you have the other pressure to just pull out. Like America, you just got to pull out. Why do we have all these bases in Iraq and Syria anyways? And I showed you that what if the Kirk Doolittle's analysis, disciples analysis on the what if all this of I'm Yisrael Chai, but what does that even mean? We're talking about the failed state of Israel, the Zionist project. That I don't see how Israel untangles itself from this. At this point, I don't see there's any reasonable path for Israel to untangle itself from this war. And Israel will probably be stuck at this point. I mean, so I read that like the U.S. is trying to negotiate, I read the Wall Street Journal, like this is the U.S. is trying to negotiate a permanent ceasefire. Like the stages, I mean, as mentioned with Hamas, where Hamas would return all the Israeli hostages in return for a complete ceasefire, and it would be staged in the process of returning of the various level, but basically a complete ceasefire would be in return for Israel completely withdrawing from Gaza. And Israel's not likely to do that, but Israel's the U.S. has already basically said like they have till the end of January to continue with these high civilian casualties. And so like the number, it's already at 25,000. So I mean the number like of dead Palestinians going up a few hundred every day. It's already at 25,000. What Israel wants to do is they want to completely, they want to next after, Khan Yunis, they want to take over Rafah. They want to take over the Rafah crossing. But the international diplomatic pressure, like they have a peace treaty with Egypt, they're not allowed to do it. Like it doesn't matter what Hamas is doing. Egypt's not. So what happens if Israel just takes over the Rafah crossing? Will Egypt just allow that? Will Egypt go to war? Saying would the U.S. make a red line? If Biden says like no, you like, and they take over the Rafah crossing anyways, and God forbid, like we'll see that towards the end of the month. Like the U.S. has set, the deadline. David Horowitz, basically said like the war is completely dependent on U.S. weapons. The U.S. stops giving weapons, the war is basically done. And then what does Israel do with the situation? God forbid, they're just going to try to rebuild up the wall and remilitarize the wall, and hope Hamas, hope for the best, and Hezbollah, like the tit for tat, like they're gonna all of a sudden do like a serious bombing campaign against Hezbollah. Hezbollah was hitting rockets on Haifa, like so it's been basic continuing tit for tat. And I think the Axis strategy, like Russia, at this point, Russia didn't want NATO on their border. Russia probably doesn't want U.S. bases in Iraq and Syria either. And so at this point, the Axis probably want to keep the war in Gaza going. I mean, this is just a disaster. And it's saying like, some sort of utopian beating someone, in, like not even utopian, dystopian. So utopian, like, okay, like somehow, despite everything that's happened, we're going to be able to get along together. Like despite the war in Gaza, despite, like 100 days of the war, that all of a sudden, like, there's just going to be a one-state solution. We're all going to live in peace and harmony. God forbid. So okay, like so Duvid's idealistic in the sense, okay, like despite everything that happened, like we'll just tear down the wall, throw our weapons down, and through the power of God, Israelis and Palestinians will live in peace and happily together in integrated Israel. I mean, that would be a miracle. But otherwise, return to the status quo is pretty unlikely. And in terms of the Axis at this point, Israel has put itself like Ukraine, that it put itself into a situation of a perpetual war. So the situation like Ukraine and Russia is disastrous, and it's just a perpetual war with a huge bloodletting. And eventually, like, I mean, it looked like, I didn't cover it, but it looked like Russia had made significant gains this week. And many people are predicting that like Russia all of a sudden could be rolling into Kiev, and Ukraine is on the verge of crumbling any day. And that could possibly, but 2 years, the war in Russia went on for almost 2 years now. It's going to be almost 2 years of the war in Russia and Ukraine. And it could be, it's for not that Ukraine is going to, at the end of the day, lose everything and have nothing to show for 2 years of war except for delaying for 2 years and hundreds of thousands of unnecessary casualties and destroyed cities. So Israel and Hamas have got itself into a situation where Israel can't really pull out, because if it pulls out, Hamas is just going to take the territory right back. So then Israel is in a situation where they're perpetual war. And if, the Wall Street Journal, the U.S. estimates are saying, let's say half of Hamas is eliminated or injured, 25% of Hamas is eliminated, another 25% is injured. And they're looking, they've done the easiest part first, that they're going to carry out the war into 2025. And Israel's going to leave 2 million people in this horrible humanitarian condition. God forbid, like, think moving forward, like elections coming, like the U.S. will likely turn against Israel. and U.S. citizens, the West will turn against Israel and stop supplying weapons, and then Israel could be defeated. Basically, if the West stops supplying Israel with weapons, Israel will probably be defeated, and Israel will defeat itself by um, internationally ruining its reputation so much that no one wants to give them weapons because they see what they're doing with the weapons. Uh, and like Ralph is somewhat moderate, like considering most people have this irrational expectation, they're talking. I was thinking that I read almost no fiction, but like as a kid, I read Jack London's "To Build the Fire." God forbid, where he's going to like the sled ride in Alaska, and he freezes to death, and tries to build a fire, and the first one it goes out, and then he freezes to death. But right about when he's laying and freezing to die, he's thinking about like talking with his friend and going back. He's like, "Oh, you're right." It's like, no, you're gonna die. You're gonna freeze to death. That's just the fantasy in your head. So like Israel's fantasy about what it's going to do after it wins the war. Unfortunately, at this point, Israel should be looking for what happens after they don't win the war. So, Israel had been thinking, what are they going to do with Gaza after they win the war and eliminate Hamas? And the day after strategy, after they've eliminated Hamas, and then they have these millions of Palestinians that, Gazans, that what are they going to do with them? And are they going to have some sort of like Saudi Arabia or the return to the Abraham Accords and, like various. And so like all the focus in Israel, what are they going to do after they win the war versus, well, is Israel actually going to win the war? And that's unclear. And so if the U.S., what's going to happen when the U.S. pulls the plug and it turns out that Israel didn't actually accomplish anything, that they just did it for nothing. Maybe like vengeance or something, like revenge, to try to teach some sort of lesson of violence and revenge. But if the U.S. pulls the plug, you have 4 months of war, and Israel has nothing to show for it besides that they displaced 2 million people. They killed 30,000 people. If the U.S. pulls the plug at the end of the month, and Israel's killed 30,000 people, they've destroyed half of Gaza, they've displaced 2 million people, and then they got pulled out. Like, okay, well, you shouldn't have done October 7th, and that's what you get. And then they pull out and try to rebuild and remilitarize the wall to prevent something like that from happening again. So like this conception, like what the day after the war is not looking like it's going to happen. So like it's not going to be like this. What's going to happen after Israel eliminates Hamas? At this point, there's almost no chance Israel is actually going to eliminate Hamas. So the question is, what's going to happen after Israel pulls out of Gaza? So okay, they're going to do a complete siege. So the day after Israel pulls out of Gaza, they're going to still do a siege on land and water, and so there'll be a little bit of international aid, construction equipment coming through the Egyptian crossing, and God forbid, from the Israeli perspective, like at this point, like you're saying, well, I mean, it's like Ralph was saying, like, yeah, they want to do like a 2-year siege, and just like they don't want to actually do a ground invasion because a ground invasion will be very deadly for Israeli troops. So they just want to like starve the people out, get everybody in Gaza to the southern border, take over the Rafah crossing, force the Gazans into the Sinai Peninsula, and then they could semi get back to normal and just like have a complete siege of Gaza, and let them starve. And 2 years from now, level the place after Hamas has completely ran out of weapons and starved. And so, like, I mean, you could say, well, that's a plan, but I mean, the plan is ethnic cleansing. The plan necessitates expelling basically all the Gazans into the Sinai Peninsula and somewhere else. And I mean, we saw that was the plan from the beginning. Like, I've been covering that since October 9th, the first week in review after October 7th. Like, that was always Israelis' plan. Even the U.S. in the beginning, that didn't work out, was the ethnic cleansing, the expulsion of Gazans into the Sinai Peninsula. But you think, well, they probably would have done it already if they were going to do it. So, like, the day after, what happens after Israel pulls out of Gaza? And I mean, nothing good. You're saying, well, Israel's just going to rebuild the wall and say, like Saudi Arabia or like Qatar will let you rebuild Gaza, even if Hamas is in charge? Or you say, like, no, you can't rebuild Gaza unless you get rid of Hamas, but Hamas is still there. So they're just going to not let Gaza be rebuilt and just reseal the wall. And it's just going to be a disaster. Like, Israel's reputation on the international scene is going to largely, like, I mean, so Ralph is interesting because your history speaks. So the only two countries in the world that still have a favorable view of Israel is India and the U.S. And, that's why Ralph is, looking at like the Muslims, like, Israel's not fighting the Muslims. Israel's just fighting Gaza. Like, Israel's only at war in the last 3.5 months. Even Hezbollah, that's just been tit for tat. Like, if Israel hadn't bombed Hezbollah, it's unclear whether, like, that would have even have escalated to what it is now. But like, it's basically been 3.5 months of just Israel versus Hamas. And so, like, like Muslims might support Hamas over Israel, but like, it's not a war between Israel and the Muslims. It's just Israel and Hamas, and Israel's not winning. Israel, the U.S. is basically clearly saying, you're not going to defeat Hamas. We're not going to keep on supporting you in this futile, even genocidal attempt to defeat Hamas. And, so February comes, it's only a week away. Like, Biden has already given his red lines. The newspapers, the New York Times, the Wall Street Journal, they're all publishing this. Blinken's saying it, that Israel's going to have to pull out of Gaza probably in the next few weeks. And Israel could either go all in, for the ethnic cleansing, try to take over the Rafah crossing and start expelling Gazans into the Sinai Peninsula, or it could kind of run with its, tail between its legs and just leave Gaza, even though it didn't accomplish anything besides kill a bunch of innocent people and ruin its international reputation. And then Hamas is still going to be in power. So this is just a disaster. And, probably, like, I mean, most Zionists I know, they'd be like Ralph. They're just to have these fantasy visions of like what they're going to do after they win the war, even though there's almost no chance that they're going to win the war. So it's just like, what are Zionists doing right now? They're talking about like what they're going to do after they eliminate Hamas, even though clearly they're not going to eliminate Hamas. So when you put it to them, like, well, you're not actually going to be able to eliminate Hamas, they can't talk about the issue. And so it's always this, like, the day after the war, after they win, when Israel has to suck it up and say they're not going to win. They're not going to be able to eliminate Hamas, and Israel is going to be in a much worse situation than before they started this war. That saying October 8th, Israel could have chose a different path. So okay, like, Hamas was firing rockets. They had to get back their territory, but they could have just sucked it in. Okay, like, Hamas, you got us real good. October 7th, they got Israel really good, and they could have just sucked it in and tried to negotiate some sort of strategy, Abraham Accords, two-state solution. But Israel decided to start its bombing right away and to go to war against Gaza. And now it has caused irreparable damage and might be in a forever war that will lead to the destruction of Israel. That Israel cannot afford to be in a forever war. And if Israel decides that at this point they can't just pull out of Gaza, they can't just like, okay, it didn't work, we didn't eliminate Hamas, we caused, mowing the grass or whatever, they caused a lot of damage, and now they're going to pull out and make some sort of treaty where they can't bomb Gaza anymore, and Hamas is going to start rearming and restructuring and preparing for a battle again. So Israel might decide that it has no choice but this forever war, or even worse, that it has no choice but to do the ethnic cleansing. And at this point, I would put it like almost at 50-50. I would put it like 50% chance that Israel just goes for the ethnic cleansing, tries to take the Rafah crossing, and start forcing Palestinians into the Sinai Peninsula. If they don't, put like, I don't know, maybe 50. I mean, like, God forbid, like, but I'm saying, is there a 50% chance that Israel just goes for the ethnic cleansing, takes over the Rafah crossing, and tries to start forcing Palestinians into the Sinai Peninsula? But let's say a third. And at this point, like, the likelihood that Israel defeats Hamas is like just a few percent. Like that, less than 10%, that the likelihood that Israel eliminates Hamas. So it would say like a third chance that Israel goes for the ethnic cleansing. Who knows how that would work? What happens if Israel tries to take over the Rafah crossing and start pushing the Gazas into the Sinai Peninsula? Who knows what implication that would have on the international scene? But like, I would say it's probably the most likely thing that would happen. That I mean, like, Israel's put itself into a situation where it almost has no choice but to. And he's saying, like, even Netanyahu, his coalition members are saying that that's what they're thinking of doing. Netanyahu has openly said that that's what he wants to do. And, really, the question is, will he go against the international pressure? And, but like, clearly that's what Netanyahu wants to do. That's what he said he wants to do. And so the other, third, quarter possibility is just a forever war. There'll be another year of these operations, and maybe a wind down a little bit, but it'll just be forever operations in different parts of Gaza. It'll go on another year, and like, God forbid, the humanitarian disaster, that they're going to keep all the Gazans right there on the southern border, 2 million of them in these horrible conditions. But I would say, like, yeah, that's another pretty, like, second likeliest possibility, is that just like a forever war, and it carries on for another year with whatever, Israel trying to eliminate as much of Hamas as it can, and God forbid, and without actually taking over the Rafah crossing and attempting the ethnic cleansing. But like, God forbid, both of those options could be hundreds of thousands of casualties. Saying if they actually do try to take over the Rafah crossing and force the Palestinians, God forbid, that could lead to hundreds of thousands of casualties. And the forever war, Israel just doing the tit for tat bombing operations, eliminating Hamas. Like, I mean, basically Ralph's idea to starve them out. I mean, really, that's what Israel would be trying to do, is just starve them out. That Israel's going to keep all the, without taking over the Rafah crossing and trying to ethnic cleanse them, but just to keep all the Palestinians in southern Gaza and starve Hamas out, and whoever, didn't go to the refugee camps, starve them out. Could also lead to the death of hundreds of thousands of people. And you're saying that, like, that Israel's, like I said, that Israel's actually going to eliminate Hamas, I would put like very little chance, only a few percent chance. So it's like a third ethnic cleansing, taking over the Rafah crossing, pushing into the Sinai Peninsula. A third, forever war, and you basically Ralph's strategy, just starving them out, and you're keeping everybody in the temporary UN shelters on the south until they could starve out as much of Hamas as possible. And the other third likely possibility is that Israel just pulls out, does the ceasefire, and it is what it is. Whatever it was, Israel pulls out. You will probably have to be on heightened military alert forever. Saying God forbid. I mean, saying like, but Israel pulls out, rebuilds the wall, Iron Dome, and does some sort of ceasefire, gets back most of the hostages, and allows Hamas to retake all of Gaza. And I see, besides for the escalation of things getting worse and it turning into a regional war, and it could happen in any of those scenarios, God forbid, because I think the Axis main power, they're not going to try to destroy Israel until they get rid of the U.S. bases in Syria and Iraq. So in terms of what the Axis is doing, the Houthis, Iraq, the various things, the first thing they need, so however long it takes for pressure for the U.S. to just start pulling out of its military bases in the Middle East, that hasn't even came up. But the likelihood that there's going to be, and that's provoked, like you're saying, if Israel attacks Egypt to take over the Rafah crossing, then maybe it could happen immediately. But under the forever war or just pulling out, the Axis still would, there would still be a force in the Middle East that want to destroy Israel, but I don't think they're going to, the first step is to try to get the U.S. to pull out of its bases, like that. There's no real connection to the Axis. The Axis don't have the potential to even do anything about Israel until the U.S. pulls out of its bases. So in the forever war strategy or pulling out of Hamas, the Axis resistance against the U.S. NATO forces will still go on. And I think the direction is the West and the U.S. is going to be continually weakened. China, Russia, India, just sitting there letting the U.S., the West, continue to be weakened. Okay, Reiner, thanks for tuning in. God bless. 1:30, I got to get to sleep also. So, God forbid, we should repent, pray, hope for better things. And, it's depressing because just sitting here and there's almost no voice of reason. I could, okay, I got a few audience, some people speak to a few people, and okay, Albert Bashai, he was ranting, just hysterical on the anti-Israel side. Most people okay, I'm relatively just, okay, I'm a Jew, I'm basically on the side of Israel. And so, but, I think that we're wrong. I don't necessarily want to be on the side of Israel, but yes, I am. That's my lot in life. I'm on the side of Israel, but I think we're wrong, and I'm not sure we're going to win. But I'm not on the side of Palestinians. I don't have any connection. I just think we're wrong, and we're probably going to lose. God forbid. So I'm just trying to give analysis and even say how could we unwind, get ourselves out of this horrible situation? Violence begets violence. How do we stop the violence? And calling for a ceasefire, protesting, maybe just you're trying to add some lucidity to the situation, understand what's actually happening, what's likely to happen if people continue in their paths. And at this point, one thing, I don't have influence on Palestinians. I'm a Jew, so me telling what Palestinians or Gazans or Hamas what they should do is basically worthless. I think in the matter that it matters less what Hamas does. If Hamas release the hostages tomorrow, but I don't think me telling Hamas, Hamas, they should release the hostages right away. There's no reason to hold on to them. But strategically, they're going to act in their own self-interest, and at this point, it's probably in their self-interest to keep the hostages. but I think Israel holds most of the cards. And at this point, really all Israel could do is pull out and apologize. I mean, I doubt they're going to apologize. Israel's not going to pull out and apologize. Israel's, they're going to pull out and say, that's what you get. Like it's too bad we weren't able to completely eliminate you, or there'll still be the pressure. The people who wanted to do the ethnic cleansing and are going to be upset. The Netanyahu bowed into, and what will be the next election cycle if Netanyahu accepts the ceasefire deal, pulls out, and then they call elections. Will there be far right people who run on ethnic cleansing? I mean, you've already had that in the past, relatively, but will the far right parties that say that they should have done an ethnic cleansing, should do an ethnic cleansing, gain more traction? There's really no one for the one state. Even like Adair Weintraub and Sula, the Confederation. No one's really running on that. That's not a official position of any of the major Israeli parties. So it's just a disaster. God forbid, we should repent, pray for better things. And okay, I'm glad Ralph came on, but it's telling of the situation. Saying that Ralph is more indicative of Israeli Zionist position than I am. So, like, Joseph Cohn probably agrees with Ralph. Like, if he's like, well, what's going to happen? He would probably, well, we're going to have to keep Gazans in temporary conditions until Hamas is eliminated. And the best way to do that, considering factors, is to starve them out and just do small operations for another year until Hamas is starved out. And God forbid for the 2 million Gazans that are in horrible humanitarian conditions while that's happening, too bad, that's on you. Sorry. And so that's probably like the moderate mainstream Israeli position right now of like Joseph Cohn, Ralph. You have the far right that's pushing for ethnic cleansing, taking over the Rafah crossing. And I don't even know what the left is. The left is, at this point, I think the left probably agrees with Ralph also. It's like Benny Gantz and Lapid probably also agree with Ralph in their assessment. They're not like, no, they're not thinking like ceasefire, you do a hostage deal. That's what the U.S. is pushing for. But even the left in Israel probably agrees with Ralph's assessment that it's just going to be like a year siege and starve them out. And the Gazans in the horrible humanitarian condition, God forbid that's on them. And then they're worrying about, like, after they starve out and defeat Hamas, the re-education program that they think is going to work. So like Ralph, at least, okay, so at least he came on and saying Ralph is indicative of mainstream Israeli opinion. So, at least you heard those arguments, because that's the mainstream Israeli opinion right now. Okay, so almost 7 hours. I had a lot more reading. I'm glad I covered quite a bit on the Vienna Circle, a lot of information there. Wednesday, if I'm on this podcast, like this Christian, he said he's never really talked to a Jew and had some questions. So we'll see how that goes. I'm not sure if it's going to be live or he'll record it and post it later, but I'll share that on my ex Twitter, Iggy. Iggy Normus Jr. So if people are interested in that, that will be on Wednesday at 1 o'clock. And besides that, no plans. And the week after, hopefully I'll complete my philosophy of science stream. And next week we'll cover a little bit more. So yeah, God bless Timbuktu. Thanks for tuning in. Mark Affluent, Last Australian, KL, Ralph, everyone in the chat. Appreciate you being there. And we'll see you next time. So God bless. Stay safe. Pray for better things.